has been hit.
Hit
So in theory, we are now live.
Yeah, possibly.
It's telling me that we are live. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
I was about to say Happy New Year, but it isn't because it's not even the New Year's Eve yet. This is Happy New Year's Preve is what we're doing at the moment. It's the pre-show for the day that is the New Year that we will arrive at in 2 days' time, I think. Yeah. There will be people cycling in and out. You've got us for the moment. We'll probably have some people drop in and bugger off as their schedules allow and patience demands. But I believe the plan for this evening is to go back over all of the wondrous, there's actually not many of those, but all of the really shit things that came out in 2024 and some of the good ones as well.
There were a few good ones.
Yeah,
they're on the list.
None of them immediately off the top of my head, except maybe the Penguin. But I'm sure there were others that were also good that I'm just forgetting about.
Nosferatu at the end.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's like quite literally the last slide.
I don't think we get it in the UK until New Year's Day, I think it is, because you weird fuckers like going to the cinema on Christmas Day, and over here legally everything is shut on Christmas Day.
We do. It's the biggest movie going day of the year is Christmas Day here. So bizarre.
It's sensible. It's a way of, you're with your family, but you don't have to talk to them because you're in the cinema watching something. It's actually
maybe we have it right.
Yeah, I think you probably do. Because we just have to sit around with the TV on, but then because family's in the room, you actually have to engage with them, and then of course that's where all the arguments happen.
That sounds like shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Like 4 o'clock, everyone shut up. The King's going to be on TV for the next half an hour. Got to listen to him prattle on about some boring shit that he doesn't understand. But it's patriotic and your grandparents want to watch it, so you've got to.
It's so weird when I hear the King, by the way, for like my whole life and everybody's whole life, it was the Queen. So when you hear the King now, it's like it just feels strange.
It is strange. Yeah, I think it's still, I don't think I'll ever get used to it, but he probably won't be around very long. But then the next one will be a king as well, probably. So yeah, I guess
I'm on the loop of the UK stuff. Is that the guy with the sausage fingers?
I mean, that could be literally anyone. Sausage fingers.
Yeah, he's got like weird sausage fingers.
Maybe?
I can't remember his name.
Prince Charles? King Charles as he now is?
Is that the old one?
He's the one who's currently the king, but they're all quite old. It's the thing about monarchy.
And he is the one I was thinking with sausage fingers. Yeah.
I had never noticed his sausage fingers before.
Well, Google it.
Oh, I don't think I will. I don't want to see.
I'm not going to type in King of England sausage fingers. I don't know what the hell might come up then.
King sausage fingers of England.
Yeah, King sausage fingers.
There you go. You learn something new every day.
American knowledge. You're welcome.
I actually am kind of intrigued now. King Charles. I know my spacebar's fucked. Word.
All I know is the memes.
I can't. It's all going to come out with one word. My spacebar has killed itself. King Charles sausage fingers.
We have a long.
It actually
today,
came up.
I told you.
Without even finishing it, the autocomplete says King Charles sausage hands, and you are correct. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, American knowledge.
How have I never seen this before? Well, there you go.
Finger bangers. That's right.
Yeah, I bet Camilla's got a bit of the finger banging going on. But yes, movies. That's what this podcast is technically about. Yeah. We should probably talk about some of those at some point.
Well, let's bring up what was first on the list. Hopefully a guest drops in. Yeah, because I'll tell you, everyone will want a piece of this.
Yeah, I'm telling you, people are going to want in on this one.
Yeah. Madam Web.
Greatest movie of the year. We started out with a banger this year, man. I'll tell you.
Truly did. We skipped. Well, this came out in February, so we skipped right over January then.
What did anything even come out in January?
Let me remove this. Didn't the Scream movie come out?
There was a Scream movie.
Yes, there's a Scream movie like every. Well, now I gotta figure this out. But Scream 6 came out in January. That's the only movie I can think of. Oh no, that was 2023, wasn't it? Holy shit.
I'm pretty certain that was
all
the
my
end
years
of
mixed up.
Well,
never mind. Okay.
Melvin Deeply just popped in. He's the our resident super mod to the stars.
Melvin, are you there, sir?
I am here.
Excellent.
Knock twice for yes and once for no. whatever the correct code is.
I thought it was just because you saw Madam Web on the screen and you thought, yes, I've got to get in on this absolute masterpiece. It was a brilliant movie, possibly the best of 2024. It had a stellar cast of Sydney Sweeney, her tits, and some other people.
That's 3 bangers right there.
No, it did. No, her tits weren't even on the cast. They removed them from the cast before the movie even came out.
Yeah, what a baffling decision that was. It immediately would have bumped up the audience score and the number of people going to see it. Yeah, who has emerged from? Well, they've all kind of emerged from this movie in a better state than they went in, have they not? They've kind of, not only have they distanced themselves from the complete calamity that is Sony, but everybody sort of had a lot of sympathy for them. So it's kind of understood that, okay, you were in this movie, but it's not really your fault. And judging by your Instagram, you thought it was an actual Marvel movie. So we'll forgive you, and we'll give you lots of other jobs in the cases of Sydney Sweeney and Isabella Merced. Is that the one?
I think it's pronounced Merced. Yeah, I've never actually heard anyone say it. I've only ever seen it spelled.
Yeah, they did a really they did a great job of, like you said, distancing themselves, because the entire time they were just running along with the movie being a meme like everyone else was. And so we like that. They were kind of part of the party. Especially Dakota Johnson. She was really good at shitting on this movie in particular.
Yeah, she had that famous, oh, it's so good, I predict you'll see it twice. Ooh. Yeah. Most people didn't see it once, I'm afraid, but some of us saw it twice.
The people who saw it the first time saw it twice because they kept rewinding the damn movie and making you watch it again.
I had to rewind it to make fun of the main bad guy. I loved him. He was my favorite impression of the year. I went into the forest to find the spiders. I ruled. I wish I could remember actual lines.
We also have Emperor Jay Goodwin.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
I think that this movie also had the greatest product placement. The giant Pepsi right? Sign, yeah.
Oh yeah, Pepsi. Pepsi killed the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Just another reason to hate to hate Pepsi. It killed all the memes so quickly.
I think Dakota Johnson must have learned some lessons from when she made 50 Shades of Sausage, and she learned to kind of roll with the punches a bit rather than react. And it's a good attitude to have. You know, if you're in a shit movie here, what can you do? Fuck it.
This movie cost $80 million to make, and it seemed like it was made for probably $800,000. Yeah. It had special effects that were on par with like a sci-fi channel movie.
It looked like it was made on an iPhone, and like
not a
new iPhone, an old iPhone.
Yeah, an older model for sure. Yeah, it was made on an iPhone 8.
Yeah,
a bootleg iPhone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do it. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's one of the arguments that people have been making for ages is that we should get back to making lower to mid-budget movies in the expectation that it will be easier for them to turn a profit rather than spending $350 million on a superhero movie. Let's do it for under 90. How about that? They did it, and they still lost money. It's impressive. Congratulations, yeah. Sony. You've taken what everyone thought was a really good idea, and you've somehow made it not work.
Yeah, it somehow managed to cross 100 million, but it was on the dot. So I'm pretty sure there were some numbers fudge. So it kind of looks, you know,
they were like 90
softens the blow.
92 million is close enough to 100 for us to say it made 100, right? Like, it's basically whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of, you know, Hollywood math right there.
Do what they did and round up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, you have to give it to Sony. The 2024 really gave us the best gift towards the end. Is the end of the Spider-Verse. Make that go away with all of the extended stuff.
Yep, 3 Sonyverse movies made this list of absolute trash. Three releases, 3 places on the worst movies of the year.
Hey, they struck out on the air. 3 strikes.
The only people who are surprised by that are Sony themselves. Did you see the is it the outgoing chief executive of Sony Pictures who came out and said, "I don't understand. They're not bad movies. The critics just
they're watching them wrong." Wasn't that one of the quotes?
Yeah,
they're watching the movies wrong.
It's not that the films are bad. The audience and critics are wrong.
The audience is bad. Yes, we need to elect a new audience for our movies. Yeah, that's why he's the outgoing CEO.
Oh God.
Yeah, I do
wonder
agree.
how he ever got a job in there in the first place. If he's so incapable of spotting what makes a good movie, why the fuck was he president of a movie making company?
I do agree that Dakota Johnson came out of this looking way better, but not because of the movie, just because of the way she handled everything was fantastic. Like
I noticed
she's probably gonna get jobs just on that.
He completely skipped over mentioning that the cast of his own film was making fun of it.
Yeah.
And wisely so. Yeah, I mean the cast is really they're the winners from this movie, and because Dakota Johnson very much took it gracefully, unlike so many actors and actresses that we have in Hollywood now. And Sydney Sweeney, has become a really hot property after this movie. Even though this movie they did everything to hide some of her best assets.
Sydney Sweeney was already kind of on the rise because of wanting to always be naked on film.
Yeah, what about Euphoria, right?
Yeah,
she was already on the rise because of that.
Yeah, she was already on the rise, but she was also one that kind of made fun of it. Not nearly as much as Dakota Johnson. I would say Isabella Merced came out looking a lot better somehow, even though I didn't really feel she was in much of the movie. I don't even remember her being in it. And I don't know the other girl's name.
She even admitted she leveraged her career with this movie. Like, if I do Madam Web, you have to let me make whatever that romance movie was that she did this year that was really popular. That I clearly don't even know what the fuck it's about.
It's not on the list of talking topics because I didn't even remember it existed.
That really popular movie, whatever it was. Yeah.
Whatever the fuck.
I do find it amazing that every single time she's in a movie, the first thing that you see is how nude is she in this movie?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
And she's leveraging her assets. So
exactly.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
And there is a shelf life for those assets. So,
Indeed, she's milking them dry.
Exactly.
Thank you, Melvin.
Yeah, I'm all for that kind of thing. Look, if you can get by on your looks, then do it. I mean, not everybody's got any brains, me included. But I don't have the looks either, unfortunately. If I had boobs like hers, I would never leave the house.
That was going to be my next question: is do you have the kids at least? But apparently you don't.
Random film.
I would spend a lot of time in the shower.
Hey guys.
Hey,
I was going to ask whose boobies we were talking about, and then I realized we were talking about Madam Web, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
the case of the missing boobies.
Well, we're talking about mine, to be fair.
Ah, I see.
Once you get past the hair, they don't look that bad.
I will say for this movie that I genuinely did have a huge amount of fun with it. It's honestly, it's still the one that I will always look back on, and I have done all through the year, saying that was really bad, but it was hilariously, charmingly fun bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't like even Craven. I was disappointed because someone told me that Craven was as bad and therefore as funny as Madam Web, and it was really disappointing to find out that it wasn't. It was just bad, but not in any of the charming ways. So that I called it sort of ironically when I did a video on my second channel. I said Madam Web was the best movie. Like, I think it was the best movie of the year. I should really remember my own titles, but it was something along those lines. And I'm coming to the end of it thinking this is definitely, I think this definitely is the movie that has made the biggest mark on me across all of 2024. Web has connected us all in hilarity and joy, and it's fitting that we should all be gathered here today one last time to talk about how amazingly bad this movie was.
Yeah, I mean it's a movie. There's always kind of that valley of great movie, and then you go bad, and then if you just keep getting worse, you will climb back up that valley to being entertaining again, right?
Yeah.
And this one definitely pulled that off.
It's my last chance to say I've said it in a couple of videos that I've put out in the past couple of days about Madam Web. It is the room of superhero origin movies, and I also use it as a barometer for how bad a movie can be this year. I remember describing Megalopolis as like, it could be Madam Web level, so bad it's good. Who knows, But that's what I think of this movie. It was genuinely a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to review.
Yep.
I just realized that they have the New York skyline in the Madam Web wording. I never noticed that until just now. Go ahead, Random. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, do you guys consider Madam Web to be the worst film of the year?
It was in my top 5.
I think for the memeability, raises it from it.
Yeah.
I think Rebel Moon 2 was the worst movie of the year.
Yeah.
Well,
oh Jesus, yeah.
It has a cultural. Madam Web has a cultural
Worse than
footprint.
The Crow.
Like,
Yes,
oh, for
worse
Crow,
than The
yeah.
Crow.
Oh God, I even
The
forgot
Crow
that
was
came
terrible, but it was worse than that. Yeah.
but yeah, Madam Web has a cultural footprint. So I think that at least counts for something.
I think it depends what you mean by worst, right? So
Yeah.
entertainment level, this thing is actually like top 10 for the
Sure,
year,
yeah,
right?
that's probably
But
true.
Yeah.
actual movie and script and all of that, yeah, this is abominable.
Yeah, I mean, the most fun that I had watching movies this year, you've got at the top, you got what, Dune Part 2, and then you've probably got Madam Web.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I could picture Madam Web if they'd made it a comedy and a musical.
Oh no.
So
They did
it
make
should
it
have
a
been
comedy accidentally, but
Yeah, it should have been flip-flopped with Joker, is what he's saying, I think. This should have been the musical.
It would have been way worse if they'd done that, because the real genius of Madam Web is that it completely lacks all self-awareness. It doesn't think that it's as funny as it is, and that's what makes it so very funny. If they'd sort of been, in the movie itself, more aware that they were doing something quite comedic, then it wouldn't have had anything like the same effect. And in fact, it probably would have been a complete drag to sit through, is because like it's trying to be funny, but it's so aware that it's trying to be funny that it fails. The fact that somebody unironically sat down and wrote the line about, researching spiders in the Amazon with my mother before she died, or whatever the fuck it was, and they thought that was not only good, but that should go in a trailer because it was that good.
Nailed it.
That's just absolutely hilarious to me, and I will always love this movie for it. But in terms of like its own self-contained quality, I mean, there are others which probably, they do exceed it in terms of terribleness. I think Rebel Moon definitely beats it.
I would say so, yeah.
But it's a really tricky one to balance out. Your quality is probably bottom 10 and enjoyment top 10. I think it would be my.
It definitely set a new bar for how much you can milk in a trailer out of absolutely nothing, because the entire trailer was footage of them in their costumes, and that was 30 seconds of the movie.
Yeah, and it's like the last 30 seconds of the film.
Yeah, and a couple of flash forwards that we don't even really have any context for until later. But,
and of course they put the guy in a Spider-Man suit because you need Spider-Man in a Spider-Man-less movie.
Well, Peter Parker was mentioned and Ben Parker was there. So we kind of got Spider-Man, sort of.
God.
I mean, I do think Platoon is correct, though, that the truly bad, they're entertaining movies have to be made earnestly.
Yes.
The people cannot be aware of what they're doing. Otherwise, if you're doing a parody, then you also have to be a genius writer who really understands, the genre that you're parodying, and the Zucker brothers aren't making anything new. So, you have to depend on them not knowing how bad they truly are.
I just checked the other line of dialogue that just made me cackle from Madam Web. They're teenagers now, but in the future they'll have powers. They'll try to destroy me.
They are teenagers now, but in the future they will have powers.
Didn't they overdub all of his dialogue, or like most of his dialogue?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Seemed like it was
Poorly.
all ADR.
Yep.
God.
Oh yeah, nothing he said actually matched the way his mouth was moving at any point in the movie. It was quite impressive, actually, how inaccurate it was. I'd never seen anything quite like it. And even then, like, you overdub it, so you'd think, well, did that mean that they re-recorded it? In the time it took them to do that, did they consider rewriting any of it? Because with a line like that, that's your chance to fix it. But no, and almost every one of his lines is like that. But then it's only topped by the context in which he gets the power to know that the girls will one day have powers and try to kill him. Is that, like, he takes some CIA MILF back from the opera, I think it is, and that's he's been bitten by a spider, and so he uses her to get her login details for the NSA, which in the 90s has the ability to do all kinds of high-tech tracking stuff, including turning traffic lights green in a bit to stop people, which I thought was very funny as well, rather than just turning them red. Just turn them green and hope there's a crash. Okay, good luck.
I hope the spiders were worth it, Mom.
At least in 20 years' time or whatever, when Marvel does another, they want to do another super meta film like Deadpool 3 or something, they're going to trot out Dakota Johnson as Madam Web again. We have that to look forward to.
Yeah, it's like a trivia question, or a reference in Deadpool 4 or 5, like you say. It's But I actually found Madam Web more enjoyable and funnier than Deadpool and Wolverine, just because of the
Can I read some lines from this?
Oh,
please do.
How would you know if you could climb a wall if you've never tried?
That's the true philosophical question for the ages.
Isn't that when she runs face first into the wall? Isn't that like that scene?
Yeah, wait, hold on.
Did the teenagers one?
Doesn't she say that line to herself? Or does she say it to like her cat or something? I'm trying to remember.
She says it to herself in Peru when she's learning from the spider people.
Yes, that
bit. Yeah, about her past. You know the best thing about the future? It hasn't happened yet. Said breaking the fourth wall, by the way.
Oh God.
This truly is a course in philosophy when you examine it, how deep it is.
It's a movie of all time.
Yes.
And yet nobody thought to try and tell the evil guy that the future isn't set. There's no fate but what you make for ourselves. Maybe the correct response to your visions is not to go and try and pre-murder a bunch of teenage girls. Have you considered talking to them at any point? No? Okay, fair enough. Just kill them.
How about just move to the other side of the country? And then
how about don't be evil? That's one thing. You don't have to be a dick.
Yeah.
But they're gonna have powers soon. He has no choice.
Oh, that's
yeah. He just needed the girl from Ant-Man to show up and tell him to not be a dick, and everything would be fine.
This is another line. When you take on the responsibility, great power will come.
Yes, the inversion of with great power comes great responsibility.
The girls were never your future. I was.
Pepsi would beg to differ.
We have a super chat. Sorry, I'll come back to the regular screen. Thrill House for $2. Call her Madam, because she got web from D. Johnson.
I will do my best, guys, to keep up with. There's a lot of topics, so if I see one that's attached to something, I will try to keep up with it. But yeah, that's not all we have today, guys. We got plenty of shit.
I know.
About.
We could
waste too much time.
We're just trying to stay with the good stuff. We don't want to get into the bad.
All right. Any last words about Madam Web?
I think that people have talked more about Madam Web and had more to say, and it has left a larger cultural footprint than a film I think we're coming to relatively soon, which is supposed to be really good, and everyone saw it and came away saying that was really good, and yet it didn't really have much of a footprint in my experience at all, which would be Dune Part 2. How on earth did you guess that that's where that was going? Well done.
Yeah.
Is that actually the next one on the list, or have I jumped ahead? I want to go chronologically.
No, this is the next one on the list.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Perfect.
That was good. That was a completely unintentional segue.
Perfect. But so you feel like this didn't leave a cultural footprint then?
I think its cultural footprint is people saying things like, oh, yeah, Dune Part 2, that was good. I remember seeing that, having forgotten that they'd seen it for the last
So kind of like Avatar.
Months. Sort of, yes. Yeah, not as soulless as Avatar, not as bad as Avatar, like not as cheap or like repetitious as Avatar, but for as much as it's hailed for its technical proficiency and its achievements in cinematography, I think it's probably a sign of how relatively empty not only this movie but its first part was as well, is that I just don't hear people talking about how amazing was the journey of Paul Atreides. Everyone says, oh yeah, I thought Chaney and fucking what's her name who's in everything these days, she kind of ruined it a bit, but I think the main character doesn't get much of a word in. None of the main characters do. Baron Harkonnen's design was pretty cool, but as a character he sort of lacks everything. Maybe I'm being unduly pessimistic. I know lots of people did enjoy it. I enjoyed it for what it was. It's just that my experience and the people I hang out with it has completely dropped out of all conversation. So now is our chance to converse about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let the guests speak. Go right ahead, sir.
I was going to say, I'm not even sure that I have a huge amount to say about Dune Part 2 because, like you say, I've pretty much forgotten it. I watched it when it came out in the cinema, and I did enjoy it a lot. Probably more than the first one. But I can't... If you asked me to tell you what the plot was, I wouldn't be able to remember. I don't know why, because usually I'm pretty good at remembering plots. But yeah. I know there was a very silly bit with a whole bunch of nuclear bombs that just kind of came out of nowhere. Josh Brolin shows up like, I've got bombs, you want to use them?
By the way, I found the nukes.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm sorry, you found what? that was a plot development that kind of came out of nowhere. But no, I thought I enjoyed it a lot. It's just that I have not felt any urge to go back and watch it again, and I couldn't really tell you why.
I'll tell you why. It's because the leading man is not leading man material. I think Zendaya could beat Timothée Chalamet in a fair fight.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go with you on that one.
He's the McLovin of leading men.
How you doing, buddy? Yeah, no,
he is kind of like McLovin.
Yeah, it was kind of a competition to see who could be string beanier in between these two. Yeah, I agree with what everyone said. The ending, it was one of those films where you're kind of like, oh, it's over. It didn't have a lot of like sticking power with me. I remember watching the first one a lot more than the second one, and I think it is kind of one of those things. Maybe there's a lot of movies this year that I think kind of got a pass because since they weren't absolute garbage, we were like, oh, it's great. We're getting a return to form in cinema, and it was like when really this is like a C tier movie. And, we're getting, we've best been used to getting, shit on for the last 5 or 6 years. So when you see something that's adequate, you praise it because, you want to go back in that direction. But yeah, I don't plan on buying these. I don't plan on owning them.
Yeah, I think
it's one of those. It's one
go
of
ahead.
those
Go ahead.
movies where like, sorry, Emperor. I'll let you go in a minute.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I had an interesting way of viewing this movie because I hadn't read the books and I skipped the first one when it first came out. So I just watched them back to back when this one came out to theaters. And I enjoyed this one a lot more than the first. But it's really, I just remember how the movie made me feel. It didn't, like you, Random, I don't really remember the plot of these movies other than I know where it's supposed to go. He's supposed to be like the opposite of the hero's journey. And that's all I really remember out of these movies. But I remember enjoying the connection between the villain and Timothée Chalamet's character by the end of the film. I remember that being really intense, and that's pretty much it. It is kind of on that Avatar level of it's beautiful to look at and it's beautiful to listen to, and then I just kind of forget about it.
Yeah, I think this is Dune 1 was a little better than Dune 2, but they're both kind of empty calorie movies, right? You go in, the experience of them is one thing, and then they don't stick with you, right? It's just gone. And that's the problem.
Yeah, everybody was saying, you've got to see it on IMAX and things like that. If you've got to see it on IMAX, then it can't be that good of a story.
Yeah,
if you have to see it on IMAX, how good could it be?
It's like if you rewatch, say, the Lord of the Rings trilogy on any TV, and it's, of course, your viewing experience will be changed by the size of the screen and the quality of the audio, but it's the story and the characters that really resonate, like the quality of the soundtrack and the score. Like every actual thing that matters about the character of the movie can be transmitted via any size of screen, I think. And like Dune does look incredible on a big screen, and it sounds incredible in an IMAX theater. But if that's your main takeaway from the movie, then the movie's content isn't doing a huge amount for you. It's just designed to be an aesthetic experience, which is fair enough. That's one important point of movie making, but it's not the main one in my view, which is that it's supposed to be a narrative storytelling medium. The main problem I always found with this is I think, and going back to the books, they've stripped away most of what makes the characters believable and what gets you invested in their story. Because Denis Villeneuve doesn't really like dialogue scenes at all. He doesn't really have many options available to recreate a lot of the tension and the character forming scenes that rely on dialogue in the books, for example. The huge, very important scene setting moments are omitted because too much talking is entailed. But for the Timothée Chalamet point, he matches the character's description in the book almost exactly. So I will defend Timothée Chalamet, as I always do, for not being miscast in the role. The problem is that they don't give him very much. So in the book, obviously, the kind of events track in the sense that the film shows the attack on the sea edge, and that makes him slightly angry, so he goes to war. In the book, he has a kid, and the kid gets killed in this attack. So he then, that's the obvious tipping point moment. He's been resisting this urge to sort of lapse into destiny for the entire time. But the fact that the Harkonnens go, they kill his son, and they kidnap his sister, who has been born by this point. basically makes him think, I can't actually resist this future. It has to come to this war. His mother at one point says, your father wouldn't act this rashly. And his motive for saying, I am not my father, is that he has been reduced to anger. So in that moment, he has to give up on his ambition to stop the future jihad. That is kind of missing from the movie because obviously he doesn't have a son and the daughter isn't born, so she can't be kidnapped. So it's a quite like deracinated version, a mere attack on a Siege, the likes of which has been happening throughout the movie anyway, is the thing that makes him say, oh, I'm annoyed now, I'm going to go fight Fade Ralph or whoever he is. And that's it. So it's not a casting problem, it's entirely a problem of the character being stripped of most of what makes the character compelling to begin with.
Yeah, I think this was, because it's always, I've always struggled when people go, oh, just turn off your brain and watch a movie. And I was like, I can't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. But I understood, I think it was when I saw Dune 2 and people, their reactions to it, that it really kind of sunk in how some people experience movies. And it really is just simply a visual and audio spectacle, right? It's like going to a fireworks display. And in that moment, you're seeing things that you haven't seen before, and these, you know, huge sounds and all this, and you leave, and that's the end of it. It just goes away, and you're like, yeah, that was a cool experience, but that's not why I go to movies. I'm going there because movies are supposed to be telling a story.
Yeah, I think it was in Despot of Antrim's video on Dune Part 2, where he kind of goes into the fact that they essentially do a time crunch from the books, because, like you said, Platoon, Paul has a child by this point in the story. I can't remember because I haven't read the books, but how long is the time jump after the end of Part 1 and into Part 2 meant to be in the books?
Oh God, testing my memory. I don't really think there is one, unless I'm misremembering it badly.
Oh, sorry. When I say time jump, I don't think it's literally like a time jump. I think it's that the events are taking place over a prolonged period of time, because he obviously becomes the leader of like the Fremen, and in the film, it seems to just happen very, very quickly, like very shortly after the Atreides are wiped out. And also he has a child, which means that the story must have taken place over enough time for him to have a child and the child to grow up. Whereas in the film, this tells you how long it's been since I've seen the film. Jessica is the mother.
Yes.
Yeah. Jessica, Rebecca Ferguson, she is pregnant at the start of the first film, and she hasn't given birth by the end of the second film, which means that all of those events cannot have taken place over longer than 9 months. And in the book, my understanding is that that is not the case at all, which makes it a lot more believable.
Oh, yeah, I get you. Yeah, there's a huge amount of condensing of the narrative, but the book there's not so much a time jump in the sense that you leave the narrative and then you pick up the narrative again 3 years later, because in the interim you jump away and you spend a lot more time, say, with the Harkonnens than you do in this movie, and you spend a lot more time with who's the Mentat character,
the guy that was cut from the film, I forget his name,
who's really quite important in the books, but is not in the Part 2. So that you are spending that time away from Arrakis. You're not just losing time completely. And so you get a huge amount more of the political intrigue, developing the Harkonnen characters and the Harkonnen family, who are all variously more intricate and well-drawn and more complex than the versions you get in the movie, when like the Baron is just power-hungry and evil, and what's his name, the played by Dave Bautista's character, whose name I forget, is just an angry moron. Whereas in the book, like, he's very deliberate. Raban, that's the one. He's very deliberately set up for a fall, because there's all part of the grand machination. You get a lot more of the stuff, like the reason that Gurney Halleck, for example, has a particular grudge against him is that, I think, again, this was cut from the film, Gurney Halleck's wife is murdered by the Harkonnens, and specifically by Raban, I think. So he wants to take vengeance against him, which makes it an important scene when in the movie Paul says, no, I'll do it. That's supposed to be really important, because that is showing that Paul is sublimating all of his various followers and now becoming under him, even though that's the one thing he wanted to avoid. He has become the de facto leader of the jihad, to the exclusion of all the people around him and all of their personal stories. But you have to set up the fact that they have a personal story before you can show its denial being important. And you don't really get that either. In fact, I don't think there's any mention of Gurney Halleck's family in either part of the movie. So, like, again, another example of a relatively unimportant side character who's way better drawn with material that you could have stuck into the film if you had used more dialogue, but they didn't want to do that.
Platoon, there's a super chat for you regarding Dune.
From Svictus Nepotism for 50 shekels. Dear Platoon, I have a bachelor thesis 7,000 word deadline in a week. Not nearly done. Writing about Dune, deconstructing the hero's journey. Any tips? You've probably already seen it. I have a whole video on that subject on the second channel, which is part of the Dune video that I want eventually to be on the main channel, which I need to work on over the next few weeks. So I would say go watch that, because it goes into like the difference between the hero's journey and the Raglan mythotype, which is the thing that Herbert was actually following. But it's basically the fact that the story continues on is the thing that subverts the hero's journey, because it doesn't end with any kind of climactic triumph. It is very deliberately to say that this person's rise is just the precursor to his fall, and everything he tried to stop happens, and everything he tried to accomplish fails. But that video condenses it better than I can do in this stream, I think.
He should plagiarize it.
Yeah, just nick it. Fuck it, why not?
Yeah. Who would know?
Oops. Yeah, I think that was the only super chat related to Dune. So we're trying to keep it related to the topic, I guess.
They are making a third one. Denis Villeneuve is making a third one.
That's what he claims.
That's what he says. Yeah,
I heard.
And from what I've heard, the quality of the books kind of takes a bit of a sharp downturn. I don't know if anyone can corroborate that.
Oh,
Sort of.
Not yet.
Yeah.
From what I heard, a lot of people like Dune Messiah. That would be the next one, right?
Yeah, I believe that Denis Villeneuve is making Messiah, and I think that his plan from the start was always to be done with Dune after Messiah. So whether he will end up making more after Messiah, who knows? But his intention was always to make 1, 2, and then Messiah.
I think the general consensus is that it's after Messiah that the quality of the books really takes a bit of a nosedive. Messiah is a significantly shorter book, but the quality difference isn't quite the same. It does introduce a bunch of things that you could tell Frank Herbert hadn't thought about in advance, because if he had, then they would have played a really big part in the first book. So there's a few little things like that which are inconsistent, but it's still not bad. And then after that is when he takes too many mushrooms after that point, I think.
Yeah, he gets pretty high concept. Like, is that the one where he like merges with the worm?
Yeah, God Emperor.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I visited those books.
Yeah, so, and then avoid Brian's books entirely.
Yes.
Actually, a couple more super chats came in for Dune. Let's see here. Our good friend Larry for $5. The real reason time crunch was to avoid casting a child actor to pull off Leah.
I wonder if it's that, and if it's because we also wanted it to seem more like a grounded, gritty, realistic sci-fi, which everybody wants to do these days. And everyone remembers the kid from the David Lynch version as being so like uncanny and weird, and it was like Baby Yoda is. But then I kind of go back and forth, because it's supposed to be uncanny and weird. Yes. It's supposed to be very alien, human, but alien too. It's supposed to unsettle you. And you sort of lose some of the imagination that a lot of those old science fiction writers were capable of imagining when you reduce everything to gritty realism. If it's just sort of slightly abstract, or I can have a conversation in a dream with a fully grown version of my sister, is not as jarring as this very, very clever, obviously pre-born, highly cognizant child who's running around with the intellect of a super genius. Like, I kind of want a more of the weirdness back, as unsettling and as slightly cringy as it can sometimes be.
Is the David Lynch version worth watching?
Yes.
I liked it.
I think so.
Okay.
They do hit a lot of the same beats. There's certain things that both adaptations kind of, they go tit for tat in both films with the book. I mean, there's certain things that you can't skip on. And there's certain concepts that I thought were surprisingly similar, even given, the time difference in between these films. And, there's definitely things that you can take away and enjoy about the David Lynch one for sure.
Yeah, I was just really surprised when I saw that the David Lynch one is like barely over 2 hours long, whereas the Denis Villeneuve ones are like 5.5 hours, I think, in total. I obviously, like, the Denis Villeneuve films are quite slow, as is his style. But like, I don't know how you could tell that story in like just over 2 hours. It reminds me of like when I watched the animated version of The Hobbit, which tells same story as the Hobbit trilogy, but it tells it in like 68 minutes or something.
Yeah,
so
but
it is
they don't have
so
that
tight.
stupid log ride scene.
Yes,
That I was positive they were making a theme park after I saw that scene in the movie. I was like, oh, we're gonna get a like a Shire world in one of the at Universal or Disney. Someone's making a log ride.
I bet it exists already.
Yeah, so 84 Dune, it compresses too much, but it's mostly towards the end.
They set it in one planet, didn't they?
Yeah, it's all on Arrakis. I mean, they start out on the Atreides homeworld, and then you have some scenes with the Emperor, and he actually talks to the Navigator, and that's that's a scene. But I think the best parts of 84 Dune is that it gives you a better feel for the different cultures of the different families and houses, whereas Villeneuve's Dune, it just seemed like it was the same people essentially sharing similar architectures and things like that, and there's not enough radical difference in cultures like there is in Lynch's and like there is in the book.
Oh, but he filmed all the Geardy Prime scenes with a weird color filter on. That's different.
Yeah, there has to be an invisible sun.
We're gonna spend
Thing reference.
12 hours doing these if we'd spend 20 minutes per movie.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we got a lot of fucking movies to go through, guys.
Just scroll by and we can just shout it's shit as it goes by.
Yeah.
Ian
Well,
can
some of
definitely
these you
summarize
probably
them.
will. Honestly, it might balance itself out. But we do have another super chat related to Dune here. Arala for an ass $5. After watching Dune Part 2, my group had nothing to say about it. We all just said bye and went home. Very different from the first film.
Yeah, there's more to say, I think, about the first one. The first one has more characters in it. Like, I am awful with names. His father, Leto, his father, is more close to the books. He actually has characterization and motive and some stakes. He suffers a bit from the cuts in the exchanges with the other political leaders on Arrakis and things like that, but you understand where he is. He's like the Ned Stark of Dune, basically, and probably is where George R.R. Martin got some of the ideas from for Ned Stark. But that gives you a character that you can sort of invest in and the journey that you can follow and stakes that you can understand and relationships that you like and all the rest of that stuff. All the stuff that really does make for a better movie, which you lose, I think, in Dune Part 2. Certainly by the time when Cheney decides that she needs no man actually and just decides to be a girl boss.
Well, any other last words about Dune before we move on?
I think it's bullshit that Hans Zimmer has been told that he can't be nominated for an Oscar for his score.
Oh yeah, that was weird.
Wait, why was that? I mean, apart from the fact
because
that
he had to reuse some of Part 1's music, so they said that disqualifies him.
Yeah,
Hans
which
Zimmer
is
reusing stuff. Never.
It's really dumb because I mean, it's the reason for it is to stop people like John Williams from just winning all the Oscars every time a Star Wars movie comes out. And I understand that, but at the same time, the counter argument, I think Hans Zimmer actually said something approximating this. This might be where I'm getting this from, is that movie studios are obviously very aware of the Oscars, even if they say that they don't necessarily care about them. And if that then gets fed to the composer, then that means that the composers are going to be told to do something that is potentially going against their creative vision, so that way the film will be eligible for an Oscar that it otherwise wouldn't have been eligible for. And I think that if you do that, if they're like, don't keep using the Rohan theme in Return of the King, even though you need to use that theme in Return of the King, because otherwise we won't get our 13th Oscar, then you're just damaging the film, basically. So that's why I think it's bullshit.
Yeah, the Imperial March.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many themes, especially because of the number of sequels that exist now. There are so many musical themes that are just instantly recognizable as being part of it. When Indiana Jones 6 comes out, obviously they're going to have the same musical score. And whether it's John Williams composing it or not, if the music in that film is really good, it should be eligible for an Oscar, but it won't be.
Oops, my bad. I meant to click this because this is next. Did anyone actually see this?
Fuck, this movie came out.
I didn't even bother.
No.
I have never heard of this movie.
Oh, I heard of it. I heard of it enough to go, nope.
This will make up for the Madam Web and Dune talk.
Yes.
Is this the sequel to the 2016 one?
Yeah, no.
No.
It's equal to Afterlife.
Afterlife. Yeah. So we know about it. Some of us do. It's good.
I saw it
Yeah, I
as
was
well. I'm just
aware
trying to
of it.
remember anything about it. I think that the one nice thing I think I had to say at the time is that it was one of the only movies I'd seen where you had an old returning cast and they weren't portrayed as miserable people who were just ready to die. In fact, they went out of their way to counter that because you had a conversation between, I can't remember which two characters it was. Oh dear. Two of them are like Winston and some of the other one of the other ones is saying like, oh, we're too old to do this. Like, but this is what I want to do. This is fun. Like, what do you expect me to do instead? Do you like just go and sit there and be miserable? No, like just because I'm old doesn't mean I have to stop, doing what I love, which I thought was a really nice message. It's just a shame about the rest of the movie.
I remember tiny Stay Puft Marshmallow Men. That's
Yeah. I was like, oh, mini key jangling. Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
Convenient
what
pocket
this.
size.
Too many people said it was crap, but for what I gathered, the main problem was it had too many main characters.
It was a
It looks
huge
like it.
cast. Yeah, you had all the original cast and all of the newer movie cast as well for a team of what 9, 10
so they,
maybe.
they pulled
no.
a Jurassic World 3.
Kind of, yeah.
I just remembered a plot point of this that was bad. The angsty teen girl with the lesbian ghost friend.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh,
That's a
Wait.
great description.
Nobody told me about that. I would have watched.
yeah. Splendid.
Oh,
And all
God.
I remember about that is that it happened, and I think arson was involved somehow. But yeah, it's just the movie occurred. That's all there is to say about it. I think.
This was once a thing.
Okay. What is next then? Sorry, Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. You didn't register. Roadhouse.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
God.
I fell asleep in this.
Well,
This
I'll
was-
tell
this
you who
was a-
didn't fall asleep. Conor McGregor. 'Cause
Yeah,
that dude
no,
was
no.
wired. That dude was Conor McGregor on coke for this movie.
Yeah, he found the hidden 80s stash of coke for this one.
Yes,
My
he
God.
did.
Yeah. Found that good stuff.
Yeah, so this was not a good remake. This was
Nope.
not a good movie. Nothing about it was entertaining at all. Except Conor McGregor, actually. I found him extremely entertaining.
I think the only thing other than Conor McGregor playing Conor McGregor as Conor McGregor was they actually did something innovative with the stunts for the fights. So the reason that a lot of those punches look more physical than a lot of stuff that we see is they were actually hitting, but what they had with pads up next to, like if he's getting hit in the face, there's a pad next to the face that's getting hit that kind of makes him react. And then they would shoot the other shot with the guy throwing, and he was actually hitting a pad. So you would see his fist stop. You would see the physicality go through the arm. Yeah, that's the only good thing about this.
Well, I remember them trying some interesting camera work, especially with the final fight.
Yeah.
If I were to give it any bit of praise, but otherwise, it's just a shitty remake of that didn't need to exist. And the most I remember about it is the controversies. I think Jake Gyllenhaal was upset it didn't get a theatrical release.
Mm-hmm.
I remember. Yeah.
Can I ask the panel's opinion? Do we think that the original movie is like amazing?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
The original movie is like
because I've gotten no, it's crap, or no, you don't know what you're talking about. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of films where I go, hey, this is just a fun movie.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, one of their biggest missteps is this film didn't end with a big fat guy under a bear going, a bear fell on me. And, it was like, that's the level of like dumbness that we're going with here. And since we didn't get that, like, I just found this to be totally not needed.
Yeah, I think the original movie has much more heart and there's an actual story that is somewhat interesting. It is fantastic 80s schlock that is entertaining. But I mean,
And that
there
Sam
are things
Elliott
happening.
swagger.
This is nobody's likable in this remake.
He ripped a man's throat out with his bare hands in the original.
Well, that's because, I mean, the guy did say that he used to put guys like you in prison, and that's a reason to rip someone's throat out. That's
Did one.
I mean, I do like that. That was like his finisher. That was like his goatee. You know, because they kind of like allude to it, and then I think you see it twice in the film.
Badass. Unlike this one.
this was just ass.
Yeah,
I
this
thought
was
the first-
just ass.
I thought the first movie was a good film, really enjoyable, just silly action played out as it should
it was
have.
it was of its era, you know. It was the Commando and the Roadhouses of
Exactly.
the 80s. Yeah, they were fun.
It was waving goodbye to the 80s.
Yeah. They were a golden age of movies. It was a good one. It had Predator. It had RoboCop.
Yes.
So, so not too much on this one. Just the remake that really didn't need to exist.
I think Jake Gyllenhaal and what's his name, Ryan Gosling. I think they might be the same person because they both blow him to death.
I think Jake Gyllenhaal has a little bit more chops.
Yeah, Nightcrawler. That was
yes, that was
fantastic.
like.
Yeah,
That movie was so good.
I don't know if this is a hot take, but Jake Gyllenhaal is one of my favorite actors. I think it could be that I've just seen completely different Jake Gyllenhaal films because no doubt he has done some crap. But yeah, Nightcrawler would be one, Prisoners would be another. I love his performance in both of those movies.
Prince of Persia, let's go.
I remember him and Donnie Darko arguing about
Oh,
snuff
yeah.
I was like, nah.
How exactly
It was
do you
supposed to be
suck a
like,
fuck?
Bubble Boy.
Oh yeah, man, he's been around for a while. Bubble Boy, holy god!
I'm pretty sure the song "Teenage Dirtbag" was the.
He was good in Zodiac.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zodiac was good.
Yep. Oh yeah, Southpaw.
Oh, I did like that movie too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's been in some great films. He's just been in some stinkers as well. I mean, but what major actor hasn't?
I find him just missing personality. He's not got presence. It's like, I wouldn't go watch a film just because he's in it, ever.
I mean, I guess it just depends on the film. Like, I mean, because
Grendel.
Wow.
Gifted 50 little Platoon memberships. If I had a clap sound effect, I would be clapping right now.
Thank you very much, sir. I have precisely one sound effect, and it is a swear button, so you can have that. I think
Worth the money.
Yes,
I do have
yes,
yes,
Oh God, that's this year too. Oh no.
Oh yeah, that's
what a good time.
That will be here. Yeah. Next up, though, after Roadhouse, was this movie.
Oh yeah.
Is it a good idea when you have to blank out one of the words in your movie?
I think it looks worse when you blank it out.
Seems like it was the less appropriate N word that they used there.
Wait, should I do this?
Funny.
Yep. I feel safer with my camera off talking about this one.
Yeah, I feel racist.
Okay, chat. Guess the word.
Hackers. People who annoy you.
You're all welcome.
Thank you, Dark Hour.
Oh God.
I never saw this movie. The only thing I know about it is that it has a funny title. Did anybody actually watch it?
No.
Am I the only person who actually saw this movie in the world?
What?
Yeah.
I'm way to out yourself, Dark Hour. Good luck with that.
I went to theaters. I got a promo T-shirt.
Well, I did go see it in theaters, actually. It was hilarious. I was the only one there.
You were the only one in your theater?
That happens a lot, actually, because I usually do like the Friday morning show. So
nice.
I mean, that's perfectly believable given the box office returns for this movie.
Like, I woke up on Christmas morning and went to go see Nosferatu. Like, I miss going to movies by myself. Like, But I don't.
Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Honestly, the joke is just that I censored the the poster.
Yeah.
I don't really have much else to say, so I'm gonna pop back out.
Oh, I would have totally believed that was the poster, though. Like that they had to blank that out because I could see that not flying very well with various groups of people.
You
Look,
can
when they
imagine
said
in
the movie
some
wasn't for
countries-
me, I believe them.
Yes.
I bet in Sweden or something, they probably did do that.
Reaper, hello, my friend. Welcome to the panel.
Right. Just woke up.
Right on. Well,
I saw this movie.
Oh, you did? Perfect. That's perfect.
Well,
Wow.
it starts off with him in an art gallery, and he's selling shitty balls of twine as art, and no one, of course, buys it, and so he must think racism. That's literally how the film starts.
Naturally.
No, I'm not joking.
Where my
It
mind
is
would
like
go.
just ropes. He's just selling ropes of twine.
I
That's
know
it.
I live very near Detroit, and when no one buys my balls of twine, I immediately think it's a racial thing.
I mean, that's
you're
one of the
white.
reasons I don't buy twine.
Someone mentioned this in chat, and I had to just double check this. In the UK, this movie made £15,000 at the box office.
That's why I said it was perfectly believable. The Dark Hour was alone in the theater when he saw it. That seems to be everyone's experience who saw it.
Yeah,
Did they cry
I think
racism
that they-
because no one saw this fucking thing?
They actually sent him a personalized thank you card for going to see the film.
Yeah.
Thank you, white man.
I think it was
made-
actually the twine that kept most people away from it.
It actually
Always
made less than the salary of one person working in that cinema where it was shown. What is the point? It's just, why even release it at that point?
What was the total box office on this?
Let's look
2.5
that up.
million is what I just found.
Oh,
God.
that is
I don't know how much
magical.
it cost.
Oof, magoof.
I'm gonna guess it costs somewhere in the $15 to $20 million range. That's what I'm gonna guess.
So according to Wikipedia, it made 2.5 million. It doesn't have the budget written down, which means that's probably not a good thing.
This is and this is the worst split I've ever seen. So if it made £15,000 over there, its international take was $15,603. So
Where did that other $603 come from?
it made 99.4% of all of its money in America. I've never
Estimated
seen
budget of-
that split ever.
Apparently, its
Estimated
budget
budget
was
15
estimated.
million.
Yeah, 15 million, and they made 2.5. Good lord.
Oh,
That's
this
just
movie
hilarious.
is
In
elaborate.
all of the so like loads of money. Well, not loads. It made money in America, £16,000 in England, and then it made £600 from the rest of all of the world everywhere.
Yes. I want to know what country represents that other 600.
If you want to know a country who is obsessed with race, it would be, there's one. Otherwise, no one cares about the plight of the American Society of Magical blank.
Not us.
Yeah.
You know how it ends?
Indulge me.
The girlfriend he gets is a part of the American Society of Feminists.
Yes, that is exactly
That's
what it
the
is.
ending.
100%.
Sequel date. We need that movie.
Yes.
Oh,
We need the American
Yeah.
Society
They
Cinematic
literally
Universe.
have a white tears. That thing behind him is a white tears meter.
Well, that's right,
not
because
even-
that's the most dangerous animal that's
Yeah.
known.
Wait, do they
Yep.
use white tears as money? Like, what's the purpose of it?
I
in the
don't.
film?
I don't remember. I think it was just to
Oh,
measure
I-
the level. If I recall.
yeah, no.
something
It's
like
when
that.
white tears get too high, that's when white
Danger.
people start to
Yeah.
get a little dangerous. Start to, they start to form groups.
Yeah, because that was in the trailer, right? The you know what the most dangerous animal is? He's like, I don't know, a tiger or whatever. White people.
Yeah, and then they
There's a
wonder
big-
why it made no money.
There's a big speech at the end where he goes, "You see me as nothing more than a diversity hire," but he got hired because he was black.
You see nothing. You see me for nothing but what I am.
He
I gotta go back and
literally
rewatch
took
this
every
movie. I really
stereotype
do.
which he is.
Oof.
Yeah, if they would just look forward to the future when he gets powers, then they would understand.
But they never explained the magic. Was it African magic or was it magic made in America? And if they have magic, why didn't they take over? It makes no sense.
Oh, it's the Wakanda problem. Yeah, if you're that powerful, then why do you also suck? It's just
yeah. So it's a meta commentary because there's a pretty big, I think it was Spike Lee that brought it up.
It's the white man holding him down. That's why.
The idea of the magical Negro in movie, like Bagger Vance, things like that, right? The ones, and
Morbius.
so they're trying to make that reference. Unfortunately, they thought it would be a movie. It was not.
It's actually my favorite Key and Peele sketch ever is when there's two magical Negroes and they run into each other and they have to have a magical Negro off.
Yes,
because there can be only one.
There can be only one.
That actually just came through.
Yeah, Tom waiting for $4.99. Nice. Key and Peele did a parody of the magical Negro trope, but way better.
Yes, they did.
We're slowly getting this monetized.
Right, fellas, I'm going to jump off and make space for somebody better. Anybody. Somebody better.
Thanks so much for coming on, Melvin. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, good to see you.
No worries. Thanks for having me. And I wish you all a merry journey.
You too. Happy New Year.
See you later.
Yeah. Yeah. All of that crap. All of that bollocks.
Okay.
Dark Hour with the trigger finger. Get out of here.
I mean, I really wanted to put this one up right here. That's why. So I was like, I gotta. But this is I remember my video, which got probably about as many views as the film itself, which is saying it didn't get many. I kept changing the term, and one of the ones I used was melanin abundant individuals. That was one of the ones I used.
Well, you didn't see Book of Clarence, did you?
Book of Clarence.
No,
it's Black Jesus movie. It is horrendous on every level. It's worse than Magical Negroes.
I never even heard of it. When did it come out?
I never heard of that.
I don't know if it's this year or last year. Let me see. I think it was. Let me check. This year, January 12th. The problem is, it's got Jesus in it, who's black, and then a guy called Clarence who steals Jesus' story and is also black. So you've got two black.
Wait, what?
It's black on black crime. This is terrible.
How does that even work?
Because it's two stories that don't make any sense smushed together. So you've got Book of Clarence, who's supposed to be the guy that inspires the story of Jesus, but they have to put a black Jesus was black in it. So they have an actual black Jesus doing miracles, as Clarence is also doing miracles. Like, Clarence comes back from the dead, but Jesus, like, stops stones being thrown at some woman like he's Neo from The Matrix.
Like, I completely understand if you wanted to do the black Jesus thing, and then Clarence is the white guy who kind of steals the cred.
It's not funny. It plays itself seriously. Like, Clarence literally gets crucified, and it's a big dramatic scene, and everyone's crying. And I went, "Where the fuck's the comedy? What is over the?" I find it funny, but not.
They have like a hip hop remix of "Always Look at the Bright Side of Life."
That'd be all right.
That's the thing. It thinks it's like Life of Brian, but it is no. It plays itself so seriously. It's the worst movie I've ever seen.
Yeah, the premise almost sounded like Holy Moses, which is a Dudley Moore movie from like '81 or something like that, where he just keeps like stumbling into scenes where Moses is there, and he thinks that God is actually talking to him and giving him all these things to do, and he's terrible at it. But no, if they're taking it all the way to him getting crucified with followers, not so much.
But I think the whole film is played seriously. I mean, there's certain moments where he smokes weed and then he has it. Obviously, he's black. You know, they have that moment in it. But like, it literally is. He gets sacrificed. He's going, "Oh," and Jesus has to come and resurrect Clarence.
Oh
I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this movie?
I just looked up the numbers on this movie that I had never heard of. It made slightly more than the other one that we were just talking about. This one made $6 million. God. This one made $6 million instead of 2.5. This film cost $40 million.
Oh my!
Jesus!
I'm suddenly intrigued, and I'm writing this down.
I'm kind of wondering, like, where did the money go? Because I just looked it up on IMDb, and it's like, it looks like something that you would just make for nothing. But
I always like to think that it's craft services.
I mean, is it entertaining at all? I know it's
No.
like you say it's terrible, but there's no entertainment value in it at all, off it being bad kind of thing.
The problem is it plays itself so seriously, and it basically just redoes the Bible, but with just black people.
Huh.
So basically, it's literally you have him walking on water, and he's like, "You're gonna die." And it's like the problem is it takes itself. There's no fun in it. It's supposed to be satirical, but it's not satirical at all.
Adam.
So it's just a terrible movie.
Yeah, I mean, there's an obvious satirical comment there where it was like, Clarence, don't. You know you can't swim.
Oh, no.
If they went that route, if it was like Scary Movie, I would have liked it. But
Right.
it is like, because they want to say Jesus is black, but they also want to say that he's not real, but he is real. There's a guy called Clarence who did his miracles, but Jesus also did miracles. So it's two stories that don't make any sense. Yeah, don't watch it. That's my recommendation.
How much time do you spend looking for these weird?
I was wondering that
race-
too.
race
I've
bait
watched-
movies?
I don't put many reviews out, but I watch a lot of shit. I'm so cynical and broken at this thing.
No.
Can
Did you see
relate.
this in theaters? Or you just happen upon it on like Tubi? Or
I stole it, like I steal everything. I got paid for that. I ain't taking shit. You think I'm giving them money?
Fair enough.
Reaper's like every single one of my videos has been demonetized. I ain't paying nobody shit.
In my reviews, there's literally a Slotlights logo flying around. You can see where I stole it from. You can see the theft. I'll admit it, I committed theft.
I love it when you can get good one.
It's just like that's the thing. It's all about where you steal it and how you just change it, right?
Yeah.
I want to
That
watch the
Lion King
Reaper
one.
movie now. I want to see this.
I have got so many videos I do that just says 1x bet on it, and
Yeah.
I'm just a man of culture, really.
And this
Tom
much, I
Waiting,
keep cutting out the funny Indian man who always interrupts the good scenes in the movie, but I kind of think I should leave him in on some of them because
There's
he's
a
the
new
best
guy.
thing.
He's
They've
a
changed
black
him.
dude who puts money in a blender.
Oh, the
I've seen him
blender
loads of
guy. I
times.
love the blender guy.
He's like doing all that now. That's the one you have to work around.
Just keep
It
him
always
in.
pops up. It's like a weird spot in the movie too, where you're like, is this part of? Oh no, it's that blender guy.
I do
again.
sometimes
Like,
wonder if they
every-
put them there deliberately for comic effect. It's the ones like, especially when it's like a really serious scene and it gets to the end and some guy's delivered the line that's supposed to be really heart wrenching, and then it's suddenly bang, money in blender, really happy guy. It's just
Fuck that blender. Don't worry, Brooksy, you'll be on soon enough. I got some stuff lined up for you.
oh god,
We
Yeah,
did have
I actually got to
slightly
hop out pretty soon.
Cool.
We had a slightly relevant super chat only because Holy Moses was brought up.
yeah. Tom waiting for $4.99. Another person has seen Holy Moses. Thought I was the only one.
No, now there are two of us, Tom.
Now there are two. What were we even talking about? Oh,
The American Society.
Clarence.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
It just took a huge sidetrack for some reason.
Don't worry,
that
I
reason.
can always suggest worst films.
Well, what about this one?
Oof.
Anyone see this? I didn't even see this one.
Didn't see it.
Yeah,
This
this is probably in the top 5 most disappointing films of the year, I would say.
Yeah, this movie was like a catfish, wasn't it? I didn't see it, but I've seen some reviews of it where it was pitched and advertised as one thing, and then you watch it and it's just not that at all.
Well, that summed it up.
That summed it up.
Did anyone actually see it?
Yeah.
I considered seeing it, but that hairline is sort of traumatic, and so I thought, no, fuck it, I can't be asked. It just also
Isn't
didn't
Henry
look
Cavill-
particularly interesting.
Cavill's only in it for like 5 minutes. Yeah, he's at the front.
It's all
that it?
dream
I-
sequences, right?
Didn't the trailers basically suggest he was the main character, or at least one of the main
Yes.
characters in the piece?
Yes, isn't Sam Rockwell the main? And there he is behind Samuel Jackson.
Yeah, and also in front of that blank space right there, unfortunately. That's a deep cut joke that no one got.
Oh yeah. I appreciate it. There we go. I had to double take that.
Well, I guess we haven't seen one of the worst films of the year.
We can file it in the Ghostbusters whatever the fuck movie category of it happened and okay, move on.
Yeah, it sounds like it was probably best skipped anyway.
Catherine O'Hara was in this movie. Oops, someone's being called.
Oh, yep.
They just found Reaper. They were like, "Oh, you've seen the Blender guy too." Yeah.
No, that was uninspired calling me, letting him know it's going to be a little late. I think.
Was that a landline?
As far as you know.
Wow.
Yeah, that sounds like an old school phone.
No, I have older school phones. I actually have a communication set up between my shop and the house that are rotary.
Well, I
phones.
still have a hamburger phone. So how do you like that?
Oh, look at that!
Mm-hmm.
But you have the Sports Illustrated football phone.
No, just stuck with the hamburger. This movie, documentary rather,
Ooh.
Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV. Anyone watch this banger?
Yep.
I started to, and it was a bit disturbing, and I decided I'd opt out because I didn't want to know about it.
Yeah.
Watched it with my wife. Ruined my childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do kind of feel that way, these types of documentaries, doesn't it? Like, hey, remember all those shows you'd enjoyed? All those kids were getting molested.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was like, well, Amanda Bynes makes sense.
I think this must be more traumatic for it because in the UK we just assume that everyone in children's TV has been molested because every few years another TV presenter from the 80s is outed as a nonce, so it's not really that shocking anymore.
Well, we don't have the BBC here, so it's more shocking for us.
Who's your favorite childhood hero that's been a molester?
John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
John Wayne Gacy. Okay.
I'm assuming Captain Kangaroo.
The worst thing is when you're one of the kids he did molest. You know, why not me?
Oh,
yeah,
yes. No matter what I tried.
You always feel left out.
It's a whole
Like, hi,
South
Mr.
episode where,
Cosby.
like, Mr. Garrison
just
goes
as
back
good-looking.
to home to figure out and his whole story is about childhood abuse, and so he goes home, and then his question to his dad is, "Why didn't you molest me? Was I not good enough?" And that's the whole.
I'm just as sexy as all the other kids.
that was the South Park, right? That was my favorite line in any episode where he goes, "Wow, you kiss just like my dad."
Well, what a bombshell to arrive on, molestation and all that stuff. Yeah.
Hi,
beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Hi, buddy.
And you do look lovely tonight, uninspired.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. It just came back from a restaurant, so yeah. How you guys been doing, man?
With a Hollywood producer, he was out with one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing some unspeakable things that to try and get a new role, but hey, we'll see how it works.
My childhood hero that became a molester was probably Michael Jackson, I guess.
I thought you would have said Bill Burr, man.
Who?
Bill Burr, with the with the incident, the jacking off stuff.
Bill Burr.
That wasn't Bill Burr.
I was like, what the fuck?
Blew my mind. That was news to me. That's it was the other comedian. What's his name?
Louis C.K.
Louis C.K. Oh, dude, I was but they look
Bill
the
Burr's
same.
lawyer is on the phone at this.
Yeah, when you hear Goodwin's phone go back off, it's Bill Burr's lawyer.
Yeah, it's Bill. I'm sorry, sir. No, that wasn't me.
Does Louis C.K. count because he didn't touch anyone? He just touched himself in front of people.
Yeah,
He asked for
didn't
consent.
molest
He was like,
anybody.
"Would you mind if I jacked off in front of you?"
Yeah, I don't think he count because they were
How do you
women
mix
as
those
well.
two up? Well, I just did, so there you go.
Seems like a gentleman.
Uninspired now announcing that all white comedians look alike to him.
Yeah, all white comedians look alike.
In fairness, they're both gingers, so
True.
yeah.
I mean,
You
my
better watch out, sir. The
is,
white tears meter is going up.
Yeah, we are the most dangerous animals on the planet.
My favorite comedian is probably Dave Chappelle. I just put him living comedian is probably Dave Chappelle.
Also, non-molesting comedian.
Yes.
Really easily clarified.
And then it's probably followed by Jimmy Carr. I like Jimmy Carr a lot, actually.
Jimmy Carr's
Yeah,
pretty
Jimmy Carr's pretty
He has some pretty good dark humor, and I love dark humor. Yeah.
I like how he just moved away from molesting.
Yeah, no, that
is a
was a
natural
rough
reaction.
transition, guys.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Has
It's
anyone
only
seen
like
this?
an
Not
hour
really.
and 14 minutes into the stream, and we've already hit this nadir of movies where there's just fuck all to talk about because it's 2024. So fuck it. Who's your favorite molesting presenter?
I loved how it was pointed as a childhood hero who was a molester.
I mean, you guys are older than me, man. Didn't you like OJ? Didn't you guys, enjoy OJ
Again,
before he
he
became
didn't
a
molest
killer?
He murdered somebody.
Well, he
How are
became
you
a
boxing
killer.
all this into the same thing? Like if they're a killer, they're a molester. If they jerked off in front of adults, they're a molester.
We don't know what the fuck he did with the
Every
Kardashians, man.
criminal is a molester at this point.
Everyone who's committed a crime is a child molester.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he
White
drank
collar
OJ
crime.
before being arrested. So that's poetic. It's a true story too. He asked for a cup of OJ before being fucking arrested.
Oh,
man.
God.
Again, not molestation.
Well, let's move on to the next topic. But before we do, Emperor
We're going to talk about the
Goodwinter.
Pope. There we go. We're going to talk about the absolute, the Catholic Church, the goats of what we're talking about right now. The MVPs every single year running.
Fucking Michael Jordan of molestation.
Must be the shoes.
Oh no! Sorry, Mom.
So demonetized. Fucking
There you,
God.
there you go. There you go. First ballot Hall of Fame.
First unanimous MVP.
Yeah. It's just the Catholic Church, Genghis Khan, all those numbers.
Oh, God. Well, Emperor Goodwin.
Indeed.
We're going to see you out, sir. Sorry
On this
to
high
this
note.
Fantastic conversation.
Oh, it was great being here. And, hopefully the topics will improve after I leave.
Oh no!
Harlem Globetrotters. So like,
The children of the Washington Generals.
They show them the ball and go, "Oh, you want this ball? You want this ball?"
God.
Oh my God!
I'm Catholic, by the way. Everybody, just I'm allowed to say that.
Not anymore.
Well, Mr. Goodwin,
Indeed.
indeed, thanks for coming on, man. We really do appreciate you being here.
Thanks a lot, and I look forward to many more years of BSUP and hilarity that ensues. Preferably not with Reaper coming up with the topics to discuss.
Reaper and uninspired is a terrible combination. I should never. Oh wait, here before you go here, how we missed this one, I do not I will never forgive myself. P Diddy
He
Oh,
is
yeah, there
the
you go.
goat.
Yeah.
He was a bit of an industrial diddler, was old P Diddy, but I still think Jimmy Savile just about beats him. Like there wasn't an industrial amount of baby oil or whatever the fuck that was, but Jimmy Savile did people in morgues and hospital wings,
Dying wings. Kids
also-
were dying and he'd slip in.
Yeah, just Jim will fix it.
Oh, didn't
No,
you give out,
trust
like,
me, this is
medals
a
and
cure.
stuff, too?
It's a large fleshy needle.
On second thought, I think I'll stay.
I was about to send out the link to some more people, but I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Suddenly, there's a lot of openings. I don't know.
People don't want to come on the stream anymore.
Yeah, no, everyone seems to
all
be
on
backing
a
out of the
list.
group. It's weird.
All right,
What
so
was
Jay,
that?
you're gonna come back with some more baby oil, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've got 800 or 900 jars in the basement.
Jars. He keeps them. He doesn't like microplastics. dude.
No, I believe it all natural. Yeah,
He's got big fucking
quart mason jars. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay,
well,
well,
on that
anyway.
note, We will catch you on the other side, sir.
Thanks, guys.
See you later.
See you.
Oh man, yeah. I think so. We can speed through a couple of these topics. I'll wait a few minutes before I add anybody else.
Yeah. All right. Well, what was next here? Ooh,
I forgot this was in this
show.
year.
Yeah.
I did a 3-hour video on this, and I looked at that picture and thought, "Wait, what is this?" I didn't know. Fucking yeah, it's Echo. I remember.
This is the best title you ever came up with, by the way.
Oh, the most pointless video I've ever made. Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, that was the best title I've ever read.
It was just a bunch of Indian jokes by the end, and then just what else is there to talk about?
3 hours of that? That's amazing. 3 hours of Indian jokes.
Kind of wish
did anyone else watch this?
No,
unfortunately.
I have never heard.
My batting average is terrible so far. I did not watch this either.
Dang. Yeah, I didn't watch it either. So
I watched the fight scene. I did a video on the fight scene and how bad that was because that came out before the show even came out. So I got to get a jump on that.
Oh yeah, they released the whole thing, didn't they? And they was talking about how impressive it was. It was all one take, and this is the kind of thing you can expect. It's brilliant, gritty, earthy action. And then it actually comes out, and it's just a bunch of weird mysticism and Kingpin being cucked again. It's 2 for 2 in the Disney Marvel era, I think.
Well,
so,
they didn't release it officially. Somebody leaked it, and then Disney tried to claim that it was an internal leak, but you could tell it was filmed. Someone was recording a screen when they were filming it, so it was definitely a full-on leak. They just tried to play damage control, and it was one of the worst fight scenes I've ever seen. Nothing was anywhere close to where the opposite of what they did. No special techniques at all for, like you were saying, for Roadhouse before. Everything you could see was a mile away from its target. None of it. She no-sold everything that was supposed to damage her. She gets hit in the face with a titanium pipe, like when he collapses at the end, just gets up, no problem, no blood.
Doesn't she have like a metal arm or something? Or am I misremembering?
Metal leg, yeah. And I actually didn't know that going into the review. So I had written about how her leg would be broken, and then someone pointed out to me after reading my script that she has a prosthetic leg. So instead of removing the joke about her having a broken leg, I just added a whole separate joke about how it's really stupid that they didn't it would be even worse because now she's not only is missing a leg, it's bent in half. And it was just one of the worst. I can't even really blame her though. It's like, why would you put somebody like that in that situation? You know, someone who has a prosthesis and can't hear, and you're like, oh yeah, she'll do fine in a fight scene.
Did she have like the deaf person? Did she talk like the
no
that person?
Hold it right there.
Dude, DD Gamer says, why has she got a slap mark on her face? Listen, Sean Connery passed by on the set just one day. He said, hey,
the white hand of Saruman.
Oh, it is, yeah.
She's Harukai.
She's just generally good at everything. I mean, they actually toned her down from her comics version because her comics version is like her power is super recognition, I think. So that means that she can basically steal everybody else's powers just by watching them for 5 seconds. Which they didn't add into this, but
she's a shitty version of Taskmaster, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. And they didn't do that in this, but she was still inexplicably very good at everything. And like her mother was magic, and there was a whole section on how that you can't trust white hospitals because they're just bad. And in Indian medicine's better. So if you're having trouble in childbirth, just let the Indians take you into the woods and stand under a waterfall for a bit, and you'll be cured, and you'll have magic, which is even better. And so yeah, like her mother could heal people from death, and I think and then they do like an I am all the Indians at the end. Like the power gets invested in an old grandma and a mother and a sister and whoever this person Echo herself is, and then they all just beat the shit out of Kingpin and his goons. It's a completely missable show, but there were a couple of funny bits in it.
I'm sorry, her superpower is that she watches other people and then gets their superpower?
So
pretty much,
basically,
yeah, like CK.
Right, but so does that mean that if she watches someone fly, then she can fly? Like,
she knows she can recognize people's techniques. She can remember how they fight and imitate it.
So if she watches Daredevil, then she'll become deaf.
No, she's already deaf.
No, blind. She is deaf already.
She's already deaf. Oh, see, I didn't know that.
She's quite literally the blind leading the deaf in this.
Daredevil's blind. That's the opposite of what Daredevil is. He's got super hearing.
Of course, yeah, I'm getting them mixed up. It was because his helmet has his ears covered up and he's got glowing red eyes. I was thinking, is he deaf and got
Cyclops.
supervision? And then I remembered that I've seen the Daredevil TV show, and like you say, he's blind, not deaf. But yeah,
You know, I've been waiting for them to bring Helen Keller into the MCU for a long time. So
A couple of people
Here's
said
the-
this at
there
the
we
exact same time. Might I add. This was fantastic.
The good old Wikipedia description of her powers. Tell me if this is a character that really grabs you and sounds interesting. While watching other people, she has become a concert-level pianist, a strong martial artist, a highly skilled acrobat, and a gifted ballerina, and on one occasion, she piloted a Quinjet for a few minutes. She also gained Daredevil's acrobatic abilities and Bullseye's aim after watching tapes of their fights. So she can do everything in the comics, and she can do pretty much everything in the show as well.
Yeah, she literally...
Except
she
act.
came from an era when all the writers that were coming up through Marvel, it was the all new era, the all new, all different, and they were all the writers that were coming up were just, they thought they were smart. They were coming up with all these ideas. They were like, "Oh, I got an idea. How about someone who's like super stretchy? Well, Ms. Marvel, the new Ms. Marvel, will be super." And people are like, "Well, isn't that Mr. Fantastic?" And they were like, "Ah, it's different," but it really wasn't. She was just the Taskmaster version of that.
Well,
yeah,
it's like when they did the what was it, the New Warriors, or was it the new Mutants, where they had Snowflake and Save Space.
Oh yeah.
So I looked because I was like, well, who's gonna want to miss this? Obviously, this is gonna take the world by storm. And 3 of the characters on the team had somehow gotten their superpower from something that they found in like their grandfather's attic. Like
one of
them
was
found a magical backpack in her grandfather's house. The other one found like this magical potion at her grandfather's house.
Internet gas was the best one. You're right.
Yeah, the internet gas. Yeah.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is internet gas?
I don't know. The character's name was Screen Time, I think. And,
yeah.
He
safe place in Snowflake.
Experimental internet gas turned him into. Was he a vampire? No, the AIDS positive one was a different one.
Yeah. AIDS positive vampire.
Yeah, that was T-Cell.
T-Cell? What the
No,
fuck?
I'm kidding.
I'm trying to remember something from like a year and a half or 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah, but there was Snowflake, Safe Space.
Safe Space was the best one because it was like she or he, I don't remember, because they were both like weird 9.
Yeah, they made them. Yeah, well, they had like the one with the bulge had pink hair, and the one without the bulge had like blue hair, and they're like,
I don't remember which one was which, but the one that was Safe Space could create like a barrier but couldn't get inside the barrier or something like that. It was like they would put them, it was like a spot they could make to protect people but not themselves. It was like, how is that useful? They're just going to hit you and the barrier is going to disappear. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, well, on that pinnacle of creative prowess, I think I will take my leave. And thank you
very much for coming. Thank you for coming. And if we don't speak to you before, have a happy new year as well.
Absolutely. I always love coming on, and even when we get to talk about stuff like this, it still manages to be fun. So you guys have a great rest of the day. If I could pop in a little bit later, I definitely will try to jump on again.
Yeah, you have the link.
It'll get much worse by then.
Oh yeah,
definitely will.
This is the early
I'll make
stream.
sure of it.
I'll see you guys later.
See you, Sammy.
See you later.
Okay. How much more do we have on this particular?
Didn't this it's had 8 episodes and he shrunk it down to 5, so they removed 3 hours of the most cringy internet shareable moments out of the show.
Didn't Kingpin just get defeated by a car? Isn't that what killed him?
I think that was Hawkeye, wasn't it? In Hawkeye, he gets hit by he gets beaten by Watson and Kate Bishop, and then he gets hit by a car in Hawkeye, I think.
I thought that was a snowplow.
No, she shoots him. She gets out of a car and shoots him.
No, Hawkeye that was the actor got hit by a snowplow, not the.
I know. I was making an obscure reference. Never mind.
I get it. I remember. In Echo, how does that? Oh, she uses like magical mind powers to remind him of his childhood trauma, I think. So he starts crying, and then the post-credit scene is that. Yeah, he did. That was the first person he killed was his dad. But then, so he's like, he becomes really sad and docile, and then they escort him away. But then the post-credit scene, he sees that there's a vacancy for mayor of New York, so he thinks, fuck it, I'll be evil there instead. So that's setting us up for a new Deadpool show, probably.
Season 3 of Daredevil.
Yeah, Daredevil. Did I say Deadpool? Daredevil.
Yeah,
That's
said
what I meant.
Deadpool is a different series.
Yeah, I don't know. Cool fact actually that I learned today from my French coworkers. Daredevil in French is pronounced Daredevil, which is stupid because it's two English words just put together, and French
With
people
a
actually
French
use
spin on
English
it.
word. Yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense, man. I'm telling you. French on French crime, ladies and gentlemen. We hate the
It's
French.
good. It just means that in 100 years' time, French will just be English with an accent, which is the way the world should be.
Yeah, I guess. I was like I was gonna go into a whole thing about how English is just German, low German and French Latinate, but I fuck it.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, here's something for Echo.
Rambling for $10, there's a great Thai martial arts film called Chocolate that is 100% the premise of Echo. A young autistic child watches kung fu films nonstop and becomes a super warrior. Total cheese, but fun. Which sounds better than Echo, because that was total cheese and not fun.
And, based on Predator, we know that autism is the next step in human evolution, so...
And here's another one from Melvin.
Melvin Deeply for £2. Not a Mary Sue, she's a Peggy Sue.
Do you think she's aiming to be a pirate?
What makes you say that?
Well, the peg leg.
Oh.
Have any of these people actually had careers after Marvel? Because you had what was her name? Chutal Gomez from Multiverse of Madness. And then you have her. I haven't seen them in anything except this.
I think most of them get locked into long-term contracts for the MCU, which limits their ability to do other projects. That seems to be that's one of the reasons why some of the actors didn't want to get involved. Even like it wasn't a big deal for Robert Downey Jr. because he had negotiated in such a way that he was making profits off of every movie, but everyone else had these flat rates, and they were making good money, but they couldn't really do much else.
Yeah, I think Sebastian Stan is probably the only dude that managed to get out of that mold, because he's been doing a ton of indie movies while he was playing Winter Soldier. He also has
signed like a 9-picture deal too.
Yeah,
a massive contract.
And you also have the
Disney in general, though.
The contract.
A lot of times, I think it's with Disney in general, though. So it's not necessarily just MCU projects. It might be you might appear in a Star Wars movie or just one of their live action remakes. Something like that.
Yeah, probably.
That sounds horrendous when you go, oh, you might be trapped in Star Wars.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I think Tom Holland has been doing stuff too.
This slide only has one more slide left, which was this that I added.
Well, we didn't watch it, so
okay. Well, I was just grabbing whatever.
I like the X-Men 97. I thought it was cool.
Gambit got cooked though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rogue.
He always gets cooked though.
An old Jewish guy repeatedly behind his back. She didn't confront him. Go, I'm interested in old saggy balls. What I won't go. She made sure that she was sucking off Magneto several times throughout the show before finally going, oh, Gambit, turns out I don't like you anymore. Gambit literally sits there throwing his cards in the fire as she basically goes, yeah, I'm interested in just a saggy dick.
That is not the kind of summary I was expecting to hear about an X-Men show. I will be honest.
There's literally, and then I don't know if it's spoilers, but that is a spoiler, but a good they try and make Gambit this big heroic moment, but he's basically dead before he dies. His soul is being crushed because he's being cooked.
That is true. Yeah, he was cooked in the show, but apart from
there's
that,
cooked, and then there's Gambit. He throws his weapons in the fire. He's just setting fire to his cards. And those last cards is the card of hearts. As she goes, "You don't make me feel anything, Remy." And he just throws his fucking heart cards in the fire. And I went, "What the fuck is this?"
Is this the triple X-Men? No.
The biggest story that came out of X-Men 97 was the firing of Bo DeMeo, though, because
that was the big controversy.
Because he's a weird guy who. My favorite thing about it was they fired him because he had questionable material on OnlyFans, and then he was like, "Well, join my OnlyFans, and I'll give you the real story."
Yeah.
That was the front story, at least, wasn't it? But didn't it subsequently emerge that it was just one of those? Well, I say just one of those. Another of those creative instances where the guy creates a massive story bible and insists that they stick to it, and then Disney says, "Hey, how about we do something different, which is worse?" And he says no, and so they say, "Well, fuck you then." And here's a convenient excuse that we can give out as a public story. You have an OnlyFans. They must have known about that when they hired him, I assume. And there wasn't, from what I'd read, not that I would ever fucking go and check that out because writers are not typically very attractive. I don't think there was anything especially saucy on there. So it just seemed like a very convenient way to try and discredit him. But as it turns out, that was possibly not the correct story. And also the show, which eventually resulted, I've not seen it, but I've heard almost nothing but good things about the cucking of Gambit aside. I think people were quite pleasantly surprised by it. Yeah.
Matt Cat,
but the cooking of Gambit was bad.
Actually, no. Honestly, the biggest problem was everybody was waiting for Wolverine to do something the entire show, and it would be like he'd like do the claw thing and then just put him away and just be like, "No, not today."
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
They just kept doing it the whole show.
We actually let Cyclops have the reins for once. We had, like, in all the live action X-Men movies, Cyclops is just a bitch. So they actually made him cool again. So I'll give them that. So putting Wolverine to the side, I don't really mind.
No, I mean, I get why they did it. They didn't want it to just be the Wolverine show and with other people, but they could have gave him a little bit more to do. Yeah, like one scene where he's really cool.
Because it's the X-Men, he's still a part of it. There was a bit too much relationship drama where you got people cheating on other people, and I was like, just shoot some fucking robots.
Yeah, just shoot the Sentinels.
Yeah, it's a little bit too. It felt more like a teen drama at points, but it was mostly an alright show.
Episodes. I like it because at least the episodes were short, so I think that it's a quick watch too, which I prefer. Rather
each episode,
than 1 hour episodes. Yeah, each episode was 30 minutes.
Yeah. Each episode had me wanting to watch the next episode, which
except the Jubilee one. That was a show.
Was that again? Was that the one where they were
into the computer?
Yeah, that was just a way to get Mojo involved. They didn't really have any other way to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it felt like filler.
Yeah,
I agree on that.
And Sunspot was a little weird. Like, they didn't really do much with him. He was just like, "Oh, I'm rich and my family hates
Portuguese."
Yeah, we're Portuguese and rich. That's all we are.
That's basically it. Or he's Brazilian. I don't know. But he speaks Portuguese anyway.
Yeah, actually, I think he's Brazilian now that I think about it. Yeah.
But it's one of those examples that way, like almost certainly an example of DEI hiring practices backfiring on the studio, in the sense that they hired a guy because he was black and gay, and they thought, well, we want you to include that experience in your show, and they accidentally ended up with someone who was a fan of the show, and so created something that was quite good, and so of course they got rid of him, which is just like you accidentally hire someone who is competent and you sack him because you wanted him to be worse. What are you doing?
Yeah. Disney is just fucking up as always, per usual. It's just another day at the office for them.
It is weird. They just hire people to destroy shit.
I don't. Yeah, it's true. Because you don't even think about what the end game would be at that point. Just to lose money. Is that what we want?
Well, they want to. I feel like the original plan is to take losses in the short term, and like 20 years from now. Once they
20 years,
if they seriously, if they turn it into a girl brand 20 years from now, like those people will be the ones reaching for the nostalgia of like, hey, remember the Marvels? That was actually really good. I loved that movie when I was a kid. And they'll go see the Marvels remake.
What?
But it's not successful though, because like it's just not actually working. But
you might be right, because the Craven was it CEO Sony went, I thought it was a good movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Like they actually think that it was, that was a good plan. Like, oh, if we get the new audience early, and shift it to a girl brand and make it, little girls are watching these movies and then they'll love these characters forever. And 20 years from now, we can keep selling it to them. Like we'll get the nostalgia buttons from them instead of the boys that we did with these movies. But it's backfiring. It's not working. So.
And a lot of it's way more short-termist than that as well. I think a lot of it is just trying to capture smaller and smaller, but more and more virtuous, tiny demographics. So that would probably be the case with X-Men 97, is that they looked at a black gay guy and thought, well, that's an underserved minority, so we'll hire him. Then you've got what is the Pixar thing that's coming out recently? There was the story that they'd cut the trans storyline from that. I don't think that was about building up an audience for the future. That was all about saying, look how great and virtuous we are today. Oh dear, it was cut because that's about 0.03% of the population and nobody wants to watch it. Oh no, who could have seen that coming?
You say this, Mr. Ball, for real, but people fawn over the fucking prequels of Star Wars nowadays. And that's the weirdest thing in the world to me. I'm almost 40 years old and I remember those movies being pieces of shit.
Well,
and now they're awesome, apparently.
You had fucking Elektra showing up in Deadpool and Wolverine, and like there are things, the Daredevil movie was campy fun. The Elektra movie was like piss.
Yeah, it was like Catwoman too. Mm.
Oh yeah, Catwoman I think was even worse than Elektra actually, but it's been a while since I've seen either of them.
Same ballpark.
Still like one of the few people who ever accepted her Razzies at the ceremony was
yeah. She was a G for them, man. I give it to her.
But yeah, that was quarter one of the year, guys. Everyone ready for quarter two?
Holy shit! This is usually the end of a regular BSUP stream, almost. Good God!
Yeah.
Like quarter one of the year, like
you wanted a lot of shit, and I got a lot of shit. So.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Speaking of
shit,
only
have piece of shit. Oh, Civil War.
I haven't seen this, but I really wanted it to be good. I just haven't heard that it is.
It's really not. It's such a cynical, topical movie, which has fuck all. It's an Alex Garland movie. I mean, it's kind of, it's exactly what you'd expect,
you gotta
right?
give him some credit, man. He made Ex Machina and he made Dread, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that's okay. What's he done good since?
He wrote some good movies for Danny Boyle, but those were before he did either of those two. So
28 days later.
Yeah.
I mean, he has I guess he's co-directing. Have you guys seen the trailer for the new A24 movie Warfare? It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
No, you guys haven't?
I haven't seen the trailer for that. No.
Is it going to end up being about
you should really check it. You should really check
end
out
up
the
being
trailer.
about journalists and how they're
no.
heroes?
It's an actual. So Alex Garland is co-directing it because the actual guy that wanted to direct it, he's a proper war veteran from Iraq, and so he's basically telling his story, but he doesn't know how to direct. So Alex Garland is just co-directing it. From the trailer itself, it looks fantastic. It's probably one of my most anticipated movies of next year. It has Joseph Quinn and the eyebrow kid. What the fuck's his name?
Oh, I know exactly who you mean.
Yeah, the eyebrow dude.
Yeah, he was in The Bear briefly. He was also in The Revenant.
He was Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock. That dude.
Yeah, him.
Will Poulter. That's his name.
Will Poulter. Yes.
Is he still on steroids?
It looks like he is actually. Yeah, it looks like he is.
Pills to him. He was just swallowing them like the bottle load.
Well, yeah, it looks pretty good. So I might give him that, but thank God he's not writing. But Alex Garland is kind of becoming a hack. I don't know. It feels like the more you see people get success in Hollywood, the less
you defended him a minute ago, and now you're going, yeah, fuck him.
Well, I mean, he was good at the beginning of his career, but now it's like the more
now
success he gets, it's a bit trash, you know?
He's also writing the 28 Years Later film that's coming out. Obviously, it could be garbage, but we know that he's writing that for Danny
Trailer
Boyle.
looks good.
Trailer does look very good, yes.
I thought that it was gonna be incredible until I heard that it's part of a trilogy. So the first one is probably gonna end on a cliffhanger. And Nia fucking DaCosta, the woman that made Candyman horrendous, abhorrent, shitty, fucking garbage. DaCosta. Oh man, she's making the second one. So yeah,
the second isn't the first one like a black kid gets shot or something? Isn't that the first Candyman? This the remake.
Yes, the Candyman remake is with the dude that played the Aquaman villain. I forgot his name.
Yeah, I can't. He's gonna play Wonder Man as well. I can't remember his name all of a sudden.
Yeah, he just starts killing police at the ends or something, didn't he?
Yeah. That was it. Yeah. It's
Nia
probably
DaCosta made the Marvels. So.
Yeah.
Wakanda Forever was Ryan Coogler.
Ryan Coogler.
It's the same guy that did the first one. Yeah, it's the same guy.
Yeah. She did the Marvels though, which what an amazing piece of cinema.
I think lots of people have told Alex Garland that he has really big, important things to say, and he doesn't. He's been told that he does.
Nothing.
Exactly. It's actually scared of saying anything. It's you could tell it came out and it was scheduled to come out, and they wanted to do a movie to come out at around this time because they were trying to capitalize on the very thing that he pretends he doesn't like, which is civil strife and discord and all the rest of that. But if you look at Civil War for any kind of answer to anything, or even any meaningful question besides, hey, isn't man's inhumanity to man bad? You find nothing. It's an empty movie. It's not well made. There are no characters in it. The main character, who is the closest thing to a character, is just not good. And like, by not good, I don't mean badly written, though she is that. But she's actually just kind of evil and a dick. And that kind of sums up everyone in the movie. But if you look to it for, well, what exactly about the lead up to a civil war is bad? How exactly did we get to the situation? What is the world state? Any basic, competent amount of world building to perhaps give a lesson or a cautionary tale of something to avoid? Nothing of that makes it into civil war at all. And for a civil war in the most heavily armed country in the world with the biggest military, it's incredibly quiet and empty. There's almost no one in the movie. There's no armies. There's no air force. There's no bombs. Nothing happens.
The budget?
Possibly yes. But then you don't film it in such a way that requires those things to be involved. You don't do a siege on Washington, D.C., which features an army of about 12 people protecting the White House. They roll up to it in one tank and they just walk through the doors. It's a lazy movie, but it's more than that. It's a cynical movie and a really cynical, soulless cash grab movie, I think. It annoyed me when it came out because I wanted it to be good. It could have been a really important movie, and I think he thought it was, but it really wasn't.
Because again, the trailer for the movie I remember being very good, and I can't remember when I saw it in the cinema, but it was like, okay, yeah, this is making me want to go and watch it because I like enough of Alex Garland's work to where I'm interested in what he's going to make in future. But from what you've just said, it sounds basically like one step away from a disaster movie, where the politics of the setup are completely irrelevant to the film. Would that be accurate?
Pretty much. A good way of putting it, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing with a lower budget that you'd expect a Roland Emmerich to create. It's like the Godzilla 98 of disaster movies, but with a much smaller budget and no monsters.
They waste every good premise. The only good scenes are actually in the trailers, which is why you probably were compelled to see it. And the scene that they pretty much hinged the whole thing on, the like, what kind of American are you, doesn't even matter because. Yeah, with Jesse Plemons, because they don't even show you two of the four factions. So there's four factions that it splits into, and one of them makes the least amount of sense. But it's like Texas and California.
Yeah, it's like I want to find out how the fuck that happened.
That's a subversion of
nothing to say. It really is. But even then, because that is probably the strongest scene in the movie, right? It's the what kind of American. That's why they put it in the trailer. But the way they get there is so contrived and horrible. Is that you have the main character who's an old, experienced war journalist. And there's a younger girl who she's kind of taken under her wing. They're driving along a road, and another car pulls up alongside them. And lucky in all of America, it just happens to be some friends they used to know. And then because she's bored, the girl climbs while moving from one car into the other, and they drive off. But then they lose them. And then when they find them again, they've been ambushed by evil hick people. And it's like, that's just lazy as fuck. She climbed across cars because she was bored, and that's what gets you to your strongest scene. And even then, the resolution to that scene isn't very interesting. It's just, well, obviously they don't like the foreign person because we don't like rednecks.
But they do like the Latin American because he goes, "What American are you?" He goes, "Latin." He goes, "Okay." Like just the northern and southern hemisphere of America's fine. Because they didn't want to make him racist. Because they were afraid to do anything. So he's like, "What American are you?" "I'm from here. I'm from here." "Oh, that's fine. I'm half Chinese." Shoots him.
Yep.
Matt Cat is here, everybody.
That scene was last seconds. Jesse Plemons wasn't even supposed to be in it. His wife is Kirsten Dunst, the main actress, and he came on last seconds, and that was like the best scene in the entire movie.
I agree.
Man. You guys are actually making me feel like watching Civil War now, just to make fun of it.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch it now too.
Don't do it. It's a waste of time.
It is 2 hours though. Yeah, that's actually the big thing. I can't.
We never find out why the presidents like just went to war.
Yeah, you don't find out anything. It's so stupid.
So this has the same, like it has the same feel as one of those Resident Evil cliffhangers. You know, when you see fucking Washington D.C., the White House being attacked, and then the next movie starts nothing. So yep, that's it.
It was Ron Swanson of all people too.
Yeah,
it's
a waste of Nick Offerman because he's actually a pretty good actor, and he in the few scenes he has, he's good. But you want to understand what's happened. You want to understand how you got there. You want to understand what his motive is, what his support base is, all this stuff, which there is plenty of time and space in the movie to add, but it just doesn't use it. It's almost it's a very quiet movie as well. Like all the options you had to tell background story through like radio or news broadcasts and TV in the background, it doesn't use any of the mise-en-scène space to actually give you a grounded sense of where you are. Which again makes it a very hollow and empty movie. It's so easy to see ways you could make it more interesting, which is the most frustrating thing about it, is that they couldn't be bothered.
You're so right. Like this poster right here that you have on screen is way more exciting than the entire fucking movie. Like it was boring. I thought it was super boring.
Isn't that the wrong part of the country? It's Washington. Isn't that the Statue of Liberty?
Yeah, this would actually be really stupid to take up a sniper post on the Statue of Liberty.
The fighting wasn't here.
It's nowhere near anything. You wouldn't.
It's not even fucking water.
So true.
It's also like what, a tenth of the size of the surrounding building. I say surrounding buildings. That like it's on an island. It's not. It's not close to anything, and it's also tiny.
Yeah, it's on Liberty Island. It's its own thing. It doesn't really. The only other thing on Liberty Island is a museum. Like, what are you defending?
Well, the guy with the sniper there is actually just pointing it out into the ocean for some reason.
So what you're telling me is that the only gift that the French gave you guys, you just put it out to sea on its own island. Just
what are you gonna do with it? Looking out to France, it's like, hey, thanks, I think, for the maintenance.
Correct attitude. It's what everyone should do with French things. It's France in a nutshell. It looks really nice, but we kind of want to keep it over there. Thank you very much. Just
we added a poem to it. You know, give us your pour and whatever that whole thing is.
There's hired your pour. All that shit.
Yeah, a bunch of nonsense. That's what it is. Yeah. Don't give me
but you guys also sent us a thing. You're like, hey, here's a really corrosive metal that we want you to keep out of the rain. And it's your problem now. So.
Yeah, put it next to the salt water. There you go.
No, I mean they didn't tell us to put it next to the salt water. That was our own decision. I will maintain this shit every day in my life that it is part of New Jersey. I don't give a fuck about that.
And that New Jersey inferiority complex really gets you. Huh?
It's technical. So if you look at the map, it's in our water zone. It's just for some reason they're allowed to say it's in New York. It's weird. It's like if something was in somebody else's living room, but you said it was in your house. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So this is what Civil War is about.
Yes, it's about where
Jersey versus New York.
About New York and New Jersey.
Yeah, it's a battle.
That would be a way more interesting movie,
and it would make way more sense.
No, but it was definitely, honestly, had Romulus not come out later this year, this probably would have been my most disappointing movie, because I went into it hoping for much better, especially after A24 hit it out of the park with the previous year with the Iron Claw at the end of the year before it, and I was like, oh, these guys got their shit together, they're making good movies. And then this came out and I was like, okay, maybe I was wrong.
No, A24 is one of those studios it's going to get too big for its own britches. Like, how Netflix used to put out quality content.
Yeah,
back when
that's what they're known for. That's going to be A24.
It's kind of weird because Netflix, people don't really talk about their original TV shows that they had started back when they had first started. The TV show that they made, Maniac, with Jonah Hill and Emma Stone. Like that was huge when it first came out. And there were other stuff like that, but nowadays no one ever talks about stuff like that. I find it interesting. But I think A24 is going to be way, way, way too big for what it is. Maybe they're going to just go the Blumhouse route, where Blumhouse started as a nice tiny company putting out some good stuff, and then now it's just schlock. And I think that's kind of what's happening, because they're greenlighting a lot more things. They're less selective with what they greenlight. So A24 still has the stamp of I guess, value. But the more they greenlight, the more they just let creators do whatever they want. And not a lot of creators that they're going to hire are going to hit the mark every single time. So that's the big issue.
Yep, oversaturation. It's just going to lead to poor products.
Well, A24 can, if they, so, and this applies to all smaller studios. This isn't just about them. This is any smaller studio. It depends how they allocate their funding, and if they hire the people properly and don't try to just pump out as many movies as possible quickly. And I don't know if it seems like they're going to try to do that latter portion, where they're going to just try to now, okay, we're getting more money from investors and whatnot, and now we're going to try to make more movies with the same level of staff that we have. And that's probably where it's going to end up, is exactly what you said.
It's more of just them giving creative freedom to each of the directors and to each of the filmmakers in general. So if you give creative freedom for someone and they just do a bunch of nonsense, but you still have to market it, and everyone just thinks, hey, look, it's an A24 movie, of course it's going to be good, and it ends up being trash. You're like, oh, well, you look at the new movies. Yeah, they did Midsommar. They also have Y2K. Yeah, Y2K also just came out, the new Zegler movie. You know, Zegler aside, it's still just a mediocre movie. Even I Saw the TV Go that came out this year. It was also just a really mediocre movie.
Call herself box office poison.
Yeah.
This comment pretty much sums it up. A24 nails it 1/8 of the time.
Yeah. I'm an A24 fan, but I'm an honest one. That's why I'm just making that prediction now. Well, actually, I made it last year. I'm like, they're doing too well. They're going to become the next Netflix, where they were pumping out prestige movies, but then they get all the credit in the world for what they're doing. So they're going to produce more, and you cannot have that kind of quality control with the amount of movies they're putting out. It's just not possible.
Yep. Sadly, I give it, I think 3 years time, less than 3 years actually, because they've been moving exponentially, which is it's pretty, well, it's good for them, but it's pretty scary. Right. Because before, when A24 movies used to come out, I'd never get them over here in France in theaters. They'd always have limited releases. But now Civil War came out here in theaters. A ton of other movies throughout the year of A24 came out in theaters. So yeah, they're going to be big. I think I give them 3 more years until they really just start sucking ass.
Bubble's going to burst.
Literally as well.
So, it's funny. It's funny that you mention Netflix and their quality dump, because from a movie that some people may have expected more, and it came out and it was just not what we expected. We got exactly what we expected with the next one, and it was god awful, terrible shit.
Yeah, buddy.
The movie was so good that they released it twice.
Yeah.
Did anyone watch the extended edition?
Yes.
No.
I made a video on it. They have a little exploding goblin man at the beginning. It was so funny.
Grain.
Oh yeah, they added grain. There's a lot more grain.
Oh, more grain. Thank God.
There's more grain in. It's not like double the amount of grain in the extended version, but there's more. There's a lot more.
That'll justify the war cruisers they send.
Yeah, I guess. You got what else have you got? Obviously, there's blood and guts in the extended version, but yeah, there's more grain. There's more of the robot. There's the exploding frog boy.
Oh yeah, does the robot actually do anything in the updated?
Yeah, he does. He does. So he spends, basically, you have the story of the first film, which just takes place as it does, and then every now and then you cut back to the planet, or the moon, I guess, the moon full of rebels, where the robot is in the woods doing shit. And basically, the summary of his plot in the extended version is that he goes into the woods, and then you see him later, and he has like an animal skull on his head. And then it rains, and he says some edgy lines, and then he helps them fight. That's basically it. There is no character development or character growth for him at all.
Yeah, the skull just randomly appeared. He just shows up. I remember in the original cut. I didn't see the extended Snyder mega cut that they've, that is definitely better than the previous version. But
yeah, I did see Zack Snyder BTS footage of him spreading a skateboard on the Man of Steel set. So. You can tell that he just doesn't care about writing. Instead of writing the script, he's probably just skateboarding on the sets. So what he does. So I don't know, man. But just how much confidence does a studio have to have in you to just give you such a huge amount of money to overlook all your issues and just say, "Hey, we're gonna post it"? Well, now that I think about it,
do you think that they bought his lies, that it was WB that messed up his DC trilogy?
I don't think so.
Creative control, he could have made his goddamn masterpiece, and they said, "Here you go, Zach. Here you go. Full creative control."
I think that you can possibly make that argument for Army of the Dead, but he made Army of the Dead with Netflix, and they gave him a reasonable amount of money to do it. It was tens of millions. I can't remember how much. And then it was evidently successful enough for them to give him about 170 million to make his 2 Rebel Moon movies and the extended versions, which is, I mean, in total, that's like, what, 8 hours of movie? Something like that? So you're only going to do that if you're Netflix, if Army of the Dead actually gave you a return. So it must have done, even though it was garbage. There's no way that Rebel Moon has earned them enough money back. And I would be amazed if we get a Rebel Moon Part 3, because like for anyone who doesn't know, Zack Snyder wants there to be 5 of these movies.
I think it's 4 to 6, wasn't it? So like 2 more parts, but they might all be split as well. So like there might be 4 more movies or 2.
Yes, I think you may be right. Yeah. Yeah, there basically is no story at all. It's
in the works. Rebel Moon 3 is already in the works. He's confirmed it. Zack Snyder.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
But can you take him anything he says for real though? At this point,
yeah, this is the guy who said that Rebel Moon was more popular than Barbie because of Netflix maths. I mean, this is not a guy that you should take seriously.
Three views or something like that.
Yeah, if you assume they all count as 2 and they all watch it all the way through and they all would have paid like $20 at the cinema, then and you also account for like views over time, then yes, you get to a $1 billion production or something ridiculous. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's his perceived social profile that Netflix looked at and thought that's worth betting on, not his past films. Because Netflix is a subscription-based company. Netflix wants people with a very, very loyal core audience. And it thinks if it gives Zack Snyder a core platform, Zack Snyder has a very large public fandom that will follow him basically anywhere. That's guaranteed subscription revenue for Netflix, is I think the calculation they were making, which is why the revelation that most of his online fans are not real, they're just robots, I don't think got as much attention as it deserved. Because this guy would not have a Netflix career if that was more commonly understood.
I mean, also considering what the Netflix CEO said recently, where he just wants people to have movies in the background. I just think that they would.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. Would you just think that he gives him the money? Because anyway, I don't see how Netflix movies are profitable themselves, especially at high budgets. Streaming in general, actually, I don't know how streaming is profitable. For high budget stuff.
It's entirely off of subscriptions, so you just have to gauge it based on like, well, how many of our subscribers took their time to watch this, so is it worth putting money into to maintain them as subscribers? Did it get more subscribers? I can't imagine Rebel Moon people are flocking to Netflix to sign up because of Rebel Moon.
No, so like Netflix they're going to have the data similar to like what we can see for our YouTube channels. We can see like, how many hours people have spent watching our content. Netflix will be able to see how much time people have spent watching Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon and the various extended versions that exist. And then they'll be able to equate that into, well, how many people signed up and then watched that and then deactivated and all of that. But like you say, there's no way that they have got a return on $170 million from that. There's absolutely no way.
It's why they're now moving to all those advert-based versions, aren't they? Because I briefly signed up for Netflix again a couple of weeks ago just to watch a couple of things that I couldn't find quickly and easily in English online.
Steal them?
Yes, basically that. But I couldn't find English versions to steal, and I was on a deadline. Briefly, but like they tried to push you on as default onto an ad plan at the moment, and that's where they'll get that's when they try to make a profit. Subscriptions are the thing they can sell to investors, and subscriptions are the kind of thing they can sell to prospective advertisers and say, look, Rebel Moon actually got loads of viewers. Now imagine they were all watching your adverts as well, and then they can run adverts, and in theory that will actually start making them money. But Netflix has been happy to take losses for a very long time while building up that kind of portfolio. It's whether or not that gamble pays off. If I were an advertiser and I was watching Rebel Moon, I wouldn't understand how anyone would sit through this and pay attention. So I wouldn't be willing to put an advert on it. What's the point in putting an advert 2.5 hours into the Rebel Moon extended cut when you have characters sitting around a table giving you like their character sheet background info. No one's paying attention to that.
What Uninspired said really makes sense too. He brought up that Discussing Film recently released something on Twitter I saw. It was an interview with the Netflix CEO, and he was talking about the fact that they ask script writers to actually write movies as if people aren't able to watch that, or they're not watching them, they're doing something else. They're on in the fucking background. So they have to have characters actually be Zack Snyder scripts, where they just sit there and tell you
fucking depressing.
Yep.
Well, I mean, the reason is because they're going to know that there's a lot of people who are quote unquote watching, and they just kind of leave the TV running, and then the TV will time out and it will sign off, which means that they're guessing then that people aren't actually watching. They just have it on as background noise while they're doing the ironing, or while the kids are, running around the house playing, or whatever it is. Which it's sad. And I don't think it's only Netflix that does this, because I think that this kind of writing for people who don't care and aren't paying attention, that exists across all kinds of streaming services. Where it gets really weird, though, is when that kind of writing appears in movies that are released theatrically, because then you're sat in the cinema like, why are you speaking to me like I'm not here?
Yeah, there's a degree to which these writers don't need to be told, because they're already doing it because they're incompetent. So in a way, there's not going to be a huge difference, I think, from Netflix's instruction, but it is telling like how high a regard they have their audience, and also of their own filmmakers. Because I had to rewatch a bunch of Squid Game before EFAP on Saturday, and like I've seen all of season 1, but there are still moments in season 1 which will drag me away from my second monitor onto my primary monitor, because it's a good show. It's got some really strong scenes in it. And that's the kind of thing that you should be like striving for, not accepting that nobody gives a damn about what's on TV, but making TV that makes them give a damn. But the advertisers must be able to ask for data as to how many eyes are actually on the adverts they're running in a Rebel Moon situation. Like YouTube had a similar problem with YouTube Kids a while ago. Like so many, like tens of millions of views, and that's because kids just leave things running, and they leave the iPad on the ground and they walk off. But advertisers didn't know that originally, so they were putting huge numbers of ads in between videos that no one was seeing, but the views were still being counted. So like Netflix will have to fess up to the advertisers eventually if people are actually paying attention to what they're showing.
Sounds like you already did.
Advertising this film, when they're doing the farm scenes, they should put Clarkson's Farm adverts on.
But I do think that Netflix is probably going to be one of the main. I think Netflix and HBO are going to be the only streaming services that survive, with Amazon, of course, because Amazon has, Amazon backing it. But and Apple, yeah. So I think
they have.
Just because they have Apple behind it, Amazon because they have Amazon behind it, for those reasons, those two will survive. But Netflix, I think, purely from streaming, Netflix and HBO will be the only ones to actually survive with all these huge new streaming services, because they're going to see that streaming is very, very, very poor in terms of profitability, and they're just going to sell their catalogs back to Netflix.
They're already folding in together on themselves, where they're all kind of bundling together. So, obviously when Disney acquired the remaining half of Hulu, they took on all of that. So they bundled that together with that and their ESPN. And so now you're starting to see like Max, all the ones that are under the Discovery banner are going to be all together, and all the ones that are under. So it is definitely that they're already folding. And I think some of the smaller ones are going to do that as well, just with each other.
They tried that a while ago, didn't they, with Paramount Plus and Peacock, I think it was, because that just gave like loads of fun names that you could have, like Cockmount and Parent Cock and stuff. Like, whoever thought Peacock was going to be successful? So a consolidation will definitely happen, because there's been a saturated market for far too long, and there's like the actual economic perspectives for most streaming service shows, which were launched around the time of lockdown when loads of people were watching, were based on this weird assumption that everyone would stay watching streaming at the same numbers that they watched during lockdown, which was obviously not going to happen. But if you're an expensive company CEO, you're basically a moron, and so you think that things last forever. So they start these massive streaming companies, and there's no way they will ever make money. So good riddance to most of them.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, this film is shit.
Yeah.
Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon 2 is the worst movie of the year.
Rebel Moon 2 is one of the worst movies I have ever seen. It would probably make my bottom 5 movies that I have ever seen.
Do you remember the fun happy days when they said, "Oh no, Rebel Moon Part 2, that will make Part 1 way better. Like it will be worth watching once 2 is out. Trust me."
Yeah, and then when that happened,
watch
you had
those.
like, "Oh, the extended version will make it better because it'll be, there'll be blood and shit." It's like, no,
Sex. Don't
the
forget, there was a
typical
sex scene.
Zack Snyder goalpost moving. I love it. I had to watch these movies back to back, 1 and 2, because I knew I was going to do a review for 2. And what a fucking nightmare that was. Oh God, I'm sorry.
One's got a boss line where the Emperor goes, "Do it, kill her,
kill her."
Oh, you just reminded me of the fucking string quartet during the execution. And they're playing their song with bags on their heads, and they're playing it so as to like fit the dramatic movement of the scene, even though they can't see what's happening. They're staying perfectly in time with each other. And then because it's Zack fucking Snyder, the scene cuts into slow motion, but the music doesn't slow down, which means that the musicians must have kept sped up for a second.
They sped.
Oh, it's so dumb.
There's so much just retarded shit in that plot. It's like every single thing about it falls apart. Everything, because I reviewed them all in one video. So I watched them back to back and reviewed them in one video. So I'm well placed to say that Part 2 does not redeem Part 1, but like the number of things that they just don't account for. Like, the princess is dead, but actually half the people know that she's dead, but they just don't tell anyone. But then the robot, if he finds out that the main character killed her, should be really angry. But then he finds out that the main character killed her, and he's just like, "Oh, fine, I'll join your team now." And how do you write characters like this? It's just nonsensical stuff.
I just remembered the where is it? In the extended version, they clarify something. Yes, that was it. So in the extended version, they clarify that the ships, the dreadnoughts, they don't actually run on coal. Because running on coal is really dumb, but it's also not quite edgy enough for Zack Snyder. They run on human corpses. Which means after they're done destroying a planet, they will send down like cleanup crews and just bag a load of bodies, put them in drop ships, go back up to the dreadnoughts, and then put them in furnaces to power the ships.
Why do they need coal burn the bodies?
Why would you need food to kill people for fuel?
So if you're using coal to burn human bodies to get the fuel for your spaceships.
I think so, yes.
How did they make the coal suddenly the more sensible option for the way to run your spaceship? They have robots and drones and shit. Why do they even go down to villages and ask them to make them food? Why didn't they just go and kill everyone and use them for spaceship fuel, which is the most important thing? That's just, what the fuck, Zach?
I mean, now I have to watch the extended versions.
The problem with the extended versions is I can't actually finish that sentence in one sentence. There are so many problems with the extended versions, but they're so long. We're talking like longer than the Dune movies. Like they're like, I think one's 3.5 hours, the other one's about 3 hours.
Well, I'll just put it on in the background and not pay attention to it like they want me to, and that's what I'll do.
That's true. Yeah, every now and then there'll be some blood, there'll be a booby, and there'll be an exploding frog boy, and you'll laugh.
I kind of I tipped my hand a little bit on the next slide, by the way, but
so was this movie actually good? Because I wanted to watch it, but then everyone kept saying it was just all right. So I just skipped it.
Yeah, I skipped it too.
I also skipped it.
It had cool like stunt scenes, which obviously it needed to, because that's the whole premise of the movie. It was like a love letter to the stunt, the stunt double community and such. Other than that, it's very forgettable. All of the characters are pretty, except for Ryan Gosling, all the characters are fairly unlikable, and it just became, it was one of those, it kind of fell into that same category we've already said about a few of these, where there was hope for it to be better than it actually was. It wasn't bad. Actually, Eraserhead said it right here. Wasn't bad, wasn't great. It was there's way worse ways you could have spent your time than watching this movie, but it's not one that you're going to clamor to watch again. That's for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, if I want to watch a good Ryan Gosling movie, I'll probably watch The Nice Guys. That'll be it. If anyone hasn't seen The Nice Guys, I do.
That is true.
That's great.
Yeah, they did make fun of Catherine because the producer in the movie is definitely supposed to be making fun of, maybe not Kathleen Kennedy directly, but people like her. It might not have been an immediate like analogy to her, but
Hope it did it better than South Park because they went half-assed on that.
I mean, they
Well,
didn't make
certainly
any
became an
specific
internet meme.
references. She was just like she was basically just really the things that she wanted to be done in the to make the movies happen, and it was all just how corrupt she was. I haven't seen it since it came out, so I don't remember all the details, but it was basically everything was all the craziness was she was behind it all. So she was the villain.
Huh.
What else?
That's
Did he
the
punch
guy.
her?
I don't remember.
If
It's
there's some
I saw it in
sexist
theaters.
violence in it, I'm interested. If he puts her face in a grill, I'll watch it.
This is probably that section of slides where it's like maybe one person on the panel has seen the movie.
I saw a CGI monkey, and I assumed this was Godzilla X Kong because I think that came out around this time. But
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
see this one.
That was when
I forgot to put that one on the slideshow, unfortunately.
yeah, that little monkey got knocked out in Godzilla X Kong. It was like the
That's
best
the only good bit of the movie.
That was the
Everything
best
else in
part
that
of the
film
movie.
is retarded, and so are its fans. So yeah, but I haven't seen Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
I haven't seen it either.
Haven't seen
I
it.
thought it was decent actually. It's not as good as the original, well, the trilogy that came before, but I do think that it has some potential. It drags a bit in the second act mostly, but overall it's actually quite an enjoyable movie. I liked it, but
Why do they
but
want
yeah.
the girl?
The girl is kind of that's just it's a stupid part of the movie. It's basically just the girl is normal because it follows the original Planet of the Apes story where the humans become dumber. Well, they regress. The apes become smarter. Except that the girl is a normal human, where there are other normal humans. So she's just trying to get to her society, and they try and set up that for the sequel. But I genuinely doubt that we're going to get a sequel to this because
This was
I don't
think kick off another trilogy or something like that.
Yeah. I don't think
So
it
they
will.
want her because she's just as intelligent as they are.
Yeah, basically.
But why? Like me
They
going
don't-
out and capturing someone who's just like me.
They don't really what they
could
want to
just do
do is they want to open a bunker. It's a bunker that was sealed by the government, and so they want to open the bunker because I guess there's weaponry and tanks and shit that the ape. Well,
humans just
Caesar.
didn't use.
What does he call Caesar? Proximus Caesar. Yeah, Proximus Caesar can use to take over the world, which is just fucking retarded, to be honest. However, the actor that plays Proximus Caesar literally steals the show. I think if you want to watch the movie, just watch it for his scenes because he's genuinely phenomenal. And I forgot what his name is, the actor, but he plays the dumb guy in a lot of movies. So it was a shock to see him.
So
really,
why do they
really-
need a human of normal IQ to open a bunker that is just as intelligent as they are? What
They
can
don't-
she
they
do
don't
that's
explain that
specific?
shit.
Because you'd think it'd be like DNA or something.
They don't explain any of that shit, man.
Yeah, they literally so the apes are considered to be like smarter than them, but their way of trying to get into this bunker is essentially just beating the door over and over again. They just keep smacking the door, and they're like, "This will work eventually."
So
I
they're
mean,
hiring retarded humans to open the door.
You should even see the third act. The third act, if you think about that, the third act just gets worse when they finally try and open it and they manage to do it. But it's like, it's really stupid when you really think about it. The goals, of course, but I would recommend it. I think it's pretty cool. Why do the apes have Roman names?
Because Caesar was the one that was there. So the ape named Caesar was the one that everything came from. So
Yeah, James Franco named him Caesar.
You can understand Proximo Caesar, but what about is there others with like centurions and stuff like that? Because you can understand Proximo Caesar, he's just named after Caesar.
The
I
other
think
apes,
they just keep doing the Caesar thing. I don't think.
yeah, I think it's only for Caesar. The other ones, I think they're just called like normal names, or even just
Clive.
Orange or shit like that.
Just like Monkey 1 and Monkey 2. And
He escaped from an Italian zoo.
Did he do the hand thing where he holds his thumb to his fingers? It's a fugazi. All the monkeys start doing that.
but I will recommend it just for not only the VFX work, but the acting as well. I think the acting is top notch in this, especially from Proximus Caesar, who's played by Kevin Durant, who plays dumb guys in all of the movies that I've ever seen. So yeah,
Kevin Durant, not Kevin Durant for the
not
people
KD. No,
yeah, not KD. That would have made this an extremely weird movie.
That would have, yeah.
But yeah, I doubt I'd rewatch this unless it's just playing on TV. Then I
still would like to catch it, and
it wasn't. Yeah, it was kind of in the same vein as Fall Guy. There's worse ways you can spend your time.
Fair enough.
Oh,
are we skipping over the other monkey movie?
Yeah, I don't have a slide for that one. So if you guys want to talk about that, we'll just take down the slides for now.
Which one?
We don't have to.
Godzilla X Kong. I totally forgot that Godzilla X Kong came out this year because my brain went to when I thought of Godzilla, I was like, no, Godzilla -1 came out last year. I completely forgot about Godzilla X Kong.
Yeah, that speaks a lot about the quality of that film, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'll just pull this down for now.
Yeah, Godzilla X Kong was fucking retarded, man.
Yeah, it was dog shit.
Not even Dan Stevens could have saved it, and I love Dan Stevens. It was a bunch of bullshit. It's basically just Pacific Rim Uprising. And listen, I always talk about Pacific Rim. Dark Hour knows this. The first Pacific Rim, great. Okay, it's how you should make a kaiju movie. And then Pacific Rim 2 just is fucking toys. That's it. It's toys. That's it. And this is the same thing with GXK. It's toys. Compare this to even Kong Skull Island, compared to the first Godzilla movie, even compared to King of the Monsters. This is absolutely nonsensical bullshit.
Yeah,
okay?
and the excuse of Godzilla fans, which I had to hear a shitload of, was that the fact that Godzilla superplexes Kong off of a fucking pyramid is actually really awesome because it's a throwback to the shitty Godzilla movies of the 60s. Like that's that's a good thing.
Yeah, don't you understand that another bad movie did it first and that makes this one doing it again good? That's how this works, right?
That's the rationale.
Oh man, we've literally gone from a world where it's normal military dudes fighting Godzilla to we have weird ass spaceships now with these things. We can go into Hollow Earth whenever. We can just do anything. It's
what the
nonsense.
fuck was that tribe of people in the center of the earth?
The quantum Indian people,
on the old death.
And I love how I love how they brought in Dan Stevens just to pull a tooth. They're like, hey, we need a dentist, but like a kaiju dentist. And he's like, oh, I can do it. And
I can do it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
buckle right on every dentist ever just to get to this tooth.
And the whole time I was just like, are Godzilla and Kong gay? I'm confused. I don't know what's going on here.
There's no creativity. I mean, I can't even say there's no there's too much creativity. It's too much. I don't know. Too much stupidity, actually, not creativity. But the biggest problem for me is that they've completely lost the sense of scale in the MonsterVerse movies. Everyone moves at a normal speed, so
everyone runs like Usain Bolt.
Yeah,
they're like 300 fucking stories tall.
It's the biggest issue. It's the sense of scale is not there. Additionally, the characters, they still haven't improved any character. I don't know what is wrong with writers, but they can never make characters interesting in a monster movie for some reason, or they always have to forcefully put human characters in a monster movie. Just as Ken Watanabe said, man, just let them fight. That's it.
And yet they still spend like a disproportionate amount of time on the terrible human characters that they've got. It's like that they can't write them, and yet they have to put them in the movie, and then they spend so much time on them, and their plot lines never make sense, and the characters and relationships are never there. So why even bother? If you're going to just smash toys together, just do that. Don't pretend that you're a serious movie. Because you're so evidently not. But they got very salty as well because another actual good Godzilla movie came out within 9 months. Obviously, there were lots of comparisons to be made because it turns out you can create a really good movie predicated on a giant monster, and you can have really good human characters in it. But if you pointed out that was the way to do it, you got accused of, oh, of course you're making that comparison. I'm sorry, I expected it to be a good movie. I'm so sorry. Oh, you evil, you're an evil tourist. Like, of course I'm a fucking tourist. I've seen the quality of your movies. I don't want to live here. I'm going to be a tourist as much as I want to. Bad on me for actually making a comparison I said I wasn't going to make anyway. But yeah, they're just awful film backed by a lot of awful people. And I wish that it wasn't getting a sequel. It is getting a sequel, and the only reason I'm going to review it is that I'm going to annoy all of those same people all over again because they deserve it.
I had some 700,000 subscriber guy like comment on the video, just insulting me, and I asked him to come on BSUP. I was like, "You're a massive channel. Why don't you come on our show and discuss the movie with us?" And I was just, I was told that I was a fool and that I would absolutely lose this debate. And I'm like, come on the fucking show. Like, I literally am inviting you. Please come on the show and destroy me, please. And he absolutely would not do it.
And it's not even fun anymore, man.
I know, but it's just, it's bringing back memories.
the MonsterVerse has completely lost touch. Even the current MonsterVerse fans, I don't even think that they're the same ones that were there when the first Godzilla movie came out, where you only had 7 minutes of Godzilla. Kong Skull Island was the actual first proper monster movie, and then after that we had King of the Monsters, which was okay, really mediocre, but okay when it came to the fights. But yeah, I mean, yeah. People in the chat are talking about Godzilla -1. Yeah, Godzilla -1 is good.
Yeah, but that's not in the MonsterVerse. So,
but it's not in the MonsterVerse. Yeah, thank fuck it's not in the MonsterVerse.
It's the only good one's not in the verse.
Yeah. If you want to watch a proper Godzilla movie where the characters are intelligent, the plot is quite interesting, I do recommend Shin Godzilla. I do think it's better than
Shin
-1.
Godzilla was also pretty good.
Yeah, there may be a controversial opinion, but I think Shin Godzilla is better than -1 solely for the fact that it goes through the politics mostly. The Godzilla design in Shin Godzilla is it takes a while to get used to, that's for sure. But I do think that Shin Godzilla is worth your watch, man. Yeah, disagree. Yeah, Brooks, I'm telling you, it's maybe as a controversial opinion, but I think Shin Godzilla is better in the long term.
I like how the main villain is, let's just do King Kong but ginger.
Yeah.
It's so
I like
much evil.
the massive plot hole with that too is he's stuck in the center of the earth apparently, but his handprint that's pretty fresh is just hanging out.
Yeah, he's imprisoned, but
he's not.
So he wants to break out of prison, but he's already broken out of prison because he goes and attacks a bunch of people outside of his prison, and they got in via a portal. So if he can get out of the prison, he can get out at any time he wants to, and the movie just forgot it because it's not written by intelligent people.
Yeah, and he's got like an ice lizard for a prisoner, and then he just wants to freeze the planet at the end. I'm all like, what's going on here?
He has a Pokemon. That's what he has.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, this is the only ginger that wasn't replaced by a black guy.
Yeah. And the thing is,
monkey.
Yeah, and he can control the lizard because he's got a piece of its tail. What?
Well, he has a magical crystal at the end of a bone whip. But if your magic crystal controls your giant ice dinosaur, I wouldn't put it at the end of my primary weapon.
Right.
Because obviously, at some point, that's going to snap and you'll lose it. Oh, look, that's exactly what happened. Shit, who saw that coming?
Oh, goodness.
Of course, we're saying ginger with the hard R.
Yeah,
and that was Godzilla X Kong.
Where are we month-wise, just before we do Furiosa?
We're approaching the middle of the year. Yeah.
This is April. We're a third of the way through the year.
Did we skip over Fallout, or does Fallout come after?
No, Fallout's also later. So the way that these were structured, it was mostly movies, then shows. Sometimes I tried to bump them up a little bit, but I had two lists. It was like movies that came out this year and shows that came out. So I would go movies, then shows. It was just so a lot of times the show might be a jump back.
No, that's fair enough. I have not seen what I can't even remember what this is called. Furiosa?
I haven't seen it either.
No, I actually saw it for the first time 2 weeks ago. It was garbage. I hated it.
It was garbage. Fury Road, but worse in every way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I would say it's like a 6 out of 10. It's not the worst movie ever.
It's not the worst.
Yeah, it's definitely not the worst movie. She's not really a girl boss. She's a girl. She gets her ass kicked throughout the movie. But she has to use her wits, to escape a lot of situations. And Chris Hemsworth, who plays, I can't remember the character's name at this point.
Decimus, I think.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun. He was chewing up the scenery. It really is Fury Road light, but it's still, it's enjoyable. It's not the worst thing you'll see this year.
It's weird because this cost a lot more than Fury Road and looks worse. The CGI is more noticeable. The car chases are nowhere near as good or dynamic. And
I think that's why I say I find it just trash, because in comparison to Fury Road, this is it's a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. That's the meme that you can use for this. It just lacks everything the Fury Road had going for it. The pacing of Fury Road, this has none of it. The backstory, it takes so long to get there, even though the backstory is interesting of Furiosa. Chris Hemsworth, I think he does a great job, but the action, that's the main selling point of the franchise now. It's completely just gone. Everything is CGI. Even just in normal shots, the sky, the entire background looks CGI. The entire third act finale fight is 100% CG. From the script, I mean, you could tell that they were never going to be able to do it realistically. So I think that was just George Miller's intention from the get-go, unless they really rewrote the script during shooting. But yeah, I guess for those of you who've seen the movie with me on the panel, the last act of the film, you would never think that you could do it practically, ever. So I think George Miller just wanted to do CG all the way based on how I guess hectic and horrendous the Fury Road shoot was.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. I was like, is this guy just too old? And he's like, nah, soundstage, dude. I'm not going to the fucking desert. I'm all set.
I mean, he was like 75 when he made Fury Road, though. So I don't know, unless, because like Fury Road seemed like it was like a passion project, because you don't typically make a movie like that 40 years after or 30 years after the previous one and have it be that much of like a high effort. Like Fury Road is a high effort movie because it's not just CG slop that you direct as like an 80-year-old man and then just hand it off to second unit to do reshoots or whatever.
Bunch of Chinese slaves
or
CGI
in the editing mines. But yeah, I haven't seen Furiosa, and I just didn't feel any desire to, because I feel like they waited way too long to make it and to release it. It feels like the film is 8 years too late.
I agree.
I think the biggest problem with Furiosa is that she shouldn't have been the main character, because it was Chris Hemsworth versus Immortan Joe. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the main plot of the film. It was actually the most interesting. She should have been like a secondary character, because it was basically two types of villains. One was the cold, calculating, ruthless leader, and Chris Hemsworth character was like the whole, he can't live without war, and in peace he goes crazy. And it does quite a lot of world building, which is really good. But Furiosa, I think she kind of narrowed the story down from what it could have been.
Yep, I totally agree, man.
I agree.
It suffers from the fact that it's a prequel. Like it's you can't really make a movie that's bigger than the movie that's supposed to come after it. And
it
so
wasn't. Am I right in thinking Fury Road did not do that well at the box office? Like it wasn't a massive.
It didn't really.
It broke even, but that was pretty much it.
The curious thing for me about these, and I've never been a particularly big Mad Max fan or anything like it. I think I've seen Fury Road. I don't remember a huge amount about it, and I don't think I was blown away by it. But I'm not sure where they took the impression there was a massive appetite for a reboot of this franchise. The original is very famous for being done on an absolutely tiny budget, and it blew over all expectations.
Yeah,
but that doesn't necessarily scale. Just because you can spend $1 million and make 100 million doesn't mean you will spend 250 million to make 250 billion.
Right.
That's not how it works. And so long after the original comes out, does it even have a massive like core audience fan base willing to come back for it? Because Fury Road suggests to me that it doesn't.
I think when Fury Road came out, there was enough hype and buzz surrounding that film specifically, not that film as a Mad Max film.
I agree with that.
Where if they had made Furiosa and it had come out in 2018 or something, I think it probably would have been.
Original came out.
Yeah, well, 15 was Fury
Road.
Road, so I'm thinking give it 2 or 3 years and then come out with Furiosa. And if it's a film of the same quality, if it's exactly the same film, I think it almost certainly would have done a lot better. But I've got the numbers here. So the budget for Fury Road was about 160 to 170 million, which is almost exactly the same as the budget for Furiosa. The box office for Fury Road was 380 million, which is low. Be surprised if it broke even. The box office for Furiosa was 173 million. So that made a massive loss. Like it made back more than they spent on it, but that will exclude advertising. So it will have lost in excess of $100 million. Easy.
Oof. Yep. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna do anything with the Mad Max franchise anymore.
If you want to make money, just get Mel Gibson back as old man Mad Max.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would do it. Actually, I mean, I don't know how sustainable that would be. It would probably just be a one and done.
Just a one-off. Yeah.
Well, how much longer is Miller gonna live? Dude's old as fuck.
Yeah, he's very old.
What was that politician in America? They said he was voting, and he just looks like a corpse.
Oh, he's dead now.
He's dead now.
Oh, that was Jimmy Carter. He died like 2 days ago.
Yeah, he died. I don't believe he died 2 days ago.
Yeah,
he's been dead for a while.
Yeah, like
I
it was
won't
within the
believe
last
he's
48
dead
hours
until
he
I've
died.
seen him vote in the next election. That's when I'll know he's actually dead. Like that keeps happening because there was another one. There's a woman in Congress who went missing 6 months ago, and they found her just living in a dementia facility. You're a sitting congressperson in the United States. You're on a committee. How did no one notice this?
Totally true.
Maybe they're just glad going, that bitch is gone, thank God. Let's play table tennis. Let's play ping pong all day.
We do have one related super for Furiosa.
Our friend Larry for $5. I saw the Furiosa trailer in IMAX before Dune 2. The CGI cars were obvious and bad. Were there any real vehicles in it?
Yeah,
Also Larry.
CG was really bad.
Larry for $20. He made us look. Yes, you did, Larry.
Yes, you did, you bastard. Was this another of the lockdown era movies, though? I mean, were they restricted in how much practical on-set stuff they could do because of COVID restrictions, or was this film before that?
I'm gonna look it up.
Fury Road?
No, Furiosa, sorry.
It was filmed between June and October of 22. I cannot remember if that was lockdown.
I think that was after.
I think that was after lockdown.
Yeah, I think that was, but it was also in Australia.
Australia.
And I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that would change things, yeah.
Australia. No one rolls their eyes.
Because Fury Road was not filmed in Australia, to my knowledge.
Yeah, it was filmed in like Tanzania or something like that.
Yeah, but real quick, I have to ask who asked for this movie? I mean, Furiosa was cool in Fury Road, but I mean, like, after that, I just didn't care. I mean, like, you know, besides Mad Max being the main character or being a character in every single movie, like nobody cared about the other, like nobody wanted the Tina Turner character. Nobody wanted her backstory, none of that bullshit. Or anybody from the other movies. And I just go like, nobody asked for this. Nobody wanted it. Yeah. Charlize Theron was cool and everything, but let's move on. And, yeah, they didn't do that. So I'm glad
it was George Miller's decision through and through to make this movie.
It came out in an era where they were like, well, it's just, you know, we could push this female character to the forefront of this particular franchise, and that's exactly what they tried to do.
Yeah, it's so weird though, because I mean, Furiosa is already the main character of Fury Road. I like her as a character in Fury Road.
I agree,
and I'm wondering if Fury Road had been rebranded as a Furiosa movie rather than being a Mad Max movie, if you see what I mean. So they kind of hid that it was Mad Max related. That almost certainly would have cost it even more money. So it almost feels like it is a Mad Max movie by technicality, because that is not really what the story of Fury Road is.
I mean, we're also juggling the fact that we're thinking that Mad Max has a huge audience. I don't think Mad Max as a franchise actually has a big audience itself. Yeah,
I agree.
Because Mad Max, if you go outside of America, it's not that recognizable of an IP. Well, outside of America and Australia, I would say it's not that big of an IP where people would say, "Oh, there's a new Mad Max movie. I really should go and see that." Over here in France, it's mostly just like, "Oh, Mad Max. I know it by name, but that's it." That's a ton of people here are kind of like that.
Because if you're spending like 150, 60, 70 million dollars on a movie, it needs to have some kind of broad appeal. And if it doesn't have that kind of broad appeal, then it needs to have a big enough core fan base from 40 years ago who will turn up to see it. And that's the hard lesson that they learned when they made Blade Runner 2049. Is I think that movie's great, but the audience was not there. I think it made less than it cost, and it cost like $180 million.
Yep. Well, the first Blade Runner was a flop, wasn't it?
It was, yes. But then, like, Blade Runner is one of those films, I would say probably unlike Mad Max, where it almost grew into, like, it had so much of a cult following that it became like a household name where basically everyone had seen it. Whereas it never really struck me that was the case for Mad Max. Mad Max always seemed much more niche than Blade Runner, like of the two. But basically my point is that even in the case of Blade Runner, the sequel that came out after 40 years did not do well enough.
Yeah. Nope. The film was okay. That's the best way to describe Furiosa.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that you're wasting your time watching it, but I wouldn't say that you're gaining anything either.
Yeah, if you want to watch a good version of this, just go watch Fury Road, honestly.
Yeah.
Fury Road actually has a banger soundtrack, man. Banger score, too.
Mm-hmm.
Has that kick-ass guy playing the guitar.
Oh, yeah.
With fire.
Yeah. Before we move on, a super chat did just come in for this bird talk for $5. What do you think about Dementis' cape changing color throughout? Do you feel, was it cool or dumb? I felt that it just made him look more and more like Thor.
It basically just suited his character, so I give it a pass.
Yeah, and he just can't escape Thor. Poor guy. Inside Out 2. Is anyone? I didn't even see this.
I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Made a shit ton of money, and I didn't see it.
It sure did.
$1.7 billion. It's the highest grossing film of the year.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it made more than Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yep.
Made more than Wicked. No, Wicked didn't make quite that much.
No, Wicked ended up crashing and burning outside of this.
Yeah,
country.
That's Dark Hours' big shame is his prediction.
I mean, I still have the re-releases with all the sing-alongs. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah.
This movie, I first saw it. I did not like the first time I saw it, but I ended up watching. I mean, I've seen it a couple more times. It's actually a pretty good movie. I liked that I didn't like the first one. I thought that one was stupid. I don't like you're being relegated to 5 emotions. It's so dumb. But this one, it's charming and I like it. And I think that adding anxiety is really was a good idea because who doesn't have that shit going on in their head?
I don't.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Well, you're the exception, not the rule.
But the planes crash, and I go, "This is boring."
And then my kids did. I took my kids. They liked it also, but they're kids. You know, kids. They're not very bright. So, but they liked it, and
my kids are stupid. Matt Cat.
Well, they're smart for their age, but for people, they, yeah. But it's
by normal people standards, they're fucking stupid.
Yeah. All kids are dumb.
I can totally kick this kid's ass and beat him at a math test and everything.
I mean, I thought that maybe it just speaks to the general quality of Pixar films recently. I thought that Inside Out 2 is probably the best film that Pixar has made since Inside Out 1, because I thought it was decent. I thought it was good. It didn't wow me or anything. I didn't think it was quite as good as the first one, but basically better than everything that they've done since then, possible exception being Soul, because you got Turning Red and you've got fucking Lightyear that came out quite recently. You've got Onward, you've got The Incredibles 2. As far as I'm aware, none of those movies were particularly successful. You've got Lightyear, which was their previous one that made basically nothing. And then you go from that into this, which is the most successful animated movie ever made now.
Elemental, which I watched.
Oh, Elemental, I hated. Yeah, I hated that.
You hated it?
I did not. Yeah, at all. To me, it felt like Inside Out was doing a similar kind of idea, but it was actually being a little bit more intelligent and relatable in how it was using these emotions and how I mean, it's kind of superficial, but like I just really appreciate like how you have the two stories going simultaneously, where you have the conflict going on inside the character's head and how that is then represented in the real world when she's like playing hockey or whatever.
Right.
I think that that's really creative, and I think it is done very well. In particular, when you start getting to the Inside Out 2 deals with she starts going through puberty, and then she starts having like panic attacks, and you have like mental disorders, start appearing and that kind of thing. And I thought that was all, very well done, but it didn't quite have like the freshness factor of Inside Out 1. But yeah, compared to something like Elemental, I think both of them are like head and shoulders above something like Elemental.
Okay. I liked Elemental. I mean, it was okay. It wasn't the best movie ever, but I don't know. I have a different outlook on these things. If there's ever a father-daughter relationship, I always end up liking it because, I don't know. I was like, yeah, that.
Well, Elemental kept acting like they were all wrong to be afraid of fire when fire literally melts everything.
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
Oh, we have no reason to fear you. It boils the water, it burns the earth, it kills the wind people.
Right.
It was where the analogy
true.
Didn't really work. It's a similar issue to Zootopia or Zootropolis, however it's named in whichever countries we're from, where like the social commentary that it's trying to do doesn't communicate what I think the writers think that it was communicating.
Because to the end, they stay segregated. They set up a way for them to integrate into the city by making glass buildings because they're fire. That doesn't happen.
So it's a pro-apartheid movie.
Well, it ends up being that, yeah. You just stay in a shitty little ghetto. Because that's clearly set up. It's like all the buildings are made of glass. They go, oh, you're really good at making glass. And it just goes nowhere.
I mean, that's a good point.
It's like you could become productive members of society, but you don't. Fuck them.
I mean, that's a good point. It is a good point. I can't deny that.
That's it. That's the social commentary. It doesn't work. It's just, fuck them, stay apart.
No, just the fire people. Yeah, get them out.
Any earth person comes down there, you stab them. I'll teach them for getting on the wrong train or walking down the wrong alleyway. Do you think Inside Out 3 they should do it, but it's in the minds of a serial killer? You've got murder, you got rape, you got
a really disordered person.
I would watch that.
It would be really interesting to see how the different emotions, take charge and how they interact with people inside of the head of someone who is genuinely deranged.
Like
Pixar won't do it.
Stabbing happiness.
Yeah, like there's some really creative shit that you could do there. I think that could be very interesting to see.
I'm now picturing this really traumatic, emotional final scene where they have to wave goodbye to their emotion friends because the patient's having a lobotomy.
A girl just comes in the room and just starts killing all the emotions.
That could be an interesting movie. I would be interested to see what the excuses for people like other studios that have put out, or even Pixar itself, which has put out other kids' entertainment, which has not done well at all. And that you've got a number of excuses that come out, stuff like, oh, well, people's film going habits have changed and cinema is a different thing now. And it's just, it's a modern audience. They don't go and sit through movies. And yet something like Inside Out 2 comes out and just proves that evidently people do, much like Barbie and Oppenheimer did. So what is the excuse now for something like Lightyear flopping? Is it that the cinema habits have changed? Evidently not. So is it that maybe you need to put a bit more thought into your creations? Or is it that maybe if the most talked about thing in the pre-press is whether there's two mums or not is maybe not the best marketing for a kids production? I'd like to see how they try to account for it, because the ingredients for success are evidently here, but they've been steadfastly ignoring them for quite a long time.
It's partly like marketing is obviously really, really important, I think, in particular with things like kids films, but also word of mouth, I don't think gets enough credit, because I also don't think that studios really want to admit to that, because if they make something bad, it's going to have negative word of mouth and then it's going to bomb horribly and no one's going to go and see it. Or in the case of something like Furiosa, if it's an okay movie, but they released it at a bad time and it didn't have a good trailer, then people are going to be like, oh yeah, that exists, I guess. It doesn't matter, how many times you put that trailer in front of someone, it's not going to make them want to go and see it. Whereas in the case of Inside Out 2, I never actually saw the trailer, but if the trailer is not terrible, it's a sequel to a film that came out in like 20 14 or something, which means that some of the people who liked it will want to go back potentially with their own kids, potentially.
That's true.
And Inside Out 1 was it was a good movie. So it's a sequel to, the same thing I guess happened with like Finding Dory, in that it doesn't really matter how good or bad the sequel is. It will make at least an amount of money at the beginning, and then you'll get the word of mouth spreading, which will then compound, and then it'll become the most successful animated movie of all time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I guess there's a difference as well in terms of who you're targeting. So like Inside Out 2, as you say, it comes out 3 or 4 years later. So the kids who saw and really liked Inside Out 1 really want to go and see the next one. They've probably got the toys. They remember enjoying the movie. In something like a Toy Story or even a Finding Nemo case, I would have thought the primary audience you're trying to attract is parents who were kids when that franchise got going. Like that was the Inside Out of the 90s, for example, or the 2000s. And so you've almost got to do more than simply say, hey, remember the thing? That was good, so your kids will love it. Now you've got to say, well, you have fond memories of this thing. This movie appeals to you. Why don't you take your kids? And I gather that something like Lightyear didn't do that very well. It was just, oh, yeah, it's another corporate spin-off. You remember this character, but it's not the same version. And your kids have no real pre-established love for that franchise because Toy Story is really old in the tooth these days. So getting the kids while they're young, going back to the Catholic Church point from earlier.
That's why I'm really curious to see what ends up happening with Toy Story 5, because that's being greenlit as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
And he didn't have any voice lines ready. Have you seen the trailer? It's just them waving at the camera.
I don't think I have.
Well, there's a quick... Sorry, it's a quick preview. It's just literally Buzz kind of like saluting the people. There's no lines.
Yeah.
You can clearly tell it's been greenlit. And he just went, fuck it, come up with a script. We've got a slot for like the second quarter of next year.
Oh, God.
But like Toy Story 4 is trash, but it made a massive amount of money. I think it made like the second highest grossing out of the entire series. And I'm wondering how many people will have just checked out after 4. But then, based on what you were just saying, Platoon, it may end up making another $1 billion. Like, who knows? It depends on how they pitch the film.
Or it could be another live-action Lion King thing. I mean, the first live-action, the first horrifically CGI'd reanimation of the Lion King did really well, but they've been going downhill rapidly ever since.
Oh, yeah, and like Mufasa has just come out, and that's been overtaken by fucking Sonic.
Sonic really, really quick, okay? Everyone gets overtaken by Sonic. It's fair.
Okay, that's fair.
Sonic movies are good.
They
are good.
The Sonic movies.
I love the Sonic movies.
We'll get to that later. Don't worry.
They're better than he should be, which is strange.
Yeah.
Right,
as a Sonic fan, I thought they were going to be shit. So
yeah,
I was just as shocked as you.
I agree.
Since Platoon asked about this earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys keep bringing up stuff I haven't seen.
Unfortunately, with these like massive shows, that just kind of ends up happening.
I thought everyone had seen Fallout by this point.
Nope, I skipped it.
Yeah, I meant to watch it, but I didn't, and now it's passed, and I'm all like, I don't have time.
It was ludicrously and inexplicably popular.
I know.
Loads of people really adored it, and I didn't.
I watched half of it. I watched the first 4 episodes, and I just couldn't continue. It was trash.
I confused this with Borderlands.
Oh, understandable confusion to make. Similar kind of quality, but one of them, for some reason, caught on.
Do you think it's a TV format? If Borderlands was an 8-part TV show, it would have been just as successful as Fallout. Because the writing quality is the same, the aesthetics the same.
I don't think so. I think Borderlands' its biggest problem was it had a very geriatric cast that didn't make any sense, and that turned off a lot of people right off the bat.
That's got to be one of the most.
It's also just absolute shit from the neck down.
But I'm saying before you even saw the movie, though, all the buzz coming out of the trailers is, why is everyone so old? Like that was,
that is so
I think what
true.
makes like Fallout successful among like a ton of people is because of the fact that the production value was pretty high. You could tell they put a lot of effort into production. You can tell that they put a lot of effort in casting And just it's that wave of people will watch something just because Sydney Sweeney is in it. People will watch something because Ella Purnell is in it at this point.
It's got a brilliant aesthetic, right? I mean, it captures people who aren't necessarily paying complete attention, and it does it very early on, and that is enough to sustain a lot of people's interest. The more you think about it, the worse it gets. But I mean, I love the aesthetic. I think the choice of like soundtrack and the entire post-apocalyptic creation and the world just before the fall, all of that I really, really like. And so I really wanted to like the rest of the show. But then the rest of the show happened and I couldn't, which was annoying.
Yeah. And real quick, just to hop on Uninspired's comment just now, Ella Purnell, the only reason I watched the show Sweet Pea is because she was in it. So I totally agree with you on that. So
yeah, she's kind of having it's kind of just being one of those actor, I guess, renaissances where people are going to watch it just because there's that person in it, because they appreciate the person. Same with Walton Goggins. Everyone is watching because Walton Goggins is sort of making a resurgence now, even though he's been in a ton of stuff over the years. So yeah, it's a beautifully packaged show, is what I'll give it. But
it's a Ted wrapped in tinfoil.
Yeah, there it is.
Ella Purnell is so like if Sydney Sweeney's selling point is her tits, Ella Purnell has somehow accomplished that with her eyes. And
how come Steve Buscemi doesn't get the same love?
Yeah, it's weird. That's even funny, I think. Like, that was the one I couldn't understand. People were like, "Oh, she has the greatest eyes," and I was like, "Does she though? Like, what do you?" Am I not seeing the same person that you're all seeing here? What's going on?
They are very large and quite expressive.
She has 200-degree vision. She can see kind of behind her.
Well, she was the star of that movie Big Eyes, where she was in all those paintings.
She should play in a live action. She should play the monkey on Toy Story 3. You the one that flopped
But it is, I guess.
Steve Buscemi in a staring contest.
Hey, crazy guys.
She does also have tits though, and he doesn't. So I mean, like she's got that going for her, I guess. But and she's fairly charming. I don't mind the casting at all. It's just the characterization is awful. But it starts to fall apart in episode 1. The minute that the raiders get into the vault, and you think, like, fucking, how did you not know? You notice that one of them is radioactive after you slept with him, but you didn't notice it when they all walked in together. How does that even function? Nobody notices any of that shit goes wrong. The way, like, it's just incompetently written as well to build up suspense. You don't cut away from inside the vault and then to outside the vault so you know what everything looks like and who everyone is, and then you end episode 1 with her leaving the vault, because you've spoiled the mystery for the audience at that point. You're not seeing things for the first time along with your character. You've already got audience superior knowledge, which is just not satisfying. But that's all relatively light criticism compared to the stuff that it deserves for the later episodes. I still can't. It annoys me that so much of the attention of the quote unquote like anti-woke people is just identity based, because the Fallout's message is evil capitalists decide to bomb the world because if you murder everyone, you will make profit. That's fucking woke. God damn it. Why can't we attach some more importance to that kind of shit? I don't care what skin color she has.
Don't they literally have a scene where she goes, communism is just what people say for people who disagree with them? It was just like she completely defended the fucking Bolsheviks.
Oh god, yeah. The evil capitalists start the war, and even the creator of the show, I think, got banned from the subreddit for saying that this isn't what happened. Sorry, the creator of the games got banned from the subreddit for saying that the Chinese in the law. Yeah, it's not about communism, and in the law, like the Chinese shot first, and in this, it's just but they banned him because they didn't realize who he was, and also they disagreed with him. It's just so comically shitty, typical Hollywood stuff. That it gets a pass for some reason because everyone is way too focused on, is it a girl boss? Is there a race swap? None of that's as interesting to me as is this movie literally propagating communism, which it kind of is. Although it does a very good job of portraying a world state after communism, so I'll give it that.
Well, the communist girl gives free power to everyone in the end with this bullshit fucking generator chip.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Yeah, the evil corporation, they bought her company out to stop free energy being given to the world. It's like, wait, you're telling me that you could have an energy monopoly and you chose to keep that on your shelf so you could nuke the world because that's more profitable than being the creator of infinite? What the fuck is this even talking about? It's just, no one thought about any of this. They just thought it was fashionable and edgy, and so we'll do it. That's like the big thematic criticism. The characters don't make a huge amount of sense. The quote unquote video game logic of, oh no, they're injured. Oh yay, they fall into a place that immediately heals them. Actually, that would be bad game design if it were in a video game, but it was defended on the grounds that it's a game adaptation. So what do you expect? So much of it just exists to take all tension and anticipation out of it. It's just lazy.
The ghouls, they changed the rules. So instead of radiation making them feral, they go feral normally, and you have to take this medicine that no longer is in production. So it should have ran out 200 years after the war. Like, who the fuck is making it? There just seems to be a limited amount of them, and you have to keep taking it to stop going feral. They never explain what it is or how it like works on radiation, fucking, because they're heavily mutated. Medicine should not work on them because it's designed for humans.
Yeah, there's even that bit when she shoots him with the dart, and he says, "Well, that's just one drug in a whole cocktail of drugs. Of course, it's not going to work." And yet, they still rely on that kind of human medicine. It's annoying as well because there was another Silo-based show around the same time which got much less attention but was much better, which was Silo. If you want a reasonably intelligent post-apocalyptic Fallout type setting with characters who kind of do things that are intelligent, Silo is like not excellent, but I think it was good enough.
Is season 2 good? Because it's coming out.
It's less good. I'm struggling to pay attention to it, which makes it much less good. There's a lot more convenience, and it's taking way too much time to get to the point when it didn't need to. So, season 2 is, I would say, a marked downgrade, but I need to finish it, I think, before saying whether it's shit or not.
Yeah, see, I felt that about the first season. I think I bailed after episode like 5, after the mayor.
You watch any shows?
I do watch.
What's the common narrative?
I do watch shows, but we keep picking ones I haven't seen.
Let's see. I saw a couple come in for the. Here we go.
Oh yeah, no, her face is asymmetrical. That's Anya Taylor-Joy's weird thing. Like, she's good on an angle, and then she looks like an alien, and then she's good on another angle when you rotate her.
She's good in profile, not in portrait.
Yeah, she's the problem is she has a symmetry problem.
Well, didn't she have
because she had those
surgery?
the fat removed out of her face, didn't she?
That's the one.
Like,
that's why. Yeah,
it's called like buccal fat or something. It's like all the rage right now to look like a fucking alien.
Wolfsbane for $1.99. I thought the eyes thing was Anya
Taylor-Joy.
Yeah.
Jesus
sorry.
Christ,
you can make fun of her, but at least get her name.
I am following a lot of shit right now. Give me a break.
He's been shotting tequila off camera again.
I know I've been doing that too.
I knew it. Richard Shaft for $6 fake. I like the old isometric Fallout best before the Vault Project became a joke. Yes, Fallout 1 had jokes, but those weren't the point.
I've never played the really old ones. I think I've played 3 and I think New Vegas, and that was it. Yeah, and I like those. Those were really good. But
1 and 2 were really good, and they're very tongue in cheek with a lot of their comedy, but the actual gameplay and storyline takes precedence over the comedic aspects. That's just adds on to the narrative.
Yeah.
Well, in Fallout 3, you get put into a simulation where you have to murder every single person in there and torment them with a clown mask.
I don't even remember that bit.
Well, you remember you have to find your dad, and he's in the simulator.
Oh,
and you get in, and it's black and white, and then the big scientist is in a little girl's body. He's like a German scientist. He goes, "Good afternoon," and then he just tells you to like torment and kill and torture all the residents.
Oh, it's been so long since I played it. Like, I've realized how much of it I've forgotten. The thing I remember about it is all the really funny bugs. That's the thing that stuck with me more from Fallout 3. Just people in the middle of impactful conversations walking up imaginary stairs. I think I did download it to try and replay it, and Game Pass being Game Pass, it didn't work, so fuck him. But I did remember enjoying it. It was good. I remember there's a guy begging for water, and we tried to give him water, and he ran away, so we tried to shoot him in the knee, and his leg came off. That was funny. There's lots of fun shit you can do in Fallout. Try to help people, and they just die all around you.
I think this is the last one for this, I think.
Bonesaw is ready for $5. Does it turn anybody else's stomach that Amazon of all people are telling anti-capitalist stories too? It is funny.
Isn't that every show like The Boys?
Yeah.
Just doing all that shit. But you know what Eric Kripke said? He said The Boys, unironically said The Boys is punk rock.
That's like
I
Rage
couldn't
Against the
fucking-
Machine being a corporate band that they
I
are.
couldn't
you know?
fucking believe it when he said that. The level, the lack of self-awareness he had, the most corporate, safe, fucking non-edgy show on the fucking platform is punk rock. Is anti-establishment. It has every same opinion the government has.
God, imagine what he thinks isn't punk rock. Like how fucking PC that is.
You think fucking sending in season 5 in what 2 years probably?
So
He
does
literally
anyone
says,
have a?
sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, it's just like, are you going to do The Boys later on?
I don't. I think I removed that slide, but we can always add it back.
Shit.
You can slide it back in, baby.
I mean, only reason I removed it, I try if it was like something that was deep into several seasons, I didn't add it because it's already been talked about a lot. We can always,
it is just the most petty show I've ever seen. It's unbelievably retarded.
Plus, I have a feeling that I'm about to derail this entire thing with the next slide, just so everyone knows. Anyone have a guess what it is besides Cynic, who's seen them already?
I already forget, so I'd have to guess.
What from this year would derail this entire? Like, what if we're gonna go for the rest of this stream? What does everyone think the topic is?
I hope I've seen it.
The Acolyte.
The biggest show I can think of everyone universally hated was Acolyte.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not see The Acolyte.
So Uninspired, if you want to head out, because I know you said you have to head out in 10 minutes, there's no way this particular topic's taking 10 minutes.
Yeah, because I mean, I haven't even seen The Acolyte, so I'll just dip now.
I can't believe there are people on YouTube who haven't seen The Acolyte. Shame on you.
Hey, Platoon, if it makes you feel better, I watched The Acolyte by watching your videos. I did not watch the show itself, though.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't seen The Acolyte, but I just wanted to say Happy New Year's to everyone.
Happy New Year.
And you.
Thank you. And thank you guys for having me on. Cheers, everyone. Have a great night, and bye to everyone in the chat as well.
Get on those slides for the next 2 hosts, by the way.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. All right, take care, everyone.
Later.
See you later.
Also, Random has said he's going to dip out as well.
Yes, I've been on for a little bit, and I have again not seen The Acolyte, so I won't be able to really add anything to the discussion. But yeah, thank you for having me on, and yeah, have a good rest of 2024, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm going to be drunk for all of it. So.
Hours of it or whatever.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't make the year any worse. Are there any movies that you guys are going to watch before the year is done, or are you basically done at this point?
I think I am done. I watched Nosferatu. Yeah, I watched that. Call it good.
That doesn't come out on New Year's.
Yeah, over here I'm watching Nosferatu next week, so it'll be the first film of next year, I think.
Have you seen the Doctor Who Christmas special?
No. I caught the end of it because of the Wallace and Gromit. I had it on for Wallace and Gromit, and Doctor Who was on mute.
Before you leave, Random, apparently there was a super for you. Let me just find it real quick.
Okay.
Real quick, do I need to watch all the other Wallace and Gromit movies to watch the one that's going to be on Netflix?
Oh, here we go.
No.
Okay. Because I was going to watch that with my kids, but I was like,
well,
do I need to catch up?
Continuity-wise, the only one that really, I guess, you probably should watch would be The Wrong Trousers. Because it's the villain comes back after like 20 years or 30 years or whatever it is. But you don't need that you just might miss out on a couple of jokes. Like narratively, you can just watch the new one and not know what Wallace and Gromit is.
But you should watch The Wrong Trousers because it's excellent. I mean, they're all good, but The Wrong Trousers is particularly good.
Yeah, I'm writing it down right now.
Yeah, The Wrong Trousers is probably the best one, I would say. Although, like, A Close Shave is honestly A Close Shave and The Wrong Trousers both like freak me the fuck out.
All right, I'm watching all of them now.
You have to.
He's actually pulling them up and watching them as he's in the stream.
Well, because the last stream I was on with Platoon, he mentioned to watch them, and I was like, okay, and I wrote it down, and I was like, but then I was looking at all of them, and I was like, do I have to watch all of these to get the latest one? Because I saw that it was on Netflix, or it was going to be on Netflix, and I was like, but I'm good.
It's like the opposite of the MCU. They release one every 7 or 8 years, and you don't have to have complete knowledge of the preceding ones to understand it. It's and it's good. So the opposite in every way, and your kids will like it.
Standalones. Yeah.
Well, I will watch all of them. I just need to
If you don't like it, no pressure, but we'll never have you on again. Because you have
well, I do like stop motion animation, so I probably will like it.
That's good.
Wallace and Gromit over here is basically considered a religion. It's like a part of Christmas tradition. You just,
I'm actually gonna I'm gonna collapse that one because this one's also relevant to Wallace and Gromit, and I don't think this is gonna come up again. So I'm gonna bring this one up, and then I'll bring up the other one again.
Victor's nepotism for 50 shekels. Thanks for this year, y'all. I highly recommend you watch the new Wallace and Gromit movie. Not as good as the old ones, but still worth a watch.
Right on.
Well, that's a medium recommendation. I have not yet had time to see it, but I intend to watch it over the next couple of days.
And this one is for Random. I found it.
I think Random should do this, and he has to do it in the voice of Waldrick, who has so much fun delivering this line.
Well, God damn it. Okay, so from Toivo Korhonen says, "Welcome to Mordor." That's the best you're gonna get. And Waldrick is staying in bad tier. I'm not moving him up. I had when I did my tier list stream, I had a whole bunch of people who were not happy with where I placed Waldrick.
No, you were incorrect. He should be A tier.
They were trying to get me to place him above the horse in good tier.
But surely that's where he belongs.
You put that
higher? The horse ended up being the highest ranked character in season 2.
But he saved Isildur. He should die for that.
He did save Isildur, but I don't think he wanted to. I think that the horse is a victim of Isildur because he didn't choose to be psychically bonded to an idiot. which is why the horse didn't put up a fight when he got abducted by the wild men. Because if that horse is as smart as you see it supposedly being at the start of the episode when it rescues Isildur, then to abduct that horse is going to be a lot more complicated than sit on it and ride it away from its owner.
Unless it wants to be led away.
Exactly. So yeah, I think the horse is the best character in Rings of Power.
What do you think when the wild man got Isildur? He went, "Give me 10 minutes, then come get me."
I now feel really sorry for the horse. It was imprinted without its consent. That's what the Numenorians are. They're just horse molesters.
Back to molesters. God damn it.
Wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, on that, I'll leave you guys to chat about the Acolyte.
Yay.
Disney molesting Star Wars, I guess, would be the segue there, right?
Yeah, molesting. We've got the Acolyte. Leslie Headland is obviously, allegedly, the link in that connection. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming. Enjoy the rest of your year, and we will see you in the next year, however many days hence that is.
Yes. Well, thank you guys. We'll see you later.
See you, Random.
Bye-bye.
And I'm going to cycle in a couple more people. Okay, we got Jedi Brooks and Z3PO for this one.
Yes, sir.
Yay.
How many people can we host at once? Like 10?
I think the maximum is 10, but I'm trying to keep it to like 6, 7 because I think 10 would be insane.
Probably.
The power of many.
Jeez. This show. What a legacy it created.
What a clusterfuck.
How many YouTube careers did it start?
This basically built my channel.
I think this is up there. The Acolyte, the Rings of Power, The Last Jedi, and potentially Game of Thrones Season 8. Those are the 4 that I think had the most massive effect for starting people's channels up. It's just crazy.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And She-Hulk. Don't forget that one.
Oh yeah, She-Hulk was another one. Yeah.
And Velma. Actually, the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, there's so many.
There's usually about 1 or 2 every year, it seems.
But this was the one that thrust lesbian space witches into the cultural zeitgeist.
They're not lesbians. Did you hear that a lot? I always got that. They're not lesbians.
I don't think I ever heard an argument against that.
No? Oh, I always got that. They're not lesbians. They have 2 moms.
They're literally lesbians.
They're literally gay.
Well, it's a cult of all female people with children. I mean, now there are ways. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities, some considered to be gay, but also unnatural. So I guess they could do it without sexual reproduction. Because they are virgins in the Force, don't you see? That's why they're not really lesbians.
They can't be gay because they're the same person. So if they make out with each other, that's not gay. That's playing with yourself.
Technically, yeah, it's disembodied masturbation, is what it is.
Yeah, mutual masturbation with a friend.
They were this far away from calling them a dyad.
They were so
yeah,
close.
yeah.
They have a scene where it's explicit as well. Like, I don't even know how people can be debating this. Like, it's like an important part of this plot that they're lesbians. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah. It was ridiculous. Like, people, I get that all the time in comments. Like, they never say they're lesbians. And I'm all like, come, they have two moms. Stop it. Come on. Like, it's
But I will say the fact that they were lesbians was by far not the worst thing about The Acolyte.
Exactly.
It doesn't even rank in my top 1,000 list of reasons this show was fucking ass cancer. Yeah. Every single thing about this is bad and wrong and should never have happened, and yet it did. And it will thankfully not happen again because, oh dear, it got cancelled. All those people who really love it and want to renew it didn't watch it, so it can't be renewed.
So one of the most I was just going to say,
Darth Plagueis as some creepy guy in a cave somewhere.
Yeah, that's Harvey Weinstein.
Earthworm Jim, that's what he looked like. Oh my god, it's terrible. I was just going to say it's like one of the most morally horrendous pieces of fiction I've ever seen in my entire life. And one of the comments I put in the chat was anyone's pick for like character assassination of the year, and mine would be Soul. Soul's like one of the worst things I've ever seen happen to a character in any story or anything. It's so loaded with stupidity. Everything they did to this man and everything they wanted to achieve, it's just a failure on every front. And
yeah, you have to have complete moral bankruptcy to do what you did to Saul.
Exactly. And $130 million.
Contrasted with a fantastic actor that everybody just wanted to root for. He's just so likable in 2 shows now, you know?
People it was so depressing doing, because we did Squid Game on EFAP on Saturday and just watching how good he is as an actor. And he was in stuff, you had him. And that's what you chose to do.
Yeah, he's just nothing. Like, but name a Jedi in the last like decade that you're like, you know what? I kind of like this guy. I can see him as a Jedi. He's young enough to move. He's a fantastic actor. You could do something with it. And Soul was just butchered and mutilated. I can't believe it.
He was perfectly right to murder her mother.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. He did nothing wrong.
It was self-defense. He saved their lives.
She turned into this weird ghost monster.
Yeah, she thought I'd calm the situation's tense. I'll calm it down by turning into a fucking demon ghost whilst also disintegrating the girl next to me.
She's going to let her go, and she's already made the decision that she's going to let her go. So when they actually arrive, they're nothing but confrontational. Like, they instigate this entire thing.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, she literally goes up to them after agreeing that I'm gonna let him go because, like, oh, you're our leader. I'm like, I'm also a mother. Right now, I choose mother. And then 2 seconds later, she's like, oh, why the fuck would we let my daughter go with you? Who the fuck are you? So pretty much, like, that's pretty much the attitude she had with her. Like, why the hell would she take that attitude after establishing that she's gonna let him go? It's just to create drama. It made no sense. It's one of the simplest things I've ever seen.
She was gonna turn her daughter into the Force. That meant killing, because that's what happened to Obi-Wan.
Exactly.
But it's also what happens in the same show. Remember when they're going through the woods, and this is when OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and Jackie have their little pre-relationship going on just before Jackie gets murdered, and Occupational Safety and Health Administration decides that actually she really likes the murderer. But they have a conversation and they kill the bugs. And like, she's vaguely jealous that she woke the bugs up, but Jackie's response is, "Oh, it's always an honor seeing things get transformed into the Force." So now, like, killing things is just transforming them into the Force. So it does mean death.
They shouldn't have had that line if the people are going to want to have that defense. There's so many things in the show that are explicit, yet people, like, they missed it. It's just a highlight of people defending things in the show that don't even exist. You know, it's just
that sounds like what a serial killer Jedi does. I'm not killing them; they're becoming one with the Force. And he's choking
Anakin made lots and lots of children one with the Force. He did. It wasn't a bad thing at all. You thought it was genocide. It's not. It's a good thing.
And we were promised Frozen meets Kill Bill. And I was middle-aged lesbians porn fanfic.
Yeah, I said it was supposed to be Frozen meets Kill Bill, and we just got Fist meets ass. That's all it was.
Yeah, pretty much so.
Yeah, that was the problem with this show. They said it was Frozen meets Kill Bill when they threw it out there. Then the trailer said it was supposed to be like this murder mystery. Who's killing all these Jedi? Then it was, what did the Jedi do? Then they kept changing what this show was about and what was going on. That by the end of it, you're like, I don't give a shit what's going on. Just kill them all and just let me go on my separate way, because this show is so stupid. It's like they had all these ideas, and I thought a better idea would be the space witches, the lesbian space witches versus versus the Jedi. I thought that was a way better idea than any of this bullshit they got going on. But they didn't have the force. Well, Leslie Helen didn't have the foresight to make a good show. She just had all these ideas and just shoved them into this big ball of shit and threw it out into the world. And when it got rejected, they're all like, "Oh, you hate black people," and it's like, what's going on here? This is ridiculous.
Does anyone else think it's funny that the little girl, when her sister tries to kill her by setting her on fire, all the children have a secret tunnel leading into their room? I mean,
yeah, that was a little
bit odd.
I mean, that's a bit Leslie Helen wrote it, and you're like,
every part of this, man. It's like the murder mystery that lasted freaking 5 minutes. Like some of the most nonsensical flashbacks you'll ever see in your entire life, to the fact that they had to flashback again to explain it properly, and it just makes it even worse.
Right?
It's insane.
They didn't change any of the flashback.
Once you get all the context and you have the full story, to have a clear idea of what the events that took place. When Soul doesn't explain himself and he just gets bullied by them at the end, I almost had a fucking aneurysm watching it. It's like, I can't describe something that frustrating. When you have all the components, you're basically telling me to just ignore my own brain, ignore logic, and take your story for what you're trying to tell me and just brainwash me. I don't understand. I would love to sit down with Leslie Headland and explain to me why Soul was wrong. Go ahead. Like, try. Like, there's just nothing.
I really wonder if what's the actor's name again? I don't remember off the top of my head for Saul. If he actually spoke English, Squid Game guy. If he actually spoke English and didn't just learn how to mimic it for the role, if he actually knew what he was reading, if he would have not accepted this the part. Yeah, like that's. I feel like they kind of
still defending it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, at that point he was pot committed though. Like what are you gonna do? I mean, Dakota Johnson's the only one with big enough balls to actually shit talk the thing that she was just in. Everybody else kind of just toes the line.
Well, a lot of actors get super separated from their stories. Don't even watch the stuff that they're in. They just focus on the craft. And then there's others who are actually much more involved with like whether or not, it makes sense for their character. So I don't think he'd be one of those.
He was asked a loaded question. They were going, "Don't you think it's bad that the show got racist backlash?" That was basically the question. He went, "Oh no, that's bad. Not that the show."
Yeah, like, what is he supposed to say
exactly.
to that?
It's loaded completely. Like, do you think he understands that his character was like completely mutilated and just like thrown in the street and spit on? Like, does he know the context, the detail of it?
I don't know Star Wars lore very well, but they did.
Neither did they when they made this. So you're right. You're right.
Well, it seems like they made him into a functionally retarded person, because in the flashback, when the two kids are on the bridge snaps, and instead of just saving the two girls with his powers, he just stops the bridge. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous.
They're lighter. They're two little girls. They weigh nothing. There's no
literally
logical reason
to just grab them instead of
even irrelevant.
Lift the bridge, you can lift the child. It's just
Brooksy, that's irrelevant even with that. Brooksy,
but the kids don't move. The
weight of the bridge versus the weight of the kids is irrelevant. That's the whole point, is that you can lift whatever weight is required. It doesn't matter if they weigh 10 pounds.
No, but this is my point was for Cynic. For someone who's not familiar with Star Wars, the lore, or the movies or anything, if you're just watching Star Wars for the first time, you don't know what a Jedi can do. They establish in that scene that he can pick up the bridge. Why the fuck isn't he picking up the kids? So but if you can't explain it to, there's a 6-year-old who can ask you that, and you're like, I don't fucking know. When you can't explain it to a kid, that's when you know it's just garbage.
They also established, I think, at the end of episode 2, because like she being just all kinds of special, walks backwards off a cliff, and he uses the force to grab her and lift her back up. So we know he can do it.
With perfect dexterity. They establish his strength and his dexterity with the force, but when he needs it, they turn it off. They turn his powers on and off, and then it just destroy his character. He's
and
like,
isn't it a great sign, like for a show as well, that you can look back on that and you can say, actually, if he'd let the series protagonist fall to her death from that cliff, he would have made the morally correct decision. Like, he would have been in the right to do that, because she's evil. And yet Leslie Headland thinks she's good. But I think you asked the question earlier about what Leslie Headland thought Sol had done wrong. Leslie Headland's been very open about everything about this show, and everything she says makes it so much worse.
Were you on the EFAP? Were you on the EFAP when we broke down the interview with her, and she basically like revealed that she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about when it comes to her show?
I wasn't on the EFAP, but I did it in I think my last video. I did like a whole hour section on what she was talking about throughout the production and after it had come out. And everything from, that bit where you look inside the lightsaber, that's kind of like looking inside a penis. And Stoll deserved to die because he's like a patriarchal protective male. And I just wanted, while I was on the treadmill, I asked my wife, and she said, well, what do you want to do? And she said, I want to be able to say anything I want and have all the power in the world. And I wanted to write that character. So, okay, so you want to be a Sith. Fair enough. That's evil. You are a bad person. And why the fuck did they hire you?
It's insane, man. The lack of, like I said, morality and just self-awareness this is one of the first shows I would point to for everyone. And I just want to tie back to one of the things you covered earlier. You know how they wasted Trinity in this show? Like she was a part of the marketing and then she just got booped. She was probably a bigger part of this show than Henry Cavill was in Argyle. Argyle was like, I don't think I've ever seen an audience get lied to like that. It's just complete, just complete bait. But yeah, Carrie-Anne Moss, for what it's worth, her performance was good too. Other than Soul, she was the second best performer. It's just the writing. It was just completely Asha and May were fucking horrendous, but the rest of the cast did okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Remember she set fire to the door that somehow blows up the generator, that somehow sets fire to the stone mountain, collapses everything.
Yeah, I love how in that one episode, how she's like, the mom's like, pay attention, and they're literally paying attention until they're not. Because of reasons. Like I'm all like if you watch them in the background, they're literally listening to everything, and then all of a sudden the sister's like, pay attention. I'm like, bitch, she is watching what her mother is saying. I'm like, you're just like bothering her, so you're distracting her, if anything. I also love how Soul, like every episode, at the end of the episode, he's like, I'm going to tell you what happened, and then it ended. You're like, bitch. He's like, all right, I will tell you what happens when we get on the ship. Why don't you tell her now? She wants to know. Everybody wants to know. Nobody's sitting here like
hyperspace over here to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was like for like 3 episodes, he'd be like,
I will take a shit first.
Yeah, it was like, I will tell you at this point in time. It's like, why don't you just tell everybody now?
I have a diarrhea. I must go a poo.
You're one of the first people I've seen like actually reference that scene, because there's so many problems with that show that gets buried, but it's unbelievably frustrating because when you pay attention and look at the scene, they're literally paying attention. They're focused. They're watching, and it's a clusterfuck. Those really two girls, I know a lot of people have this stance of like, you can't judge them, they're kids.
You can judge them.
Completely.
Yeah,
no
fuck that noise.
Fucking way. How do you praise the good performers, the ones that have natural talent that they can develop into the future? If we can't actually acknowledge when people don't. Like my two best examples would probably be Leonardo DiCaprio. His first movie was What's Eating Gilbert Grape, and he plays a kid who's like 14 with like brain damage. You would never believe like it wasn't real. Like he's fantastic. Right. And a Bly Manor, Mike Flanagan's Bly Manor is a remake of the 1957 horror movie The Innocents. So there's 2 versions of this movie where both the kids nail it. The little kids, right? Yeah, the perfectly splendid kid. I've seen 2 interpretations of that character, and both of them nailed it. So I throw that. Then you have Asha and May's stupid little goober kids who can't like even read a script. So yeah,
even the Skeleton Crew kids, I think, do a comparatively excellent job. I mean, I don't think any of them are supreme examples of child actors, but they are much better than the 2 kids in The Acolyte were. Sadly.
I agree. You can see the difference.
But you know, they probably had way better direction, and they had Jude Law to act against, and apparently he was very good at sort of coaching them through the role. So you have to put a lot of work in to help kids through, which is why I think it's fair to criticize the performance, but less so the actor, because kids need help, and evidently they didn't get any, because fuck it, Leslie Headland. You don't want, if you're a kid and you're in the room with Leslie Headland, get out of the room.
I think if you're an adult and you're in the room with Leslie Headland, get out.
The direction is going to be a massive factor for kids, getting them to getting the best out of them. But a truly talented child actor is going to shine through that, whether or not they have direction. And I think that's one of the things that needs to be highlighted when people just say, "Oh, they're kids, don't judge them." It's just like,
maybe they just cast really terrible child actors because Amanda Stenberg can't act either, so they wanted to keep the consistency all the way through. Like, the best thing she gave us was the diss track, which is a show that keeps on giving. Every single thing around it is great as well. They had the diss track. You have the audio descriptions for episode 7, which is like a porn novel. It's so good. Everything about it for content was great.
You know, it's funny. I've made fun of this stupid haircut for so long. The Yord guy. I don't know why they keep shoving this particular style on every character in games and movies. But Yord actually was like one of the decent characters. He was just a Jedi, a young Jedi trying to do the right thing. No. In terms of writing, all his story was literally a Jedi trying to do the right thing, and he died trying to protect his friend. Nobody mentioned him, and no one gave a fuck
a shit ton of terrible decisions, and there was horrible. There was my favorite line from him was, so they had just come out of that murder forest with all the giant fucking whatever the hell those things were that were attracted to lightsabers. About 10 minutes later, they go back in, and she's like, "Oh, we'll attract them. We can't use the lightsabers. We'll attract them." He's like, "We'll attract what? Like, you were just in here."
You're referring to the scene where they literally turn his character on and off? He's like, "I got to get you out of here." He's like, literally Jedi man, and then they flip, and he's like, "Okay, I'll come back." Like they just turned it like a switch. Just to set up his death. Like he got used.
The worst decision he made in the show was when he arrests Osha in the beginning episode, then puts her on a transport with we're not even going with it.
And we don't even know if that was his decision. So like, I don't blame him for that. We
do, because he says he apologizes to Sol in a scene. He says, "I should have escorted her back myself." It's like, yes, you fucking should. Where were you all that time? You were heading back to Coruscant. Why not take that ship?
Yeah,
or
put on your ship.
With his apprentice that randomly disappeared after one scene.
What happened to her? What happened to the Bat Lady? Yeah, I thought she was gonna be part of the story.
Yeah, they could have just put her. X-23 could have just been that character in that scene. There was no reason. That was definitely somebody who was related to someone on the staff that just needed they wanted to have a role for them.
Yeah,
they're like, well, you'll just play this scene.
You want to play a fairy?
The nepotism levels on this show in terms of where people were. I mean, you have. What the fuck was her name? It's funny because I did 3 videos on this show. I can't remember.
Girlfriend.
Yeah, Leslie Headland's wife. Had to have the lightsaber whip that isn't even a plot point. She's the single most. She's the single worst human or whatever character there is in the show because every single thing she does is counter to what she just did. It's like. She shits all over the only good character in the whole show to save her ass at the end. She became just this horrible. I had like 6 name changes for her because at first it was nepotism. Then I was like, she's just a sociopath. She's just the worst possible person you can be. She buries Saul's entire character to cover for her own ass because why not? Because that's the thing that the righteous should do. She was the worst.
It's worse than that because as she's burying him and destroying his legacy and lying, she's basically going like, "Oh, you poor thing," to May after all the horrible things that she did, and she literally gets off scot-free. Not even a slap on the wrist, literally a hug, like the opposite.
No, she actually improved her. It wasn't even that. She improved her position. She improved her her relations with the government because of her lies.
Yeah,
she actually. It wasn't that she got off scot-free. She actually made her
hired.
This is why I was starting this with Soul. Like the desecration of Soul is layered. There's so many it's hard to even explain what they did to this man. It's all a part of it, from the wasted performances, to the details in the plot that we're mentioning, to how they just completely used him and abused him. It's shocking. For a character who was just introduced, I can't believe what they did to this guy.
I think the nail in the coffin was that the show even lost Grace Randolph. Even Grace Randolph said, "This is disappointing." Fuck me, if you've lost her, you're dead.
That's a milestone right there. That girl will watch anything. She'll praise anything. Oh man, any love for Manny Jacinto?
I was actually just about to mention Manny.
I think he deserved a bit better.
And his random exhibitionism that he decided to have in the middle of the show for no reason whatsoever. Just here, I'm going to take a bath in front of you. Why not?
Yeah, I can't blame him for the writing, can we?
No.
Well, I'm not necessarily. I mean, I can't separate the two at this point with this show. I can't separate any of it.
There's no defending the acolyte, but there's defending components. Like everyone agrees, Soul's performance was great. And Jacinto, at least it's a low bar, but it was some of the better choreography we've seen in recent years. But then it ended with him getting kidnapped by moths. So it's just like you take the good with the bad with Disney Star Wars. It's
and
insane.
it also rests on him headbutting lightsabers and shit, using a cortosis helmet that he then forgets to use for the rest of. There's all kinds of crap like that.
They established
that choreography was quite severely overrated, but in the dark, it looked half impressive.
Yes. But that's what it's turned into, just a light show. He headbutted the lightsaber and it's like the greatest thing people have ever seen in their life when it's fucking meaninless. And they didn't even explain the little bit of lore context that they do have to explain. And they didn't do anything.
I'm still waiting for when they get a lightsaber every color of the rainbow and he just run. in a big gay march.
We were halfway there with this.
Right on. Yeah, I love the David Caruso Padawan in the Jedi Temple. He's like that we're going to the planet and everything. I'm like, this guy is. I could take this guy. I'm 5'4", 100 pounds of nothing, and I could take this guy. He looks like nothing. So
yeah, there's so many. And they had like Basil the Convenience Beaver as well, and it's just like there's so much about this. We could go. If my reviews come to like 14 hours in total, we could go on and on about this, but we do have other things to get to.
Please
I guess I mean the last thing that sort of happened related to it was you had that mass orchestrated cancel campaign by the kind and loving Disney Star Wars fans who decided that, well, we don't want to kick people off YouTube. We just want all of their channels demonetized so they lose their careers and everyone who employs by them loses their jobs because we're the kind, loving people who only focus on positivity. Absolute toxic cunts that they are. These people need to burn in hell. And that
Basil knows
was
everything, though. Master Vanestra has to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they killed the Wookiee off screen. I forgot about that piece of shit.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the
throw that in real quick. Sorry for the
face. What was the one with the really fake beard? What was that? What was that?
Mundi?
Torben. No. Torben. The one who drank the poison. Torben. Yeah, drank the poison. Just sits there for 20 years or whatever. He's just like, oh yeah, just give me that poison. I'm done with this shit. I'm out of here. He immediately left and was like, I need to find a new agent. This is the worst show ever.
Do you remember when that story when Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy said, "You've written a great Star Wars show. Now go write a Leslie Headland show." I want the Star Wars show, please. Can we have that one instead?
It's another one, because like Kathleen Kennedy saying stuff in interviews. Like, I think, in these troubled times, what Star Wars is optimism and hope. Then you cut forward about 6 months and Torben kills himself because he did something right, but he wasn't given credit for it. It's just like these.
They did force mind rape him, though, didn't they?
Yes, completely. They abused the fact that he wanted to go home, even though they never explained it whatsoever, but like manipulating his insecurities. And then he rushed to the wall. Soul stopped him. He didn't do anything other than that. He literally that's it. Like, that's all he did.
Right.
He defended himself. Soul is the one who killed the mom, but he did it in self-defense. Torben didn't do shit.
Evil, like dark side experimenting, mind raping witches, but the Jedi are the bad guys. Okay. It's very important to understand that. The Jedi are the evil ones in this situation. Yeah, anything, I mean, there is, but should we move on?
We should, because I can go on for 3 hours on just this.
Well, this was like the halfway point of the show, so I figured we'd do a little catch up on the super chats real quick. That way we don't get too far behind. I guess I'll start from the bottom because I'm sure those are probably related to the Acolyte. So,
Larry for $5. Did you guys see Ryan George's pitch meeting for the Acolyte? I did not.
No, I'll have to go check that out.
Sorry, I had to step away from the Acolyte and go get a grilled cheese.
Yeah, I kind of went out of producer mode there for a minute. This show, there's something about this show just brings the worst out of everybody. It's
Bonesaw is ready for $5. Leslie Headland is the Star Wars as Harvey Weinstein is the young actress's innocence.
That was a good one.
Our friend Larry for $5. Jedi Fatty and Mog. Abbott Costello and Laurel Hardy comedy duo.
Mog was in there.
Forgot about Mog the Magnificent.
Diabetoid or whatever his name was.
Diabetoid. Oh boy. TGV Monster for $5. Hi everyone. Saw Nosferatu. It's great. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes. I never understood the phase movie for adults till I watched this. It rocks, but Dracula 1992 is still my fave. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Yeah, that is a good one too. But Nosferatu is so good.
It's one of my favorite on-screen interpretations of a vampire ever. Easily.
Yeah, it is good. Dark Hour, can you grab Toivo's first one? I see him in the chat. He sent in another one. Let's do both of his.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We could do those.
Toivo Korhonen, sir, before you leave for $50 fake dollars, but I'll always appreciate your Monopoly money. Sorry, guys. The 5 might have been an overkill last time. Back to the regular casting couch. You have 3 actors in 3 roles. You do the casting. The actors are Will Smith, Matt Damon, and Benedict Cumberbatch. Roles are Mystique, Kratos of Sparta, and Doc Brown.
Oh, God. This is probably the hardest one he's ever done, actually.
Yeah, it's a harder one.
I'd do Will Smith as Doc Brown and go, Doctor, why are you brown? I went back in time, Marty, and fucked a black chick. I'm my own grandfather, Marty.
I think to be politically correct, you've got to call
Marty.
him Doc Person of Colour.
King in Africa, Marty.
Of color, yeah. He's just turned into Rick now. Like you can't really meep on him without him becoming Rick.
The other ones aren't as exciting, I guess.
Well, Mystique is a woman.
No, you're
gonna do that.
Yeah,
one.
Will Smith.
Actually, Mystique is whatever you want her like it to be. She doesn't really.
Yeah, Will
she can
Smith
be
though.
anything.
Will Smith is practically a woman at this point, so make him Mystique.
But he's already Doc Brown. We can't have him in 2 roles.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
We've established that we could make the same role, all 3 roles, one person if we really
We
wanted.
could have Matt Damon as Mystique in the guise of Matt Damon, so he's technically just playing himself. That would be easy. And that would leave Cumberbatch, come in his hand, cucumber patch, whatever, can be Kratos. Yeah.
That's so believable.
If Matt Damon is Mystique, I want him to be the Matt Damon from Team America World Police.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Well, that would then it's a connection to the MCU because he appears as the actor in all the Thor movies.
Oh
at this
yeah.
point.
Oh, that's a good point too.
Yeah, there you go. We've now dragged him into the MCU. And I'll do Toivo Corhonen's next one as well.
Yes, for 50 more Monopoly monies. As much as I love crapping on the Acolyte, it's almost 2 a.m. for me, and although I don't have work in the morning, I need some sleep. Thank you for this New Year's pre-Eve. Let's hope the new year brings us some better entertainment. Happy New Year, panel.
Well, you're in luck there because Captain Falcon comes out in February.
February.
Back to good entertainment.
America.
Fuck yeah. Tom waiting for $4.99. Before the stream, I was listening to Platoon's favorite album, Enter the Wu-Tang, 36 Chambers. Yes, sir. That is a fucking good album. And I know it's Platoon's favorite.
Is it your favorite Platoon?
No, but someone did once force me to read lyrics from it.
Oh, okay.
It's lore favorite. It's his lore favorite.
Yeah. Graph Web for $2. For fuck's sake, cancel Disney Plus. It's not bad advice. Dragon Balls D for $4.99. When are y'all going to do a watch party for Battlefield Earth? Easily the most entertaining bad movie I've ever seen. I just watched that for the first time last year. That is one of the worst movies ever made.
Oh, but it's so much fun.
It's
so much
so
fun.
entertaining. It's wildly entertaining.
I love how they just automatically learn how to fly jets.
Yeah.
Is that the John Travolta one?
Yes.
Yes. Oh my god, that looks.
I love when he brings them in to just knock down the ceiling. Like, make this taller for me, so I don't have to bend over. I'm like, this is good. I love this.
Yeah, this
shameless
is all
plug.
based
I can
on
always
the
just
Scientology shit. I think.
Shameless plug. I can always just make that happen over on my show. I can just force these guys to do that.
Oh gosh, do it because that would be so good.
Kick the Ladder sent in a $1 sticker or something or other that we can't see, but still appreciate it.
Yeah, if it was a sticker, I'm sorry. It's way too far back for me to find now.
It's all right. Wolfsbane for $1.99. Have you guys talked about or seen Nosferatu yet? Yes, I dropped a review of it on my second channel because that channel desperately needed a video.
It's the last slide of this show, which I'm not sure we're even going to get to.
6 hours away.
Yeah, it's only it's only literally 4 hours from now. GDVVGDFV for California, $2. Platoon, can you sing the start of Yellow right now?
No.
Okay.
And that's kind of it. Sorry. Maybe later. Like end of the stream if I've had another bottle of wine. Yes.
Another. Jesus.
Well, I'm only halfway through this one.
All right. And one day I'll eat this grilled cheese sandwich. Melvin Deeply for $5 fake. Update. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is still shite. Yes.
I love you, Melvin, but you're wrong.
Nah, he's right.
Really hates that movie.
I mean, if he spends enough money, eventually we're all just going to have to accept it.
I already agree with him. So, hemorrhoid hurts. Or an ass $2. Nice profile pics too. Best Australian movie: Sir Les Patterson Saves the World.
I have
Take
not
your word
seen
on it.
I haven't seen it.
I will
Allegedly.
take your word on it. Our good friend Larry for $2. Bill Cosby broke my heart. He was among the greats.
I think
we
that
have a lot
came
of
in when
these.
we were talking about the molestation and all
Yeah,
that.
we're back on the
I think
wacky
so, too.
molestation adventure again, aren't we? It's going to be people just super chatting. Who is your favorite famous nonce? That could be a special episode.
Baby. Realistic delinquent for California, $2.79. Because this episode can't possibly be monetized.
We will try, but it probably won't work.
Yeah.
I have
Look,
that
if I
effect
have
on
to
people.
bleep out everything, I will. It will just be the weirdest. I'll find the weirdest noises to bleep shit out with.
Tom waiting for $4.99. 2024 will be remembered by me as the year Neil Gaiman got canceled, which I predicted almost a decade ago. He does kind of give off that vibe, eh? He's reached the point where it's like, if you really like him, you're just like, well, not all of them. You know, not all of them were sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
Did anyone watch
Not
Sandman?
every Neil Gaiman.
Did anyone watch Sandman, the Netflix adaptation?
No.
I watched the first episode.
Well, he said before that he said if you can't change Batman, if you change Batman, he's not a Batman. Then when the Netflix adaptation came out for Sandman, it changed everything from the source material. And I thought, what has happened to you? Someone you need money for something, you've sold out. What's the reason? And he gets Me Too'd, his wife divorces him. But there we go.
I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah, because he just completely 180s his opinion.
I used to really like him.
There's a lot of subtext in everything he's ever written that if you paid attention, no one was shocked by anything that came out about him. So, like,
Nerdy Film Girl for $5. Anora is widely considered to be the best film of the year, and I feel crazy for thinking it was just okay. Sean Baker has better films, in my opinion. Thoughts? Yeah, I saw this advertised. I haven't seen it yet, but
you are not wrong. It's overrated. It was fine, but it was overrated. You are not wrong. It is not the best movie of the year because that belongs to Nosferatu. But but Anora, like towards the end, I was like, can this movie please hurry the fuck up? I've had enough of this nonsense. Overrated.
I just always say if someone thinks they sound crazy, just trust your gut. It's probably right.
Although there is a lot of titties, which I appreciate in that movie.
Larry, our good friend again, for $5 more. Just because something changes the world does not make it a good investment. I forget. It's a good quote, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was in regards to.
Fallout, maybe? Bombing everyone to make money?
Yeah, I think that did come in around Fallout. Jeremy Soden for 5 squiggly lines. Forgot today was Monday, but this has been an unexpected treat. Have to leave now, so Happy New Year, all. We'll catch up tomorrow and see you next week. We'll see you next week, Jeremy. Happy New Year. Eliana Blue for a New Zealand 25 smackers. Got to go shopping for a New Year's party, so I'll catch up later. Happy New Year, all. Platoon, I'm close to finishing my first draft for my book. Can I poke you after my second or third one? You still game for it? ?
I would love to be able to say yes. Realistically, the answer has to be no, just because between all of this stuff and the second channel and the game writing and an offline business I'm involved with, I have no time. But I do wish you the best of luck. The best thing to do is just to find other trusted people amongst your friends and just give them copies, take their feedback, integrate that feedback. If they think they know what they're talking about, you can be the best judge of that, but always be open to any criticism. And the more eyes you can get on it, the better. The end of it, just be prepared to draft and draft and draft and draft again. It's the laborious bit of writing, but it is always worth doing.
Pay attention if the comment is bigger tits or more tits. That's one you got to keep.
And don't ever give it to a sensitivity reader because they will fuck it. Laurel Van Willigan, which is an excellent name, $7.44. Don't forget to take a towel. This is always sound advice. A towel is about the most massively useful thing any interstellar hitchhiker can carry.
Don't forget to take a towel.
Oh, it was the South Park one. I was going for hitchhikers, but fair enough.
Sorry, I'm eating this grilled cheese. It's very good. David Gannon for $5. Surprisingly good sequel. They didn't even make Riley gay, which I was really expecting him to. Happy New Year, panel. Inside Out 2.
I must have missed that one.
What kind of cheese did you use for grilled cheese?
I don't know. My girlfriend makes it for me, bro.
Your hot girlfriend. You need to put a ring on that ASAP and get her pregnant, like ASAP, right now, right now.
Matt's like right here. Matt's over here. He's like, I'm not the only one who's going to be miserable with children and a wife. God damn it!
No, I love having a family, all that jazz. But have you seen Cynic's girlfriend? Sorry, Cynic, just 2 seconds. Have you seen his girlfriend? She's fucking hot,
awkward one bit.
She is so hot. I do
Sorry,
not
Cynic,
understand.
just 2 seconds while I simp over your girlfriend while she's listening in the next room.
I have
She is listening to BSUP right now. So
Is your wife watching this?
Hey, Cynic's girlfriend, you're hot. Just so you know.
That's like
I
you
can't
take half of
disagree.
nothing. Don't worry.
My wife has my heart.
With the eyes carved out all over his apartment.
Gen my Cha for a California $10. We're moving up. My girlfriend's hot. I agree. Happy New Year. Good luck finding men to sword fight. What were your favorite games expansions in 2024? Mine was the Blasphemous 2 expansion. The ghoulish Catholic imagery reminds me of my childhood. That sounds like an interesting childhood.
Well, we did talk about Catholics before, and it wasn't particularly great what we said.
Yeah.
So,
well, games from Baldur's Gate 3 was this year, right? I mean, it's a safe choice for top, but it's safe for a reason. It was pretty good. Trying to think what else. I mean, Star Wars Outlaws for the memes. That was good.
I liked something that they released that I was really happy got released was they consolidated all of the like Marvel versus Capcom games except for 3, but there's like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, 1, and like X-Men versus Street Fighter. And I was really happy that they finally consolidated those into a collection because those are ones that you can never get. They were always like $200 for one copy of something. So I was really happy they did that.
Oh, chat tells me Baldur's Gate 3 was last year. Fuck. Where's the time?
I don't
gone?
remember. I don't remember what games came out this year.
Would it be Wukong? I think Wukong was super popular.
It was very popular. I've not got around to playing it.
Marvel's Rivals is also hot right now.
That's free to play though, so I'm not like.
What the hell happened to Helldivers, man? The thing came and died in like 2 weeks.
Well, they annoyed everyone with the whole PlayStation sign-up situation, didn't they? And I think that lost a lot of goodwill. But as for whether the game retained playability, I've not touched it, so I don't know. I've been trying to go back and play some older things that I know I should have played. I started Stellar Blade ages ago, and so I thought, fuck it, I'm going to go back and play Nier because I like my game to be about more than just how big a character's arse is. So it's it's the better version of that game.
Yeah, I got the whole Resident Evil franchise, so I'll probably go through that eventually.
Resident Evil. Right. Everybody should play every Resident Evil game that's ever been released, even the bad ones.
Penti Linkola 23 for 200 Donkey Kongs. Has Reaper kicked a duck up the arse?
No, but I've attacked a swan.
Do tell.
Well, I was on a school trip and I tried to take my sandwich and then took it and I wrestled it.
Nice.
Wait, what? Say that again, please. Was that?
Well, I was on a school trip and I had a ham sandwich. I was enjoying it. Fucking swan came up, took it, and then tackled it to the ground to try to get back.
Okay, I did hear it properly.
I didn't swan. They just steal everything.
Yeah, but I didn't want it. It was the principle. Don't take.
You remember the type of sandwich it is. That's how fucking traumatized you were.
But it was more just, who do you think you are taking my sandwich?
My ham.
I'm on your side.
It's normally geese that are the absolute fucks, though, because like
geese are
geese are horrible.
The worst.
Yeah,
they are, but like they're sort of they're not quite as scary. Geese are bigger and they gaggle at you, and they scare people on towpaths. Having lived on a boat, one of the funniest things I saw was somebody cycling along, and the goose decided it just owned the towpath, and it had friends, and the cyclist veered to avoid it and fell into the canal. It was hilarious, but geese are just dickheads.
They are. I used to live in a condo.
Fucking cobra chickens.
No,
Canada.
Swan,
I don't
yeah,
know.
definitely
I don't know how the gooses are everywhere else, but the gooses here, they're fucking gangsters, man. They'll just walk across the street and say "fuck you," wait, like take their sweet time, and nobody wants to hit them because they're so big, right? So like they just the most fearless bird you'll ever see. They just don't care. They're just not
Geese
afraid of
originate
getting
in
hit. It's
Canada,
weird.
man.
Hmm?
That's like their homeland is Canada. Canadian.
That's what I'm
geese
saying.
are
That's I don't know how like how they act anywhere else or wherever they go, but how aggressive they are here and how fearless they are. It's just impressive, man.
We get them. We get your geese during the winter. They come down to where
Mm.
I live, so I've seen your geese. They're no joke.
Are they as rude to you as well?
Oh yeah, they're douchebags. They're tourist douchebags at that
Sons of
point. They're like
bitches.
down here, like I'm on
Yeah.
vacation, motherfucker. I'm not even gonna listen to you at all.
Yeah, geese suck.
Dinosaur.
Aurora uplinks a member for 13 months. The BOS guy or is it boss
Brother
guy?
Steel.
Well, they should have been more selfless and a good guy.
I agree.
Yeah, Brotherhood of Steel guy was rewarded for being an absolute dick all the way through. Rewarded by the plot and by all the convenience. The bit that really annoyed me was when he was being attacked out of his armor and his attackers pushed him into his armor to beat him up. Like, what the fuck? What's going on there?
What are we just talking about here? What show?
That was Fallout
That's
again.
Fallout.
I'm assuming
man.
realizes
that's why I
Brotherhood of Steel.
didn't. Yeah, that's why I didn't.
Yeah, man, that sounds stupid. Under no circumstances should that happen.
Got one more here, and we'll move on, and we'll bring in. We have another guest coming in a minute.
Well, that's for you, Platoon.
Bonesaur is ready for $2. Hey, Platoon, I am 8 IPAs deep, my drunk brethren. If it's an IPA, though, does it really count? I mean, it's a light beer, isn't it? An IPA? So really, you should be at least twice that many in order to qualify as drunk, I would hope.
I think
remember my beers, but
if the person's name is Bonesaw is ready and you don't say it as the Macho Man Randy Savage, I'm very upset. Bonesaw is ready.
Iconic
quote. We do have Neot Films Comics Explained joining us, so here he is, and I'm gonna take a minute.
Yo.
I haven't been off camera for a while.
Oh, I've been corrected in chat. Apparently, IPAs are 8 to 9%. In which case, I retract my comment. Well done, sir, and carry on.
In fairness, it's hard to remember those. But you know that basically some of them are a little bit stronger and some of them a little bit lighter. But like, I'm not super up to date on my beers. But if you're 8 deep, good God.
Are we waiting for Doc? Okay. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Shit, Long Legs. This is one I regret that I haven't seen yet.
Oh, it's so good. I love this movie. It's so scary too. I mean, depending on like, I don't know, depending on what you think is scary, but I thought it was scary.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty great. It takes a lot from The Silence of the Lambs. It's the setting, the atmosphere, even the cinematography. Brilliant performances by Micah and Nicolas Cage. It was a real surprise for me because I thought it was going to be really over the top, really campy. And his performance style, I don't know, it worked in this movie.
I agree. Yeah, that very first scene, I was scared as shit. I wanted to leave the movie theater. I was like, I don't want to be here anymore. Like when he's like, I wore my long legs. And then he like ducks down. I was like, oh, I'm scared. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm uncomfortable and everything. And then the Agent Carter, which was played by what is his name? The black guy, Blair Underwood. His character was I felt the most with his character, and that part scared me the most at the end. And I don't know if I can spoil it or whatnot, but at the end, what happens to him, it just scared the shit out of me, especially throughout the whole movie. It was like what these men did to their families just really was all like, that's the part that scared me the most, was because as a dad, I was just like, I don't see myself being able to do that to my family. And it was just so scary. Like it really for me personally, it like hit a nerve that it was very effective. I thought it was a very good movie.
I think what heightens that is the fact that he's such a stabilizing force for Micah's character throughout the movie. When she's unraveling, he's helping her settle in. She's also she's a rookie agent, if I remember correctly. So she's new to this. She's got a unique talent, and he guides her through the process. So throughout the movie, you're thinking he's going to be like the anchor that's going to be holding everything together. And yeah, without spoiling anything, the end really catches you off guard. It was great.
Yeah. It's definitely in my top 10 favorite movies of the year.
I've not even heard of it. Is it about spiders?
No.
It's a misleading title.
Yeah, no. Like there were so many good things in this movie. Like I like when they go to that house at the very beginning. What is her character's name? It's like Lee something. I can't remember. Anyways, when she's all like, "Don't go into this house," and that guy's all like, "All right, let's just go up into this house." I'm all like, what happened to like following your gut instinct? Like if somebody was all like, "Let's not do this," I feel weird about it. I'm like, I'm gonna listen to you. It may be stupid, but what are we gonna do? Get in trouble? It's fine. I'd rather live. So I don't know. Yeah, I loved this movie from the start to finish. It was so freaking good. It was
I think the reason he doesn't listen to her is because she literally just graduated from the academy, and it's her intuition that tells him not to go in, and he's a bit more seasoned, so he ignores her because he's been on a lot more missions than she has. So I sort of get that, but yeah, I can see your complaints.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of more scenes that I just really loved, like yeah, like when she's interviewing and he like. I mean, I don't know how much of this we're supposed to spoil or whatnot, but
I'll go for it.
When he like smashes his face in, the whole time I'm just like, man, this is some crazy shit right here. Like I mean, like, I don't know, I got it, but at the same time, the whole time I'm just like, why are people just hurting themselves like this? Like he just smashes the shit out. Well, he ends up dying, but he smashes the shit out of his face. And I was like, I don't think I could do that no matter what. Like it was so crazy. It was some crazy shit, but I loved it. Like every minute of that movie.
I think it lends itself to the supernatural nature of the otherworldly, almost Lovecraftian force that's controlling characters. So yeah, while we wouldn't do it, it sort of makes sense why the characters do the things that they do. Another great thing about this movie is its marketing campaign. I thought it was one of the best that we've seen in quite some time. They show you just enough to get you titillated, but not enough to ruin the experience. So yeah, highly recommend it.
I agree.
What is next on the slide? Oh my goodness. Deadpool and Wolverine. A movie that has not aged well over the last 6 months, I think, in a lot of people's eyes. I still I rewatched it and I still enjoy it.
I still enjoy it also.
Same. And it doesn't have to make sense.
Well, it certainly doesn't make sense. Let's say that.
It's funny. I'm one of the only people who skipped this one, and all I've heard over the last 6 months, like you said, is either I loved it, and just like you said, it's okay that it doesn't make sense. It's just like it's such a strange thing that it's just unanimous. Everybody agrees.
It's the definition of dumb fun.
Yeah, it truly is.
But it never was going to be anything else, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, because it's already built in that it's the third entry in a franchise that makes no fucking sense anyway. So it makes sense that this one doesn't make any. And
yeah, but
you throw Wolverine in there, and you get a hell of a lot of fun.
I immediately think that I don't agree with that because Logan and the first Deadpool are both fantastic movies. Like they're well constructed, and the idea that you couldn't take those two characters and make something meaningful, I don't think all we could have had was just like crazy, like brain dead fun with this movie. I think you could have done much more with this film.
It's because of the multiverse shit that it doesn't make any sense. So because it's going to be part of the MCU, it's automatically fucked in that department. Like, yeah, if Logan was still alive
in that sense, everything in the MCU.
Yeah, if Logan was still alive and they were still on the same planet and everything, then yes, you could probably do that. But with what they were, the stuff that's come before it that they were given that they had to work with, they were just like, let's just make a fun movie, and they really did. And whether that holds up over time is going to be, a whole other story. Like Spider-Man No Way Home is the Wolverine version of that. They brought him back for the nostalgia factor. They brought all the other Spider-Man back for the nostalgia factor, and all the villains and Willem Dafoe.
Yeah,
does that
No Way Home part made sense. They brought cameos in and gave them actual meaningful roles in the script and a story that was reasonably tightly done. So it wasn't just a shallow cameo fest and cash grab. It was this actually worked into the story, right? Whereas Deadpool Wolverine, I regret not covering, because that was my first response having seen it, was just, is there even any point talking about the story and the plot in a movie that quite clearly doesn't give a fuck? And I thought at the time, nah, can't be bothered. It seems to be missing the point to criticize those things. But then over time, I've thought, you know what? No, actually, I didn't even like them that much. But the first two Deadpool films had a story and they did make sense.
Yeah.
And given how much money this has made and the fact that it will probably be relevant to other films later on, its story does need to make more sense than it does. So if there's one film of the last year that I regret not covering, it would be this one, precisely because I don't accept dumb fun whenever the MCU gives me shitty jokes. I don't see why I should start doing it now.
I haven't seen a movie get a pass like this in a long, long time.
It truly,
What's the point
dude,
of the
and
standards we have if we,
I totally admit this movie gets a pass because of the fact that I can't lie that I had a good fucking time watching the movie.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But I will never defend the script.
But
Right.
I'm describing the people that will. Like everyone here on this channel understands, or everyone here on this panel understands that line, between the subjective and objective. But the amount of people that don't, it makes conversations frustrating because I loved it, therefore it's flawless, and we can't talk about the writing because this movie doesn't care about the writing. Did you see the cameo? Did you see the blade? Did you see the like? Where's the rewatchability when you come through that? Because for me, I watch every single thing I watch it hoping it's going to be good enough to rewatch, and I've been doing that since I was a little kid. Like just watching shit over and over and over again. And it's always fascinating to me that some shit you can rewatch for years and some stuff you forget in like 2 seconds. And there's a reason. It's like the standards for writing, So how's it going to hold up on a rewatch is always a factor for me.
I rewatched it and it was fine.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman's version of Wolverine, this one, it's held together by the fact that he's so goddamn good, and he brings a lot of emotional weight to the few scenes they allow him to try. And honestly, so that will be what's going to help this movie hold up over time if it does.
Him carrying the movie would have been my prediction.
And he does, yeah.
This
to be fair,
first closer to the comic one though, with because like one of the issues that I've always had with the older X-Men movies was a lot of times they didn't get the characterizations right of anybody. Even the good X-Men movies did a poor job of the characterizations and translating them from page to screen. I agree. This one actually, this Wolverine was actually a lot closer to how he would deal with Deadpool, in my opinion.
Yeah, and truly impatience and lots of flaws. Yeah.
Yeah. What was good is when you see all the Wolverines and you see the tiny one.
And the comic accurate one.
Yeah. Which is funny because somebody did the math on how short he actually was. He was not comic accurate, even though that was the name.
He was too short.
He was too short. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's in the comic books. Isn't he like 5'4"?
Yeah, he's short.
5'3", 5'4". Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm 5'4", and I just always imagine him being my height. So.
As much as I loved Hugh Jackman's performance as Wolverine throughout the years and all the different ones, I could never put him as one of my favorite like adaptations because the height. He's not Wolverine to that degree. He captured the essence of Wolverine and like the demeanor, but when it comes to like the best of the best adaptations, he's not on par with like Iron Man for me in terms of it's just like 1 for 1 for the comic almost. It's almost perfect, So as great as his performance is, it's hard to say where he ranks amongst them.
The connection to the TVA and Loki was just fucking awful.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah,
anything with Loki, like for anyone who didn't watch that show, or like nobody fucking did, check out the EFAP TVs on them because it's a good example of like when the show has gotten so completely retarded that you just don't even care if it makes sense or not. You just give up. You just tap out.
It becomes the battery to the multiverse.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
He's
and they're going like, we're erasing timelines. How you doing it? If it's Loki, is the multiverse?
Yeah.
He's shaving a pube off. Is that what's happening? Each strand of hair is a timeline.
I mean, that's the problem. It could be. It could be.
The problem with multiverse is it completely undermines the stakes of any grounded storytelling. I mean, like with Loki, we see that the Infinity Stones are collected. They're in a drawer of one of the TVA agents. It just destroys the entirety of the MCU prior to that. Look, this movie does have a lot of issues when it comes to the story. It doesn't have very much rewatchability because of that. But I think it's sort of like pushed through by the chemistry between Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. I think they're really good friends in real life. That carries through in the film. And it has like a classic 90s buddy cop vibe to it. The story is bonkers. The cameos don't really make sense when you compare it to No Way Home, where the cameos, the people that come back have an arc in the No Way Home. Here, the cameos, they just die. Like pretty much every single character that we were excited to see serves no
and one would
purpose in the
say that
story.
is their arc.
Yeah. Okay.
Jangling
like
keys,
honestly,
man.
like the
Frustrating.
blade thing. Him, well, he doesn't die, but they all make they make Deadpool and Wolverine's escape from the void the finality, like the finale of their own arcs, or at least that's the intent. And that's just the half-assed script coming in.
But that's sad because it means the culmination of their entire storyline throughout all of their movies is to ensure that Deadpool and Wolverine go back to their planet.
Right, and but that's how they try and create something for all these characters, and it's just it's half baked and kind of sad, but still fun to watch.
See, this is what I'm saying. Part of the reason I skipped this is because Logan to me is like a movie I can't even believe exists. A very solid ending for one of my favorite characters ever, and I'm just like, leave it at that. Don't even touch it. And the idea of them trying to do this, whether or not it makes sense or not, whether or not they're using the multiverse to abuse it, I don't want to see any more of that character if they're not going to take it seriously. And everything you guys are telling me makes me think
they don't. The first 5 minutes of this movie would infuriate you.
Yeah, they metaphorically and literally desecrate the corpse of that Logan that you're talking about.
They literally desecrate his corpse.
It's the opening joke of the movie, isn't it? Doesn't he actually have the two-camera joke? If you might be wondering how we'll respect this much-loved dead character, well, the answer is we won't, and then off we go.
They dig
he
up
uses
his body
corpse as a weapon.
Yeah,
Okay.
he uses his body as a weapon.
Man, I compare that to the opening scene in Logan, where they do so much character work in terms of establishing where he's at in his life now and giving us finally the fucking Wolverine scene that we've been waiting years for, where we actually get to see like a rated R fight scene with him shredding those gangsters. And you get so much quality within the first scene. And you guys, just what you're describing to me just makes me want to puke. Like, that's fucking disgraceful.
It's not everybody's cup of tea.
Yeah,
it was fun though. Like Cynic, as much as I hate the issues with the story, I had a great time. I watched it twice, thought it was fun.
This is why I described the line. I just described my standards for it, like on a purist point. But I bet if I sat down and had a beer and watched that, I'd have fun too, right? I'm still human, right? I still like the characters. I get the line, but at the end of the day, I'm sure the rewatchability would be killed by the lack of substance and all the things that we mentioned.
I've watched it officially twice since it's come out. Like I saw it in theaters and I've seen it twice more. Each time was pretty much the same enjoyability. It will slowly lose its, it because of what I do agree with what you're saying, Brooks, that because I can't dive deep into a narrative with it and notice things like as if it was No Country for Old Men, which you and me have gone over.
Whoa, that's a big, just whoa.
But what I'm saying is like that, but like that's what I'm saying is like it's not going to be one of those things.
There's not as much to chew on. I get it. I get you.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not putting them in the same stratosphere, but the in terms of, I think Neon, I think you said it, the chemistry between the two of them, and it was a build up for a very long time for the scenes with them together to happen. They had been talking about it forever, and I think that's really what it was. This was more of a culmination of everything that led up to it, rather than it itself being the quality film.
The meta element with those two actors coming together, all the work that's put in, the passion they showed, and the state of the MCU currently, like everything aligned for this movie to really come in and just kick the doors in. That's why it's a shame that they didn't do something meaningful with that big opportunity that they had. Everything I've heard is that they did something fun.
I do think that they captured the essence of the dynamic between Deadpool and Wolverine in the comics quite well, with Deadpool trying to annoy Wolverine as much as possible and Wolverine doing his best to try and kill him. One thing that I did bring up when we covered this on my stream was leading up to this, I was hoping that they would use Deadpool as a vehicle to destroy the multiverse, because there is a comic called Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe, and I thought that'd be a great way to reset everything, but no, it doesn't do that. So that was a big disappointment.
That would have been cool.
I do think that is the biggest problem, though. Because the first two movies did have story. They had relatively weak villains, in my opinion. That was always one of their big problems, and this one is no different. I think the villain's very weak in terms of characterization, not necessarily her powers, but the I think that had this not been post purchase, it may have had a more concise direction that they went with it. And because they had to somehow fold it into the nonsense that had been going on for the last few years in the MCU, it just made it more nonsensical, you know. And there's been a few here and there, but like this, in terms of insanity and like just random shit that's happening, is on par with a lot of the things that we've seen come out of the MCU recently. But I just think at least it was fun. The other ones, a lot of those ones, they weren't fun. They did all the same nonsense, but they were either preachy or they were just poorly written. Both a lot of them were pointless. This one at least had the fun factor, and I can ignore a lot of the other a lot of those other problems because of that.
It's quite rushed development as well. Apparently, it only stopped filming in January of 2024 this year.
Well, that was because they had to do reshoots and pickups,
Well, there's
right?
a strike as well that was on. So the production was quite like rushed. And
I remember thinking the CGI looked like half finished sometimes.
Yeah. There was too much of it too. There was just way too much, especially when they got to the void. There was just so much.
Yeah, the void was just green screen. Yeah.
I mean,
I just remembered. I was going to say, I just remember that they brought, speaking of cameos, Johnny Storm in for like 2 minutes. Like he just dies, he gets flayed.
Yeah.
You think he's Captain America, and then he's just not.
Yeah.
Disney has not been treating. They've now had 2 cameos of Fantastic Four characters, and neither of them were treated particularly well. I wonder how that bodes for the movie that they're going to make.
It shows how much they care about it.
Yeah, like.
Do you remember the scene in Logan, the dinner scene with the family, and they're just talking, and you basically like have them basically leveraging their history together to discuss all the things they've been through, like, oh, I used to be a student of his, this and that, him and Professor X, like how wholesome that scene is.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything in terms of dialogue as meaningful as that, where they leverage the the history of the movies and like put it to use? Like these two, all the MCU the Marvel, the X-Men franchise is pretty butchered, but the first 2 movies a lot of people have love for, and these 2 characters do have a long history. So leveraging their history is something I really appreciated in Logan. Does this movie do any of that? Like, or is it just
they do have some good dialogue exchanges?
Yeah, they have good dialogue exchanges. Like the one in the car in particular at the end of the second act is the one I think of. That was, I remember it kind of, Hugh Jackman's delivery gave me like goosebumps. I was like, fuck, this is so good. But but it didn't have anything to do with a character that you're familiar with, Jedi. Like it's because this is a Logan you don't know. So it's, he's describing something that you're just learning about through his dialogue. You haven't seen it before because it's not the same Logan.
Oh, and the whole nonsensical nature of him being the anchor point. How is he the anchor point for a universe that's existed for billions of years when he's only been alive for like 180 years or so? None of it really makes sense.
No.
Doctor Strange 2, Loki show, and this, they all probably have their own different rules. The MCU has no idea how the multiverse works. Like they flip-flop all over. It's insane. Like there's no way to track it really or take it seriously.
There's all stuff in Loki, and Loki's
there's so many
awful.
There's so many ways for a universe to die too. So if the anchor being dies, like the universe is going to decay. So I don't even like, what the fuck does that even mean? Is there like a new anchor being? Like is a universe created and it exists for billions of years, knowing this anchor being is going to be around for like a lifetime, and then he's going to die, and the universe will die too. And then also, if you send another person from one universe to another, that decays that universe as well. Every single time you've heard of the multiverse, whether it's Spider-Man No Way Home or Loki or this movie, they all have different rules.
It's nonsense at this point. Like, what can you do with
it?
It's
nonsense, and that's why they're just gonna mash their toys together with Secret Wars and start all over because the multiverse sucks.
The amount of people who think that they know what they're doing and this is all planned out and like, balanced out and well constructed, and not really realizing that this is just here so they can do whatever the fuck they want. They can bring any characters back. It just removes any of the investment you can have in anyone's death and anyone's arc and anyone's journey and anyone's lessons. Who cares? We can just reset it or bring them back whenever we need to make money. It's just It's embarrassing. Like so it was a meme I saw because you know how Robert Downey Jr. is coming back to play Doctor Doom or something.
Yeah.
Like imagine Viggo Mortensen coming back, like, oh, he's gonna play Sauron in the new Lord of the Rings film. Like it's gonna be the equivalent of that. It's so fucking stupid. Like, why is it supposed to get me excited? You know? What about the writing? Crazy people.
Are they trying to hire him back for the Gollum movie?
Stay away. Stay away from Viggo. Viggo is like one of the perfect performances in cinema history. Viggo Mortensen as Aragorn. He's just the fucking.
You know what that is?
Stay away.
That's Frodo offering Aragorn the ring. The studios of Frodo. He needs to just turn it, close the hand, and give it back to them.
He's having his Galadriel moment where he freaks out. Like, I need him to stay away from the script, just let it go. I've hoped that these actors learn from The Hobbit and now The Rings of Power of what they really achieved with The Lord of the Rings and just leave it.
Oh, don't worry. We'll get to the Rings of Power soon enough.
People are actually saying, loads of people are saying season 2 is a massive improvement and one of the best shows of the year.
It's hilarious.
Hold that thought. We're gonna get there.
We'll get there.
Don't jump ahead. Because but we do have to lose Matt Cat.
Yeah, I gotta put the kiddos to bed. But I've had like the best time with you guys. I hope you guys have. If you need somebody later on, just holler and everything. But
I mean, we might be doing this until next year at this point. So,
well, I've had the best time with you guys. I always enjoy hanging out with you guys. You guys are super hilarious and a good time.
No, thanks, Matt, for coming on, and thanks for hitting on my girlfriend. Appreciate it.
Take care, Matt.
Bye, guys.
See you, Matt.
See you, Matt.
Bye.
Oh my god!
If he turns his camera, there's like clip outs of like Facebook pictures and Instagram pictures. All in the room.
Yeah. There's a picture of you and hair, and he's put his face over your head.
I'll say what he was trying to say without making you cringe out of your fucking skin. No, you guys look great together, man. Don't screw that up.
Thank you, and I'm not
nice
going
version,
to.
Yeah.
We do have a replacement for him, and that is Echo Chamberlain has arrived from New Zealand today.
Ooh.
Howdy, everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
What
Can
time's
someone
it
bring me
over
up to
there?
speed? It's 1:37 p.m.
Oh, that's not
PM.
bad.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I tried.
Well-
I tried to keep the rotation going based on time zones as
Oh.
best I could.
He's 12 hours ahead.
Yep. Well, bring me up to speed. What have you guys been talking about for the last 4 hours and 19 minutes?
Oh Jesus!
Just this movie.
Well, yeah, we've been talking exclusively about Deadpool 3 for the entire 4 hours. Now we're actually about to jump to the next topic, and I think this one might be one that's kind of fun for everybody. I know Niat's covering this real soon, so.
Oh my
God!
Why
Why are you doing
out
this?
to him?
Bye, everyone. Thanks for hosting me. See you.
I reached out to Niat like 2 days ago, and I was like, "This is the last movie you're covering, right?" I was like, "Yes, perfect."
She's a bird. She's a bird. It's fucking this movie. I just can't get away from this fucking film. It's I feel like I've broken this movie down like 17 times.
My favorite part is the autistic robot basically pulling a Jimmy from South Park and be like, get away from her, you bitch.
There's so many, like you can't even get it. But for me, it's the complete waste of an opportunity to show a team try to use logic to convince an android to open the door. Instead, they just scream like fucking idiots. It was a reveal that everyone involved with this movie is an idiot. If you can't see the opportunity with this moment here, and it was the moment where I gave up on the movie. It's the worst Alien movie for me personally. I fucking hate it.
I gave up on the movie in the first scene. I was told by many people that the opening 2/3 of the movie are okay, if not good, and it only gets bad in the final act. The opening scene is broken. Nothing about that makes sense. No, the Nostromo isn't floating out there in space. It was triple nuked. What the fuck is going on? No, the Xenomorph's corpse isn't floating next to it. It would have been blasted away across the galaxy. No, you can't go and revive that thing. Why the fuck would you even try? How did you find it? What the hell is going on? None of the opening of the movie makes sense, and it is just downhill from there.
The truckers from space were more logical in terms of dealing with this creature than the scientists who didn't even realize they had acid for blood and screwed everything up. It's broken, and it forces you to pick between this and Aliens in terms of which one makes sense. It makes all the fucking scenes at the beginning of Aliens make no sense.
Jedi, that's the moment when you gave up. You got through the Ian Holmes scenes and thought, well, I'll withhold judgment. This is still okay.
That was before that, wasn't it?
Oh
Wasn't
shit,
it?
I can't remember.
Yeah, no, the
Maybe.
Ian Holmes scene, that was I was burnt by then. That was so embarrassing. But
Yeah, that's
for
really
me, in
fucking
terms of
cooked
like
by that.
giving up on any chance of any type of sci-fi concepts being explored in an interesting way was that. Because like, and I'd compare it to the Skrulls in Secret Invasion with the MCU. The Skrulls, a shape-shifting alien, you can do so much with that if you're a creative person. The MCU did Secret Invasion. Fucking nothing. Absolutely wasted. It's such a cool concept. And this movie, the scene was like a microcosm of that, of just like, you have an android here who's not going to open the door. He's going to follow for strictly logical reasons. You can't appeal to emotion. What's going to be the next step? How do we work together as a team to be able to convince him so we can save her life? Instead, they just cried and screamed and moaned and bitched. And like, it's, yeah, that's for anyone who cares about creativity and sci-fi. That's the end right there.
Well, Rain is also able to rewrite his programming, so she should be able to change his directives, because it's not just the logic that gets in the way there; it's the fact that he's was programmed by her father to protect Rain. She could have reprogrammed him and told him open the door. But
Andy would have done the same thing. My point: C-3PO wouldn't have opened that door. There's no like droid you could think of in any movie that would have like saw that as the logical choice. That's what's so frustrating for me.
We do have one on the panel. Z, would you have opened the door?
Oh no, bitch can die.
Yeah,
bitch can
die. The Chad droid from Interstellar. He would be like, "I don't know, man."
But somehow this is the second highest grossing film in the Alien franchise, only behind Prometheus.
Ooh.
How did that happen?
Well, inflation. Yeah,
yeah,
we gotta
inflation
adjust there.
definitely.
Yeah,
because Prometheus didn't barely made its budget back. I think it cost 120 million. It made 240 if you include marketing and the fact that they only get 60% of box office receipts. It barely broke budget, so it may have made a lot of money, but yeah, that's kind of pointless when you compare it to the first Alien film, which cost I think 18 million and made 100 million. So yeah, that was a greater return. At the start, Platoon, you mentioned that the Nostromo was destroyed in Alien. It wasn't just destroyed; it was atomized. There's literally nothing left.
Palpatine. It makes no sense. It's crazy.
Because I didn't mind the first 2/3 of this movie because me and my girlfriend arrived, I think, 10 minutes late. So we started the film when Rain and Andy are on that mining colony, and I was like, "Oh, this isn't so bad." And then obviously we get to Ian Holm and all of the other nonsense and the forgettable characters. But it's not until my second rewatch that I realized that the movie began with them finding the freaking xenomorph that was blown out of the airlock.
It breaks in a number of other ways as well, though, because like, bear in mind, per Aliens, they don't know about what happened on the Nostromo until Ripley gets back, which is many, many decades after Alien Romulus is set. So they can't know to go there. They can't know where it is. They can't know what went wrong. They haven't picked up a transmission. The amount of time it would have taken them to get from Earth to there is immense. They would have had to go into cryosleep. None of the characters can have the information they have in the movie because the sequence of events per the rest of the movies doesn't accord. Yeah. If Ripley isn't back yet, they have no cause to go out looking.
That's why I was saying
she's not back yet, so it's broken.
It forces you to choose between that and this and Aliens, and like which one are you going to choose? All the beginning scenes with her and the company make no sense whatsoever. And all the gear that they established in Romulus makes the gear that the Marines had in Aliens make no sense. Why didn't they have the auto-targeting guns and whatnot? Like there's these options that you establish, and then you just completely ignore it. Like this movie can't function whatsoever. It's broken in so many different ways. And like I said, if you missed the opening scene, then maybe you can enjoy a little bit of it. But you think about it for 2 seconds, like, wait a minute. It's like not only to get Palpatine, but it's funny that the harpoon that Ripley hits it with in Alien to knock it out the door is still in it. The scientists would have taken that out immediately. It's complete nonsense. And
it wouldn't even be there. It would have been vaporized by the acid.
It's crazy. And I think a part of the reason it made good money is because people were so turned off from Prometheus and then Covenant. Anything that's a slight return to form that kind of resembles the components that they liked in the original movies would be enough. You mix that with some practical effects and nothing else is going on this year. I think that's part of the reason.
It's the design elements. Sorry, Platoon, go ahead.
Oh, no, just quick. I mean, by return to form, you just mean let's play the greatest hits from the earlier movies, but worse. That's it. That's the return to form.
That's literally what I'm describing. This is the greatest, remember this example I've ever seen in the movie. But that's enough for most people. Like, I've talked to someone who was saying, oh, I liked this movie. It was great. And it's so nice to see an Alien movie that doesn't have to go and, be
just a hit list of all the other movies, and my jaw hit the floor. I'm like, how do people not see that that's exactly what it is? It makes me think that people aren't familiar with the franchise. They're familiar with the creature and the fact that it's a horror franchise, and they like sci-fi horror, but they're not familiar with the story, and they don't realize that it ripped off like the Gerber baby at the end is the freaking stupid thing from Resurrection. And I'm just like, no way you're doing this too.
Oh, that was horrendous.
They ripped off the ending of Covenant where the stupid girl was hanging off the bottom of the ship. They did that again with the ending. They
took
off
the black goo from the Prometheus as well.
Black goo?
And everybody loves the black goo.
The Asian girl with the shaved head was a reference to Ripley in Alien 3. They completely screwed up Aliens. Like, the movie is trash. It's between this and Covenant, which is the worst for me. And this one pisses me off more. And that's the biggest thing. Can't stand it.
Yeah, because we broke down Prometheus on the Ash channel a little while ago. And I think having rewatched that again for the first time in many, many years, I prefer it infinitely over Romulus, because at least, though it's severely like wrong in every respect, it's trying to do something different. It does have a story to tell. It's a redeemable movie. If you've got somebody competent in charge to write the characters, it could have been interesting.
Thank you.
Romulus, there's nothing particularly redeemable about it. I think even Covenant has more interesting ideas, unique ideas than Romulus does. And and I really, really hate Covenant. It's a really bad film. But like the ending scene alone is an interesting concept. You have the colony ship, which has been sent over with the embryos in it, and that kind of makes you think, well, I'm mildly intrigued as to what would come after that happens. Nothing in Romulus makes me intrigued at all.
Prometheus and Covenant, with all their problems, those ending scenes both have merit to it. The fact that Shaw's like, hey, they created us, now he wants to destroy us. I want to know why. And then they fly off to see the planet. Like, this was shit, but I'll at least see the next one. Same thing with Covenant. That ending scene with David is the only thing that's going to get people butts in seats if they ever make more to that. Romulus, if you're familiar with the story, is like, why would I ever want to watch this again? And I was gonna say, someone mentioned in the chat, Ian Holm would be their pick for the worst CGI of the year. That might be it for me, like in terms of just the uncanny valley, creepy Skinwalker home bullshit that they pulled there.
Well, it's just it's if you have any sort of regular actor and you recreate them with CGI or whatever, that's one thing. But if you have someone who was trained at RADA, so that every emphasis or subtlety of their face, and then you reduce that to Hanna-Barbera grade facial dynamics on the screen, it's just dispiriting and it's horrible.
Well, it's not only is it a desecration of the character of Ash, but it's also a desecration of like one of the greatest actors of all time. It was completely disrespectful. I think one of the biggest problems with this film is that it is, like Platoon mentioned, the greatest hits. It's got a lot of member berries. It's undermined by the fact that it's trying to tie itself to every single Alien film in the series instead of trying to do something completely different. Would you guys have been okay if the alien or the xenomorph was found on a random planet and it made its way to the Romulus and these guys encountered it, and the Rain and her crew were a bit more competent? Would you guys have preferred that?
The same one from Alien? If it was this exact same
No, just a different xenomorph. Completely different xenomorph.
Yeah. 100%.
No, because it would be nice to look at and there'd be some tension, but there'd still be a colossal sense of redundancy. That would be the sort of fundamental medium of what you're watching. So, no.
Yeah, how could they do it better than Alien? It'd be very difficult to. It's.
Well, I don't think we're not comparing it to Alien. We're comparing it to what we got as Romulus.
That's what I'm saying though. But in terms of the premise of just using the xenomorph alone and it's a distant planet, like what can they do with that's already better than what they achieved with Alien? It'd be very difficult. Like, are you describing something like Alien 3, where it's just a random planet, random situation, and then throw an alien into the mix?
Just a self-contained story that doesn't try and burden itself by trying to connect itself to every single Alien film. I think I would have been happy with that. Obviously, there's the issue of redundancy, because the first Alien film is a perfect film in my eyes, in terms of its writing, the characterization, the setting. Nostromo is a character in and of itself. The tension is phenomenal. I can't find a single fault in that film. So if you're saying it's redundant to make another Alien film, all of the Alien films after that were redundant.
No. I don't think I phrased it correctly. I was basically with this. Any isolated story or any different interpretation would have been better than this, because it wouldn't have these stupid retcons and inconsistencies, like Ash being a secret basically this droid existing in Romulus doesn't make any sense because Ash was a surprise in Alien. Like Parker's like, Ash is a robot. Ash is a goddamn robot. If there's ever other models that had his face, why would that make sense whatsoever? Why would they be surprised by that? So instead of having Ash, I think it would have made more sense to have almost any other robot, even like Andy, another version of Andy, so we could have got 3 performances from that guy within one movie. Anything other than that would have been an improvement. But like to what you're saying, just stay away from this franchise and create your own story with the same premise. I would go for that, but I'm not sure they can use that premise and do it any better than they already have.
I think there are ways of telling it better. Part of the problem is that a lot of these films don't know whether they want to run away from or embrace their own continuity. So like you had that problem with Covenant. The first thing Covenant does is to tell the audience, yeah, we're not doing any of that Prometheus shit anymore. Look, let's just gas all of the origin, whatever the fuck, engineer people.
Engineers,
that's the one. Because no one liked them, so we'll get rid of them. All those questions you might have had, it's over. Whereas I feel like if Romulus were more competent and were more confident in actually being a sequel to those movies, there are infinite numbers of ways you could tie these things in. Let's say, because this film we actually got briefly is set on a planet. The planet it could have been one of the most interesting things about it, and it's one of the least interesting things because how many times have you seen soulless corporate world which is just there to be evil? But what if, for example, and this is just top of the head shit, you were on a relatively recently terraformed planet or a planet still in the process of terraforming. Company had moved in, it was set on that planet, and part of the process of discovery is that it was one of the other worlds pointed to in Prometheus because we know that the engineers had multiple of them. What if the company had found that and gone to explore, and the cover story they had was we are terraforming this planet because it has rare minerals and shit. And over the course of time, you go down into like the depths of it and you find that, oh shit, this planet isn't what we thought it was. Oh shit, there's an alien. And then you get a film out of that. But the planet then becomes an integral part of the story. You have a mystery, you have a tie-in. It's not a soulless, pointless callback. It's something that actually builds on the lore of previous films have established. Something like that I would have been all fine with, but again, requires imagination, I think.
What you're describing is such a better version because it's still connected in terms of like the lore and whatnot, and we can piece it together from what we know of the other stories, but it's not like attached to the hip like Romulus is trying to be, like literally saying, get away from her, you bitch, like ripping off the iconic scenes, the iconic sequences, the iconic shots. I think my most frustrating thing at the end was Rain doing the recording at the end of saying like, oh, this is Rain signing off, this and that. Ripley was a pilot. She knew to do that. And there was protocol to it's part of the reason she was discovered afterwards because she fucking made that. Rain, they broke onto that ship. Like she had no reason to do that. She probably wouldn't even know how to, but they
and who is she communicating to?
Yeah, exactly. Well. She did it just because Ripley did it. And it's like one of those scenes of like, okay, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about now. You're just like, what a self.
It's the same with Rook as well, saying you have my sympathies. Why is he repeating that line from Ash? None of it makes sense.
Why would he say that?
Well, the reason I posed that question earlier is because I do think that there is a good story to be told, and it is possible to do a sequel to Alien, and that's already been done in video game format. I've recently been streaming Alien Isolation, and I think that's one of the best sequels to the original Alien film. It follows the daughter of Ellen Ripley, Amanda Ripley. It has threads that connect it to the first Alien film, but it's telling its own story. It's got new characters that it introduces, and I think it captures the atmosphere, the setting, and everything that was great about the first Alien film without it being a greatest hits. It's doing something completely new, and I think Alien Romulus also tries to steal from Alien Isolation in terms of
oh my god, is there anything
story as well? Like it does, yeah.
Well, what we're describing. Go ahead, Reaper.
I was just going to say, how do you keep the xenomorph itself interesting? Because we've seen every single thing it can do in multiple films. So how would you would you make it do new things, or would you just put it in new scenarios? How would you make the xenomorph mysterious again?
Well, you've got the advantage sort of baked in that the qualities of the xenomorph depend on the organism it comes from, right? So we've had multiple different versions of it depending on whether it comes from a human. I think in Alien 3, at least in the theatrical release, it's a dog.
It was
I think
an
it's
ox.
a cow or an ox or something. Yeah, in the extended one. You have the weird human one we don't want to talk about from Resurrection. Stay away from that.
The newborn.
Yeah, but put it in a different animal. Put it in a giant fucking spider or something. I don't know. But you can do interesting, creative things with it like that just by having the facehugger attached to a different kind of life form. There are ways to make it effectively new, but still the same concept. But we do seem to be sort of stuck on the traditional one at the moment.
I realize it's a joke. They fly now, but they could have done something with that right there.
Yeah.
Could have been
the Predalien. Bonesaw mentions in chat the Predalien from AVP as well. Yeah, that was another example.
Only
of a
good
one.
thing about that movie.
The creature that it feeds on and the setting. Those are the things they would definitely have to play with.
One of the struggles that doing an adaptation with that you'll encounter when you're doing an adaptation of Alien is one of the reasons that the first one is so thrilling is the unknowable nature of the xenomorph, the space jockey when they land on LV-426 and encounter the derelict ship. There's an essence of cosmic horror, something that's unknowable, unexplainable that drives most of that movie. And when you get to Prometheus, the space jockey is just a human variant that's an engineer, and then you get to Alien Covenant. It's like there's nothing mysterious about the xenomorphs. An android that we created called David made them. It destroys the mystique and what made the first film so exhilarating. So I think if you're going to do a sequel, you have to start from scratch and abandon all the other films.
Yeah, they've stripped it down completely, and they have to find a way to reestablish that mystique in some way without completely just like redoing it all over again.
Because Neil Blum. Go on, Jedi.
I was just gonna say real quick, for what we're describing, using elements of the lore and like continuity of the franchise, but doing our own original story. We've seen examples of this in certain things, like Andor. I think that's what Star Wars needs. Like you can do stories within the world that's slightly connected to the Jedi and whatnot, but doesn't everything have to be about the Jedi and the Sith and this? You can go within that world and tell an interesting story that's connected to it. That's the approach I think Alien and a lot of franchises need to take. Stop trying to recreate the originals or rip them off entirely, but understand what made them work and then tell your own story with those rules within of the lore and within that world. Just be creative is basically what I'm trying to say.
One of the most glaring I guess observations that you have with Prometheus and Alien Covenant, which are directed by Ridley Scott, who made the first film, is that he doesn't even know what made the original Alien fantastic. And yeah,
he seems obsessed with destroying his own work.
On the bright side, we've got Alien Earth coming in the summer.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Oh yeah, which one is that? Remind me of
That's
the
the TV series.
So apparently
it's that aliens are.
Go on, Platoon.
No, just questioning: is the premise that aliens are on Earth? I'm taking from the title.
Yeah, prior to the first Alien movie, apparently there are aliens on Earth now.
Okay, is that set in the same continuity?
We've seen from Jurassic, Lost World, any movie you could think of. Anytime they try to do this monster, but on Earth, or in the city, it's always
2 years before Alien. Stars a young woman and a ragtag group of tactical soldiers.
A mysterious space vessel that crash lands on Earth, leading a young woman and a group of soldiers to discover a dangerous alien threat.
Oh no! Oh,
well, I like a film which is
everything that comes after it, doesn't it? Like, how can you have that take place and yet also any other movie in the franchise?
Is every film from Alien just going to have a brunette woman lead?
Yeah, they're trying to recreate Ripley every single time. All these bums.
Yeah,
and like the girl.
The closest.
Holy, we talked about that movie for 2 hours, and I pointed out. I love how no one's mentioned the main character, like not a word.
Danny. Jedi didn't even know her name. Her name is Danny.
I still don't remember. Thank you for reminding me. You told me like 48 hours ago, and I've already forgotten.
The closest they've come to recreating the character of Ripley, or getting close to having that sense of domineering female presence without her being overbearing and talking down to the male characters, is actually in Paul W.S. Anderson's Alien vs. Predator. Alexa Woods, she's like my favorite female protagonist other than Ripley in the Alien series.
That is such a good pick. She's the least bad part about that movie. I had no issue with her.
She was great
around her. Yeah. It makes such a difference, man. But like Renumi Rapace or whatever, but it's just an example of them not knowing what made Ripley work and trying to recreate that in such a like just soulless
superficial way.
Yeah.
No, she took the nuanced and courage decision to run sideways, so she had a lot of character development. But I want an alien film which is set on Earth. I wanted a massive alien infestation that's been there for 20 years. I want dilapidated infrastructure, nuclear power plants that have gone off and caused destruction. I want thousands of alien queens and nests everywhere, and just a band of survivors who try and make some sort of life in amongst that. You could parachute me into the middle of that. That would be great.
That would have to be a sequel rather than a prequel, though. I mean, I think my problem with this premise for Alien Earth is that the prequel risks fucking literally everything up, whereas what you're describing as a sequel, like a very far-flung future when the backstory can be that the company has found another xenomorph and did succeed in bringing it back, and this is what's happened, as a cautionary tale about, you know, their rapacious practices, that could potentially work. I don't really know why you would want to do that if you're not doing it as a sequel. But it does sound like they are doing a prequel instead, so good for them.
It's funny you should mention that, Echo, because there is a comic called Alien Earth War, which ignores Alien 3, what happens to Hicks, Newt, and Bishop. And it's set on Earth. Well, it's set in space. Newt, Hicks, and Ripley get picked up by a general who's breeding xenomorphs, and he brings it back to Earth. And there is a alien infestation that takes over, and Ripley and some colonial marines, Hicks and Newt, have to try and save Earth. In the end, they obviously fail. It's a bit too late for that, and they end up leaving Earth. So there is a story there that can be told.
Yeah, give me the aesthetic and the tensions of 28 weeks later, except with the xenomorphs who are like sleek and these exquisite, perfect organisms, and just put me in the middle of that.
I was just gonna say, like, what about a story exploring the Weyland-Yutani Corporation? Like, isn't that I don't feel like we've gotten enough, and there's probably so much we can do to play off of them and their understanding of the xenomorph and how much it ties to the rest of the franchise. And maybe even something like that could be a prologue leading into the film that you're talking about. Just the entire planet just taken over by xenomorphs and queens and eggs everywhere. But again, what would we do with that premise? Like, I'm getting the imagery I have in my head that you just put into my head. I like, but what would we do with that as a premise now?
Why do they keep experimenting on xenomorphs? Because basically all you get is everyone dies.
But that's what I'm saying. If you have the idiots in Resurrection to put them in the same tank, and then they just like, hey, let's kill Doug, and then he burns through the ground and they escape. I'm like, okay, how do you not foresee that when you know that they have acid for blood? It's stupid, right? But if we can actually see a better version of that with a company that's actually not idiots like the ones we've seen in Resurrection and Romulus, it would be interesting seeing a company study the xenomorph and slowly, like almost like Jurassic Park, where we're not just making people stupid to push the plot. We actually get to see it fall apart in a realistic way. But it just depends on what we can do with the creature now at this point.
Mm. Well,
but it is an interesting company, Weyland-Yutani.
It is. And I thought they were potentially teeing up more of an exploration. Is it the end of AVP 2 or 1 when it's you sort of see them, because they bring the Predator weapon. It must be 2. They bring the Predator weapons back, don't they, to the Yutani Corporation?
Yeah, that's before the merger. There's an aggressive, hostile merger that occurs with Yutani sort of taking over Weyland Industries, and they become Weyland-Yutani. There's a story to be told there for sure.
Yeah.
Well, even them coming at the end of Alien 3, the entire corporation, and you see the model for Bishop. That was pretty interesting just for a little while. Just, I don't know, they just seem like such an interesting company that we haven't fleshed out enough throughout all the franchise for how long we've had to. That might be.
But again, you'd have to ignore the continuity of Alien Resurrection, because there's a line in there where they tell Ripley that Weyland-Yutani was bought out by Walmart at some stage. So
you know what? Yeah, I will have no problem ignoring Alien Resurrection. Not a problem.
Yeah, let's do that. That's a sound idea. Let's pretend that nothing after Aliens exists, or indeed before Aliens exists.
Walmart Yutani sounds great, though. That's a fantastic
Walmart Yutani.
I don't have a problem with any showrunners or directors or writers just actually being brazen and saying, we don't give a shit. We're wiping the continuity because we feel this is a brilliant idea and this is the concept we want to go with. I have no problem with any showrunner saying
should have set the precedent way back with Game of Thrones Season 8. They would have changed the game and said, you know what? Fuck that. We're redoing it. Just redo it.
I think it's a good attitude. It's a good attitude to say, we don't like how pedantic all these franchises get, and so we kind of want to push against that narrative and just say it's okay to wipe stuff clean, and here's the direction and here's the concept.
the creator of Sonic. Look at how much love they got for saying, "All right, guys, we'll go back to scratch and get it right for you." And they're like, "Okay, now I'll like." How much more praise and eyes were on that movie because like they understand their fans, you know. And
I think it's a little
like,
I think it's a little different redoing it after it's been released.
I know, no,
though,
my big point is just a company that understands the work that they put in isn't paramount. It has to be the final, execution of the quality of the product. Right?
No, Paramount put in plenty of work for Sonic.
Oh, God.
I just got back here. We still talking about this movie?
Somehow, yes.
We're talking about the Alien franchise at large.
Move on.
Okay, I'll take the blame on this one. I probably put together too good of a panel for this particular topic. These guys know this shit way too well.
Yeah, a total rehash with nothing new that just kind of like pissed on the audience with its lack of new ideas. So you can imagine how enlivening it was to go see Gladiator 2.
Oh God.
We won't get to that for at least another 3 weeks when we get to.
But I have to say, Platoon, your how would I say, Ryan Droll pronunciation of the word baboons was one of my highlights, I think, of the year.
It was such a boring movie. I had to take my fun where I could find it. If it was just exaggerating that pronunciation, that's the sort of low, effort stuff that I was reduced to. But it was fairly good fun. They weren't even baboons technically. It's just a really fun word to say.
Yeah.
What is next? Now we've fixed the entire Alien franchise and talked about all of the Alien franchise.
Fix this piece of shit.
Can we go back to Alien?
Yeah.
No, no. We must make progress. Yeah. What is there to say about Borderlands? What a profound mistake in every conceivable way.
Go ahead. I dare you.
How amazing that the audience is getting pissed on while the characters in the film are literally getting pissed on by huge swaths of urine. So there's a tie in there, I guess.
Yeah, this movie is really horrible, and I memory hold it. So like I just dropped a best and worst of 2024 review yesterday, and this was part of it. And I could not recap this movie, and there was no way I was going to go back and rewatch it. It was that bad. It's horrific. We were talking about this earlier, were we not? Didn't we bring up Borderlands?
Oh, you guys covered this one already.
Yeah, we discussed about the fact that the cast is too goddamn old. Everyone's everyone's way too old to be in a video game adaptation like this. So it's just this geriatric movie directed by a terrible director who his best film presence ever was as the fucking bear Jew in Inglourious Bastards. That's who directed this movie. Well, and the Thanksgiving horror movie, I guess, was kind of funny. That's about it. But
yeah, the cast are too old and Kevin Hart is too short. We covered this on my stream, Platoon. I don't know if you remember. And I actually can't remember the plot of the film now. Like I've sort of done the same thing as you and blocked it out as much
only
as possible.
Vaguely in very broad brush terms, because there's a loose correlation with the games, right? So like Lilith's mother was investigating the vault, I think, and then she becomes a
her mother was,
hunter.
And she abandons her.
Yes, that's the one.
And then she just goes and she tells what's her face, Jamie Lee Curtis, to look after my daughter. And she just goes, okay, and just leaves her with a bunch of gangsters somewhere and tells the fuck off. And then she just abandons her. And then basically, Bunny Girl is the key to everything that can open a vault because she's got alien DNA. But then it turns out it's actually
Lilith.
Face?
Yeah,
Lilith. She's the key to everything. And she turns into a giant firebird and shoots everyone. That's basically it.
Yeah. And it has Jack Black as the robot, who is one of the most irritating. I mean, to be fair, he's very annoying in the games.
Yeah, he's
but
supposed
he only
to be
has
annoying.
he is supposed to be annoying, but in the games you can run away from him, and in the movie you can't, which is just terrible character design. If you're going to make him that annoying, then you can't have him on screen all the time, because the longer he's on screen, the worse he gets. It's just a terrible, terrible idea all the way through.
Doesn't even swear.
No.
Jamie Lee Curtis brings the bare minimum. She is terrible in this movie.
I think they just knew. Like, imagine filming this. They probably just knew it was going to be a flop, so they're probably not going to give their all. Like,
I was wondering about that. Like, at what point in time did they realize they were going to be in a piece of shit? Because it couldn't have been. They couldn't have been excited when they saw who was going to direct it. Like, oh yeah, this movie's gonna be great.
And they're all too old to have played the game, so they can't have any like fondness for that. So it wasn't like they were thinking, "Oh yes, an adaptation of a much-loved video game franchise that I myself, Kate Blanchett, have played much of."
You took it right out of my mouth. Of like when the cast clearly is too old to have any experience or history with the game, it's immediately a turnoff compared to like something like One Piece, where you know what, I could believe that a lot of these guys were actually a fan of the show or super invested in getting the best adaptation possible. Like this real recognized real when it comes to adaptation, how much effort you actually put in. I look at this and just like, holy shit.
Passion for an IP is very important to turning it into something. And if you have, I couldn't imagine that any single one of probably the best performance is the guy who doesn't talk at all.
Mm-hmm. He has like one or two lines.
Casted correctly.
Yeah,
I think that's the biggest. That's the biggest problem with 90% of franchises now, like them not understanding what made them work in the first place. So how do you go forward? It's just that complete gap. And when it just becomes about the numbers and the bottom line, you don't have the producers mixing with the creatives anymore. There's no trust.
I wonder at what point they knew this was going to be a bomb, because they invested 9 figures into this, didn't they? It was like $110 million budget or something like that.
Yeah, and then it almost had a feeling like they just dropped it. I mean, the advertising campaign was very short for it. It almost felt like they didn't even. It felt like it was one step away from being Batgirled. Like it really did.
Yeah, and it made an unbelievably low $15 million total in America.
Wow,
that's it.
And that is awful.
For me, I couldn't engage with it. I couldn't engage with it because I thought the color scheme and grading was too pallid and faded out. I thought they could have turned up the saturation and color a little bit more.
I don't think they wanted you to engage with it. That was one of the only things that I really took away from the movie, is that it was so disinterested in itself. It's sort of adopted that one note above it all style of humor that we criticize a lot in Marvel productions, where they're all too smart to be there and they all kind of understand that the story's silly and none of them are really invested in the stakes. And if you have all of your characters adopting that attitude, they're not invested in the story, they're just quipping about it. So I don't really have much of an incentive to invest in it either, even if it was a good story. If the characters don't seem to be aware that that's what they're in and acting accordingly, then what's the point?
One film that has absolutely died for me in retrospect is Tar. Remember that Kate Blanchett film where she plays the conductor? I loved that when it came out, but that film more than any has died for me in retrospect as a kind of Abilene paradox piece of crap.
So I'm trying to think what was the worst money made versus budget, because there was a lot of them this year. Someone just asked that. This was one of them.
Surely The Crow.
The Crow I think cost like $50 million, but it only made $9 million.
That's $9 million too much.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
What's bizarre is that I heard that this was a passion project for Kate Blanchett. Like she was really keen with this film.
So she does play Borderlands.
No, I don't think she does.
Her granddaughter plays Borderlands, so she was really passionate about the whole project.
I think she was lying.
Yeah, I think she was lying too. It's such a fall from grace because she was a phenomenal actress in the 90s and 2000s, especially here in Australia. She's celebrated. I mean, I think she played Queen Elizabeth. She was Galadriel. She was in a few other independent productions here that were just amazing. And oh man, how the mighty have fallen.
Do you think her granddaughter's retarded?
I mean, I just made that up. I don't know.
I think it's fascinating that Lionsgate has released, in my opinion, 3 of the absolute worst films of the year. They released this, The Crow, and Megalopolis, which was a mega piece of shit.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost had them in order.
Almost, yeah. Lionsgate just tossing out fucking bangers. God damn.
I can just we can
just mosey on over. I mean, Borderlands was ass. So is this. This is a absolutely horrible remake. It's a horrible adaptation of the original comic book, and it's just a horrible movie on its own merits. Who else saw this besides me? I know Reaper did.
Yeah. Well, Jedi saw it in Spanish, right? Jimmy, you saw this in Spanish?
Yes, I watched this stupid movie in Spanish because I couldn't find another copy. I had to just guess what the fuck was going on. I could tell it was shit, even though there was no English. It was basically just so I can come on BSUP because I needed context, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I still don't really know what happened in this movie.
Can you
but I know
imagine
it was
had you
crap.
written a review based on that, and you were like, "Yeah, and those assholes didn't even speak English." The whole
But it was
movie.
interesting. It was interesting trying to watch and like just go based off body language and like interpret the entire story. And still be able to piece together that, yep, this is crap. And you guys filled in a few things with me, but yeah, that was quite an experience, man. Terrible movie. And it's incredible that this guy has one of the best and worst performances within the same year.
Yeah, I said that too. In my Nosferatu review, I was like, how the hell was he in
How
this?
did he do that?
Possibly the worst movie of the year and the best at the same time.
His voice, man. How did he do that?
I know the
What the hell?
Nosferatu.
What I hated about this movie was the characterization and the writing for Eric and I forget his partner's name, the one that FK Shelley. Is that in the original and in the comic book, they were both like, I said this in our breakdown of this movie yesterday on my end of year stream, but like there were two like pure souls in a decaying city, and they were like the only remnants of good left there. And to see Shelley die the way that she does, it's heartbreaking for the audience and also for Eric. And it explains his transformation into this vengeful goth music loving crow spirit, and here the two characters are so unlikable. I mean, I preferred Eric to Shelley, but the first thing they do when they bust out of the prison is that Shelley's like, hey, let's do some drugs and engage in debauchery. Like they're just, there's nothing pure about them. And so when Shelley dies, you're like, good riddance, thank God.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't give a shit about her. Not one shit.
Wasn't their entire relationship bonding basically her saying, I like tattoos. Do you like tattoos? Him say, I like tattoos too. Do you like music? Yes, I like music.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bone.
And there's that line.
Spanish, that's pretty much what I got.
There's that line that she gives him. She's like, if I'm ever hard to love me harder. What the fuck?
Yeah, this was
2 hours of
FKA
FKA Twigs's benign narcissism for 2 hours. But I'm sure we were all overstimulated by the non-stop roller coaster of high octane energy and fight sequences that were throughout the entire film. That was the highlight.
Yeah, the one fight scene, essentially, that's it. It's an action movie that essentially has one action scene. And it's
in the last 5 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, it's in the last 5 minutes.
You don't give a shit by then. Like you're ready to roll out.
No, you wait for him to really become the Crow, and you wait until the last literal 5 to 10 minutes of the movie, and that's it. So in the first film, it's a really simple revenge tale, and this one, it really just follows Shelley even after her death, because you're constantly discovering these new things that her dumbass got involved with. And he's just constantly like apologizing for his idiotic fucking girlfriend the entire time. And then by the end, he finally becomes the thing that you've been waiting for the entire time, and you don't even give a fuck by that point. Whereas in the original film, he's invincible throughout the entire movie, but they figure out a way to make him vulnerable again. And then in the final 15 minutes is like there's actual life or death, and you don't know if he's actually going to eventually avenge Shelley. But in this one, it's a full bait and switch. She is the main character, even though she's not even in half the fucking movie.
But don't they?
Go on, Reaper.
In the last seconds, don't they introduce like time travel? Because she comes back to being alive when just after they die.
God.
So did the rest of the film happen? Is there a multiverse? Like what the fuck happened?
Yeah, they really do. I forgot about that. Yeah,
I forgot about that too.
Yeah, in the original film, it really is just this basic revenge story, and there's some beauty to that. And he does avenge her in the end and rejoins her in the afterlife. In this, it's about bringing her back. This horrible fucking person that you don't like at all.
You're supposed to die for this whore who will have sex with another guy when your body's not even cold.
There's another aspect that was missing in this adaptation, and it's that despite him being driven by vengeance in the original, he's also trying to heal his community. There's that little girl that he's trying to reconcile with her mother. He stops her mother from being a drug addict. There's glimmers of good throughout that you see in Eric, which is completely lost here. And he also dies here as a result of horrible things that she did in the past, which he never finds out about. So he's trying to avenge somebody that led to his death without understanding how he died himself. Like, it's bizarre.
You're trying to show a love affair blooming on screen from two characters who are at the same time psychologically, romantically, and sensually almost completely inert. So it's very strange viewing.
Well, the film's for girls, this one specifically, because it's basically, no matter how horrible I am, no matter how much of a whore I was in the past, I'll have a guy who's willing to die for me. He's stuck in hell forever for her, for no reason.
You know, you're half joking, but there's stupid little preteen girls that take that shit seriously. They think that unless a guy is like this delusionally in love with them, it's not love. And this is it's a movie for stupid people. Those type of romances, but they work. Also, part of the reason they do them.
Also, another thing, where the hell is the crow? Like in the original, there's like a crow that's guiding him. It sort of tells him where to go. It hovers above him. That's completely lost in this movie. Like, this film is The Crow in name only.
Yeah, he was his little partner in crime, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they remove that? That's a lot. That reminds me of like Mulan, where they removed Mushu and they made some stupid phoenix just floating around instead. Like, I don't know, the iconic side characters from certain stories. It seems like a trend of removing them in adaptations.
Who is the guy in the train station? Some Mexican dude is just the crow in this.
Yeah, someone explain that to me.
I think his name is Kronos.
So he's Greek and is it because literally it has crow in the name?
All of the things that Eric is supposed to discover on his own in the first movie, this character sort of just tells him. He's like, this is your goal. This is your objective and motivation for the rest of the film. Now do the thing that you're supposed to do.
Yeah, their whole dynamic, and we've seen that so many times, like the guidance dude, spirit animal, whatever the hell it is. It was just lame, man. It was so, I got nothing out of those scenes.
The magical whatever. The magical Negro version of the crow.
It's supposed to be like this Cagliostro or whatever his name is from Spawn. Like, it's like that again.
Cagliostro is the character.
Yeah,
Cagliostro.
Whatever it is, he's that guy, except a shitty version of it that no one likes. And no one likes.
We do have a super chat for this.
Nope. Bonesaw is ready for $5. I rewatched this with a friend, and making Shelley a drug-addicted town bicycle destroys the entire point of The Crow. For shame, Lionsgate. Indeed.
That super chat probably made more than this movie. So
yeah, it made more profit than this movie did.
Did you hear that Skarsgård apparently wants to play the Joker? He said that there's a Joker within him. I'm not interested in seeing him.
We need a break from that character. Like, we've had.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that. We can't.
Heath Ledger's performance is still so fresh in people's mind. We've had the crappy one with Jared Leto, and now we have Joaquin Phoenix's Joker getting disgraced in the second one. Yeah, I think Joker needs like a 10-year break at minimum.
Unfortunately, they're never going to let that happen because he's too intrinsically connected to Batman, and they're going to want to bring him into whatever they're doing with Batman at any time. It's just not going to.
Matt Reeves.
Yeah, he was in the Batman. There's also the Joker films as well.
Yeah, that was the Joaquin Phoenix ones. He said.
Yeah, the Plasma thing.
Well, Jared Leto.
I barely count the one that they had at the end of Matt Reeves, because that was basically nothing.
I don't even acknowledge his existence. I'm just, because we might never see that dude again. I'm just gonna ignore that one. There's too many Jokers to like, unless you've actually had a movie. Like, let's not count him just because things confusing.
Any other words on The Crow though?
No. Just add that Jared Leto is slated to play Skeletor. So that's going to be so delicious. I can't wait for that.
What, really?
Yeah. I mean, like, it's going to be an exquisite train wreck. Everything about Jared Leto up to 11. I don't know how to approach that. Do I get stoned before watching that? Do I brace and flinch against the agony of it? How do I approach it? I don't know.
Both.
Is it like a He-Man movie, or is it a Skeletor?
Hopefully, it's just a skeletal movie. That would be great by itself. More
Leto. It's a He-Man. It's a Masters of the Universe movie, I think.
Did anyone watch the show?
No.
With Teela, the most horrible companion ever. He-Man dies, and it turns the king finds out He-Man is Adam's son, and Teela makes the son's death about her. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, were you talking about that thing from like 3 years ago?
You know, the Kevin Smith series.
Oh, that was so shit.
Definitely that. I heard it was crap.
And then, like, when He-Man comes back to life, he goes, "I died," and she goes, "Yeah, I had to live with it."
Ugh, why do they keep doing
She
this?
makes everything about herself.
It's like War of the
Now
Rohirrim.
you have the
Rings of Power is
power.
what I heard, right? Like that for War of the Rohirrim, they just keep doing that over and over and over and over and over again. The girl boss trope is just like, it's scary how much they realize it doesn't work. How much
And
they don't
evil
realize.
Lynn turns into misunderstood Lynn.
Oh, Beetlejuice.
I
This
have
was
not
the
seen
original, never saw
Beetlejuice
this.
or this one, so I have nothing on this topic.
Oh, you never saw the original?
I have never seen the original either. No.
That's a super fun movie. Like it's just performances and like 90s charm. Like Beetlejuice is love that movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's charming. This
I
one
kinda
is
just put this as, like,
okay.
a palate. I just kind of put this as like a slight palate cleanser between the shitty movies. That I didn't expect this to be a big topic.
It's not a story you can really make a sequel to, so I just had zero interest. It's just going to be a crappier version of the first one. That's all I expected.
Yeah, there's too many plots, too many characters, and too many half-hearted ideas in the sequel. I really didn't like it.
Yeah, I watched the first and this one back to back. I thought this was okay. I laughed a few times, but that was about it. I agree with you about there's too much going on in this movie, and they introduce Beetlejuice again like relatively early just to establish kind of where he is, but they can't allow him to do anything for a while. So he just kind of languishes in the background while you're waiting for these other plot threads to come together.
I'd give it to Michael Keaton. He's 70, what, 2, 3?
Yeah, he's still killing it for sure.
Yeah, he still brings a lot of high energy despite him being like retirement age.
I fucking adore his performance in the first movie. As Beetlejuice, it's like probably one of my favorite like iconic childhood performances. I really, really, really liked it. Every moment he just eats up the screen. But to hear that he still has it, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they do this hilarious bit since we were already talking about molesters earlier today. It's not a huge deal to bring him up again, I guess. This guy that was I can't remember the actor's name, but they couldn't use him because of some PDF activity he got into in real life, and so they had him get half eaten by a shark and then end up in the afterlife as just his lower body. And I thought that was fucking hilarious.
For me, what didn't sit right was in the first film, death was treated as something serious, something quite sad. And we're seeing, I think, Adam and Barbara's characters come to grips with the fact that they've died. And whereas here, like this film sort of is very cynical and callous in the way that it treats death. So you've got Charles dying off screen. Lydia's husband dies before the movie starts. Delia dies halfway through. And there's a whole list of random characters that are also sent to the neither world during the wedding without the movie acknowledging that this is at the very least sad.
That's a shame because I think the way they played with death in the first movie was really, really impactful. Like it's one of those movies that even though it's like, you know, a lighthearted movie for a little kid, it could introduce those ideas into your head for the first time of, what does happen when we die? What is life after death like? This and that. It explores interesting concepts, even though it's a really fun, goofy movie. And to hear that they're not taking that part of it seriously, that kind of sucks. Like, come on.
Yeah, I think Willem Dafoe was hilarious though, playing a detective in the neither world that was an actor playing a detective in the real world, so he doesn't know what he's doing for the film. But
he's brilliant in everything, man. That man just can't.
Character's kind of pointless though.
His character is very pointless.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and get subtle about this. There's stuff you want from your childhood, which is you remember it with a sort of fond retrospect, which sort of gets touched up by nostalgia and exists in this kind of liminal space. And I also think that memory can sort of take on its own kind of aesthetic separate from that. And so I don't want to watch a film like this because it's going to upset the kind of aesthetic of memory that I have about something that I enjoyed from my childhood. So that's why I didn't watch this film.
It's just not worth it as a gamble. Like, what's the odds of it being good enough to be, paired with the other one and affect my memories and the nostalgia I have for that film? Like, why even touch it? Like, I personally never wanted to see Luke, Han, and Leia ever again after the OT. They nailed it. Move on.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of the reason TLJ affected me so greatly. Is like, if you're gonna bring these people back, these iconic legends of my childhood, I expect that you have a full plan and you're gonna have as much respect for them as possible. Don't even see them on screen together and they all get obliterated. So like once you have that, your eyes are open to everything, and that's just fucking with people's nostalgia is a big way to start people on YouTube for sure, because the passion you need to get started on this shit.
Yeah. Well, interesting. The audiences seem to take to this movie. It opened to like over 100 million, I believe. It finished pretty well with a decent multiplier. So audiences did enjoy it. And maybe it's just one of those things where we're so used to trash that anything that's even just slightly above par, like it's totally fine, and we'll flock to it. But it pulled that like Halloween, like the Halloween 2018 thing, where it really built off the nostalgia, on the hype. Like, it had perfect marketing, and so like that movie Halloween 2018 opened to like $70 million, and even adjusted for inflation, the original movie only made like 100, and like 55 in reality and 100 for inflation. So it really built off the nostalgia and got people to flock to theaters. But then they stayed into the theater. Like each weekend, it still held pretty well. So all in all, audiences seem to take to the movie.
But I think much like Halloween, in that 2018 Halloween did well at the box office because it was driven by nostalgia. Every other Halloween film didn't do as well.
Yeah,
I think if they were to
do, for sure.
Absolutely. If they were to do another Beetlejuice film, I don't think it would do nearly as well as this one.
I totally agree. Yeah.
No way.
Well, the last Halloween film didn't even have Michael Myers in most of it.
No,
It was
that
a
movie is
shitty
one of
teen
the
drama.
I fucking hated that movie. I'm such a huge Halloween fan, and that I still want to make a video on it. I could go Mahler length about how bad that fucking movie is. It destroys the characters that are in that movie. Michael Myers isn't even a presence in it, really. It's just it's an abomination of a film. It's in my opinion, it's one of the worst movies ever made. I hate that movie.
Which movie are we talking about?
Halloween Ends.
Halloween Ends?
Yeah. Hate that movie.
What a lame title, even. Star Wars stops.
If only.
What's next, Dark Hour? Oh yeah.
I still want to watch this. It's
you
just
should.
Yeah.
What is this?
I mean,
I still have no idea what I watched. That's what I
exactly. It's just this really terrible sci-fi channel level CGI fever dream where like this man, he's an architect who can control time, but he also can do all kinds of other shit, and you don't even care because all the mechanics are introduced and then just dropped. Like the movie starts with him controlling time, so you get a sense of what he can do, and then it really doesn't amount to shit. But he's this architect that wants to create this utopia in this metropolis, and Francis Ford Coppola wants to make it like America is, parallel to the fall of Rome. So in this movie, it's called New Rome because fucking subtlety, and it really is just this massive fever dream. Like there's this 20 to 25 minute segment where this guy trips balls and nothing happens. Okay. It's just him on camera. Like, go look at the thumbnail on my latest video. I put it on it because it's so ridiculous. That was the one Platoon where you said you didn't know what it was. It's him just shaking like this for like 20 fucking minutes.
But the whole film seems to have the aesthetic and the color scheme of a Ferrero Rocher commercial.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's delicious.
The impression I get from it is it leans very heavily on that sort of glitz glam stuff. Doesn't Aubrey Plaza play a character literally called Wow Platinum? So like it's going. Subtlety is not really first order of the day for Mr. Coppola in this movie. I want to see it because I have a sneaky sympathy for directors like him who are reaching the end of their careers and they think they do have something important to say, and they also think that art is the best vehicle by which to do that. Like the craziness kind of appeals to me in a way that Gladiator 2's soullessness really doesn't. Because Ridley Scott has nothing to say. He just thinks that he does. With Megalopolis, that sort of tragically misinformed genius slightly makes me sympathetic to it. I suspect I would see it and not like it because it makes no sense. But at least it is imaginative. At least it is trying to make an important point, even if that important point is really just a boomer who's reached the end of their life and realized that what they thought was a really good, happy world is now gone, largely because of their own voting practices. So they're slightly regretful about it. I want to like this movie. I haven't seen it yet. I don't think I would like it, but hell, at least someone's doing something vaguely interesting, right?
Well, it certainly is interesting, but it's I heard rumors that this man it's this passion project of his that he's been working on for 4 decades was still writing the fucking script as they were filming the movie. So, yeah.
Which is weird considering that he was supposed to have written the script way back in, was it like the late 70s? And then he tried to get it made in the 70s, the 90s. He revisited it many times. It should really have been done by this point. If you're rewriting on the fly that long later, what you're probably doing is overcomplicating things. You probably had a fairly simple, sensible idea, revisited it as an old man and said, well, that's not esoteric enough for me. So I have to try and make it more complicated and more thoughtful than it already was.
I think the reason why he kept rewriting it was because his wife died, and he said he tried to like do stuff for her in it, and she died the year it was kind of getting made.
Oh.
I mean, there is a plot thread where this character, whose name is Caesar, by the way, again, his wife has passed away, but apparently he can also fucking see ghosts and he can turn back time, and it's just
Why didn't he save his wife?
I don't even remember. I have no clue. But at one point,
she was an anchor being or something, probably.
Like to paint a picture of how absolutely mind-bogglingly fucking stupid this movie is. They built up that he has the ability to stop time and he can react fast and shit. And he gets shot right in the face later in the movie, and he doesn't stop the bullet, even though he can absolutely do that. Because like I said, new mechanics are constantly introduced and then just dropped because they moved on to the next mechanic, and it doesn't matter. The dialogue is also terrible. Like there are multiple characters that just the things that pop out to me: Aubrey Plaza just stopping Shia LaBeouf's character, who plays a transsexual, I think, because why not?
Don't worry, I have that. I'm getting that picture.
Right, because why not? And she's just asking him how her ass looks. And then later in the movie, the old guy she's boning, Angelina Jolie's dad, I forget his name.
John Boyd.
John Boyd. He's asking people how what they think about his boner. And then let's act the actual line, by the way. What do you think about my boner? And then you finally see what this grand utopia is. And it's just a bunch of shitty CGI escalators all around the city. Like, that's it. That's the fucking grand utopia.
And am I right in thinking that the moral message is basically this is a city in which everyone, if we just talk to each other and work together, everyone will be happy? Is that basically the conclusion?
You all have to see this shit. This is what
I don't know.
Look at.
I don't even know, dude. Like I don't even know how to answer that question.
That's
because
Shia LaBeouf, everybody. That's what when I watched this movie for BSUP. This is what I had to look at.
God. At some point, comets just hit the fucking.
Oh, it's a Russian satellite. It's a nuclear-powered Russian satellite that just nukes the city.
And then there are people with MAGA hats because subtlety and stuff again, just running around causing chaos because
it just sounds like it's the trauma dump of a boomer, or whenever he was born.
Pretty much. I mean, he made a bit of a deal during the pre-pub of stuff like hiring people like John Voight, who have been either cancelled or sort of ostracized for being the rare thing in Hollywood, a vaguely conservative person. So he made a point of hiring these people in order to try and avoid the charge that he was doing some sort of liberal polemic against modern day society. It was supposed to be a broader brush than that, a deeper look than that. It's not modern politics. It's the underlying themes of society. What can we get back to that? How can we build a utopia based on old principles? the problem is, unless you really do have something very much worth saying, it will just come across as pat if you conclude it with, like you say, pretty CGI escalators, impossibly weird architecture because, hey, that's progressive, and let's just be nice and talk. That's not like the most satisfying answer to all the questions I imagine he wanted to raise.
Well, his opponent, the mayor, played by Gus Fring. What's the actor's name?
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah, basically, he says to Adam Driver's character, he goes, "What about the food? What about the plumbing? We haven't got houses." He goes, "We just need to build a megalopolis." He just vague nonsense.
It is. It's just so big. And then like he's showing off bits of it to like he's trying to inspire Gus Fring to come on his side, and so he's like showing. I believe it's like Gus's wife and his daughter or something, his pretty escalator. And it does kind of sell him on. He's just like, wow, that is just fucking amazing.
Yeah, his wife goes, "Come," sticks a hand out, and he has to get on this walking escalator, and he gets on it with them like he's moving into the future. But all he's moving into is a shitty park that they couldn't afford all this housing for, that they spent the money on instead. It's a horror story.
Satyricon crossed with Metropolis. I think it'll be the combination. I like the weird, strange glitch where he's looking for. It was kind of pitched as something sympathetic in the publicity that he had to sell his winery. That doesn't necessarily elicit a great deal of sympathy or high regard from most people. I had to remortgage my private island to do my vanity project. It's not that great. Is Adam Driver a good actor? Like, he punched the drywall in Marriage Story, but apart from that, is he really that good?
He was good in KK Klansman.
He made Kylo palatable, even though he's written like dog shit. Like, I think I'll always appreciate his acting. Like, imagine how bad Kylo would have been without Adam Driver. Like, yeah, he's a good actor.
User 5573 for $4.99. I would love to get Platoon's perspective on Megalopolis because I get the impression that there is some point buried deep below the crazy nonsense. I think that there is two, and you could probably find it. I just chose to say, fuck this.
You have to bring a mining drill to get through all the shit.
And the regretful thing as well is that you might do all of the effort it takes to strip away the nonsense and get to the point and find that the point itself is not as profound as the creator thinks that it is, which happens not infrequently. And then it feels a bit like wasted effort. But I am still intrigued by it. It's on my list of things, fairly near the top of my list of things to watch. I just need to find the time to do it. I saw Francis Ford Coppola in one of those Criterion collections where they shot someone in the middle of that strangely cramped little space. There's not much left of him. I thought that like they were going to have to bring out the defibrillators, and in a second he might collapse.
Damn.
He's sort of in that phase, which I call the silk neck scarf phase of those established, legacy directors. He's sort of in that phase now.
With the Jimmy Carter phase.
As a man cut down in his prime.
What did I send to you earlier? Like, please, people, check your cocaine.
Oh, this shit.
Well, speaking of people who didn't check their cocaine.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Anybody?
What is there even left to say about this show?
I know,
Rings of Power.
Aren't you just so done? Like, my brain just froze over looking at her face. Like,
I am done. I've got like, because I think I only reviewed episode 1 of season 2. I'm sitting on an almost finished next part, and I just can't even be fucked to finish.
I meant mentally. That's what I said. I wasn't meaning script. I meant mentally. Aren't you just completely shredded?
Yeah.
Like, I can't even. Like, season 2 was such a chore. Like, there was season 1 was still new, and like we never knew how bad it was going to be, and it was kind of like an event in itself. Season 2 was a fucking chore, man. Like, I will forever be attached to this show. Like, it like made my fucking channel practically. But fucking hell, it's terrible, man.
There are still some sort of shockingly funny bad moments in it. I mean, there are plenty of those, but overall, yeah, it's less grating or less noteworthy than season 1 because we've seen so much of it before. They toned Galadriel down a lot, which is you would think to be welcomed, but then they just replace it with a bunch of other insufferable people. So nothing really improves. There's some really funny scenes, like the whole battle sequence, which was directed by a woman who has apparently never watched a war film in her life. You get from orcs like ladling gravy, and then having set up the orcs are sympathetic and they have children, yet we can also have fun killing them because one of them gets knocked into a catapult and lobbed against a wall.
Glug.
Are we supposed to feel sorry? He probably had a kid. What happened to his kid? Oh yeah, Glug.
I made a video on Glug. Legit. When I'm making videos on orcs, that's when you know there's not much to talk about in this.
I did a
man.
quarter of an hour long video doing his backstory.
Glug is the goat,
fun things I
man.
did this year. Yeah.
Oh jeez. Yeah, it's terrible.
And then the evil Barbie Sauron as well, who's just going around and fucking the world up, even though he's not present to fuck it up. But like evil, like the way they convey the presence of evil by just drawing black lines on a map, therefore bad shit happens. That's kind of when you can't be bothered to write at all. It's not just being bad writing. That's if you can't be bothered to write. That's what you do. Bad shit happened because black line on map. Okay.
Oh, and to correct random earlier, Waldrig S tier, you monster. How dare
he's
you.
the best character by far.
He's so amazing, man. I was gonna say though, what's his face? I can't even remember the elf guy. Holy hell, did this guy ever get shafted? He just got pushed a black elf man.
Oh, him. Don Lemon.
Don Lemonlass.
I refuse. After 2 years, I refuse to acknowledge this man's name. I've been calling him Elf Guy for fucking 2 years now. Forget it. The worst part about season 2 for me personally, no Bronwyn. Like Elf Guy's chick Bronwyn, like the amount of jokes and like joy she brought to me, like she inspired like 3 of my videos, man. And
Yeah, but that was my favorite bit of this season is the fact that they killed her off screen. That was fucking hilarious. The back end of season 1, she is the main character. She's been set up to be the main character. She's pivotally important. She has meetings with Queen. She leads her people. Season 2 comes around. Now she can't come. So she's just dead, is she? Did they even have in season 1? She got sick from the orc arrow, but she recovered. Isn't that lovely? We had a whole episode devoted to the is she going to die or not? And no, she comes back and it's lovely. And then season 2, oh yeah, it turns out orc arrows make people sick. We forgot.
She got hit with 2 arrows, 2 of them. I paused it. I rewatched it a million times. Go and watch the scene right now. Bronwyn gets hit with 2 of them. It's explicit. They show it, and she's only
but she also gets hit by a volcano.
No fucking sense. That's what I'm saying. The inconsistency in the show, but they show voomp, and then voomp. She gets hit with the second one, and we're watching her react to just 1 arrow. She has this miraculous survival to it, and in season 2, they just said, "Nah, she didn't actually survive. Forget all that." Like the whole emotional scene that we did in season 1 is meaningless now. It's such a fucking bizarre approach they took with this character. But
and also the preceding episode, I think the Don Lemon character say a line, something along the lines of "Elf memories do not fade," and then that episode comes along, literally like an hour later, and it's oh yeah, we forgot that orc arrows are bad. How do you not notice? Even if you aren't going to recast, how do you have them contradict themselves like that?
Just to highlight what we missed with this woman, there's a scene where she stabs an orc in the fucking toe completely. The orc slashes her friend's throat right in front of her, drops her to the ground. She kills the orc, and there's absolutely no acknowledgement for her friend. She doesn't acknowledge it. The show doesn't acknowledge it. They don't zoom in. There's no music cue. They forget this chick exists completely, and she runs off. And as she's running off, you see the dead body on fucking screen, just sitting there. It's a complete clusterfuck of a show. But this character being taken from season 2, for me personally, like just remove the memes by like 25%. So tedious, boring, horrible show. And I don't know what the hobbits were even, what's the point of them? The Harfoots.
Oh, they and then the worst thing about that is, of course, they split that plot line in 2. It was already a pointless, redundant plot line, but they split them up from Gandalf. But they have the Team Rocket blasting off moment in the hurricane he accidentally summoned.
That's
and all
hilarious.
of a sudden, we've got to spend twice as long in that part of the world. We've got to meet Tom Bombadil, and he's a vague Yorkshireman who, for some reason, is in the Middle East. And Gandalf has a bath. That's interesting. He has to find his stick. Oh, good. That's fantastic. You meet the character who is certainly Saruman, who rescues the little hobbits, and it's just so bad all the way through.
That was Mans Raider from Game of Thrones. Like I didn't even recognize him under all that.
Yeah, he's a good actor, but you wouldn't get it from this show.
Actor, but you wouldn't get. Yeah, it's crazy how they could take like Nori. Nori, I think, can act. She actually can emote for some of the things, but her material that she's working with is garbage. And if you see the actress, she's actually fucking hot. So that she's attractive and she's talented, yet they show you would never know. They nerf both of those things from her. And even
just turned her into a lousy gypsy. It's just not a good look.
Oh, God. Disa and Durin were the best part of season 1. and they were just wasted and embarrassed in season 2. Disa's a joke now. Durin is a loser. I hate this show in terms of wasted potential and the fact that it's attached to one of the best stories I've ever seen. It's starting to annoy me that it's got Lord of the Rings.
What the fuck was that Eldritch monster that the Queen meets in a trial, and it just chooses and goes, "Nah, you're right."
Nah.
Cthulhu under the fucking walls of Numenor. And it's like, yeah.
That whole plot was just so like everything with Numenor is just wasted, because I know there's probably gold to work with if you're like you're more familiar with it me, Platoon, than I am, but there's so much more they can do with every plot that they have to work with the show, and every one of them is just worthless. It's such a pointless show when you consider how much they have to work with. It's embarrassing.
It is the thing that makes season 2 a downgrade on season 1, as well as the fact that season 1 was almost all bad, but there were a couple of glimmers of things that weren't completely incompetent, like the Dwarven storyline, as has been mentioned. But all of the only serviceable bits of season 1 are ruined in season 2. The dwarves are reduced to hilarious stupidity. I still love the fact that they find a Balrog in their basement, and the dad takes his ring off, and rather than run away, he's like, "No, I shall jump at it and sacrifice myself for no fucking reason." And at the end of the show, when they're talking about the problems they have to face, it's, "Oh, your brother, who we've never mentioned, he wants to rule now, and also we have no food." They don't mention the fact that they have a Balrog living in their fucking basement, so they just leave it. It's like, that we'll deal with that later, probably.
Disa dropping the ring. Disa drops the thing right in the middle of the village in the fucking
the crystal ball.
Yeah, she drops it while she's fucking shopping
through the mine.
It's a parody scene. Like, she just happens to find a Balrog. Like, what are you doing? And the Disa Begins moment where she had her Batman moment. Like, what the
bats,
fuck was that? What it literally was Batman Begins. Like, what are you doing? Like, it was that. It was. Why would they do? I love that scene in Batman Begins. Why do I have to think of Disa anytime I watch that movie? It's so stupid, man.
Platoon, if you had to choose, which was your favorite line of dialogue? Would it be the Sauron used me and I was played like a harp, whatever it was,
to a tune, not my own, not my choosing. Yeah.
I'll give you some more options. There's your path is made of seawater. Take care to keep your feet beneath you. It's a long way to the bottom. Another option is panic is the fool's meal. Would be best to sup on patience. And a rumor is like a songbird. It may sound filling from afar, but up close it's an empty feast. So which was your favorite?
Oh shit! They're all.
I think it's the seawater one, just because it makes no sense. Like, how if your path is seawater, what difference does it make if your feet are beneath? Like, it's water. You're going to sink, unless of course you are a boat and you look up, in which case you don't sink. Because that's the season
because
one.
You're not made of rocks or whatever the hell.
How do you know which way is up? Touch the darkness.
Yeah, I ended my video on that quote because it's aged like after all the stupid things that's happened in this show, that opening scene of the Rings of Power is still scarred in people's brains. Like, why does a ship float to the rock sink? It's just like, what a way to have us just give up on any faith you have in dialogue from the very beginning, you know? Like,
and the fact that they were so invested in it that, like, this is a showpiece piece of dialogue that we're going to position deliberately to show off and showcase our skills dynamically and coming up with like the right type of language. It's amazing.
Keep it simple. You don't have to go so pretentious. Like, I you know what? One of the most underrated elements or aspects of the pilot for The Walking Dead, everyone talks about, and I think the first Walking Dead episode is fantastic. The rest of season 1 is okay, and then it falls off from there. But that first episode, man, it's great. And part of the reason it gets off to such a great point is Shane and Rick's conversation, where it's just like, what's the difference between men and women? That's an easy way to get everyone's attention in the audience, because it's a conversation that everyone can have can understand and partake in. And then it immediately cuts to the chaos, and he's in the hospital. And it just, you take that establishing scene and just take something simple and get everybody to be interested. Instead, the Rings of Power does the opposite and just makes you like roll your eyes and fucking smirk and like give up on have no faith in them from the very beginning. You just,
it's because they're trying to write profundity. That's what they are trying to do.
Yes.
They don't understand that the profundity of your story comes from your story, and it will be judged after the fact whether or not you have a profound thing to say.
Yes.
They vaguely recognize the tone and the tenor of profound dialogue, and so they just try and throw those lines in isolation. Sometimes they give it to particular characters over and over again because they want to convey how wise and intelligent and profound they are. So almost all of Gil Galad's lines in season 1 are tortured metaphors.
Yeah.
We will sweep the enemy from our shores like salt from a table, or we will wash away the evil like rain over the bones of an old carcass. What the fuck are you talking about? People don't speak like this. Stop it.
You're right. Like when Gandalf, it's not especially profound when he's talking about, such it is for those who see such times, or whatever that particular line he has towards the end of the trilogy.
Oh, yes. Frodo says, I wish none of this would ever happen. And Gandalf says, so do all who wish to see such times. It's not for us to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us.
It's not especially profound. Yeah, but it's not especially profound in and of itself. But it's already got this heaving sense of pathos that you've been through all this stuff. And so you feel it imbued within the lines, rather than just trying these empty and hollow, desiccated profundities that they're doing in this piece of shit.
Well, first off, it's a line that a human being would say, and it was a perfect time for them to reestablish that line in terms of it being super meaningful for Frodo. Like, they don't need the fact that they have Gandalf's narration and you just locking in Elijah Wood's performance, and it's perfect. That's all you need. And him saying that was just a casual conversation, but like you said, it's got so much more meaning now after everything we've been through. It's the perfect time to call back to that. So that's what makes it impactful within its like Platoon was saying. It's profound, like within its own story. You've managed to make this iconic and age well, but Rings of Power is desperately trying to include those ones in every conversation, and they come off as forced and phony, and there's not a single one that worked. It reminds you what made Lord of the Rings so good, the passion and all the work that went into it. Like the Rings of Power is just can't even scratch the surface. It's incredible.
Well, so the real profundity is often in just the stating of simple truths that people overlook. That line from Gandalf is a really good example of that. All he's telling you is that there is no point, essentially, fretting about your existence in the world as it is and regretting the place you've been put in. There is no point doing that. All you can do is act, and that's the message. It's a very simple message, and actually the language in which it's expressed is also quite simple. It's not going out of its way to try and make a simple observation sound more profound with the complexity and beautiful quality of prose, because you miss the point if you're doing that. If you compare that to any given line of dialogue in Rings of Power, like the boats sinking in the rocks, the boats not sinking in the rocks. Like, I don't even know what the simple message of that is supposed to be. It's not conveying a message. That is just writing to type, which is cringy and embarrassing.
Yeah, the whole point is to be able to relay a message in a way that's going to be very impactful and meaningful. And you have a potent analogy. But when there's no, it doesn't make sense whatsoever. You're being pretentious for no fucking reason. And it's the worst way to start a show, because it's a self-report. It reveals your hand from the very beginning that we're trying to make you feel these lines feel as special as they came off in the Lord of the Rings, but we just don't have the talent to do so. And it's so embarrassing when it's that glaring. And it's the very beginning of the show. It's just you can't get that taste out of your mouth.
And also, Galadriel in the original trilogy, she doesn't speak in profundities. She's absolutely ancient and has seen eons come and go and is beyond rhetoric or irony or anything like that. And that's why I think that worked. If she had spoken in, fancy rhetorical constructions, it would have detracted from the performance.
Yeah, and the most cryptic she gets is used to convey the fact that she is this ancient being, but she also has foresight. So when she gives Frodo the light, says, this will be a light for you in dark places when all other lights go out, is a line that isn't paid off for another 2 movies, and it's toward the end of Return of the King. But that's what she was referencing the entire time. You don't necessarily understand it in the moment. It's still simple dialogue, but then the meaning of that comes true later, and that's partly her qualities as this very ethereal being who is almost impossible for mortal men to comprehend. So in a very few words, you've established a huge amount about that character. Compare it to Rings of Power's Galadriel, who is supposed already to be thousands of years old and wise and powerful, and she's seen many, many things, and she behaves like an impetuous little brat.
12-year-old.
And she's one of the most stubborn, impulsive, stupid, short-sighted people ever. This is not a character who has lived through thousands of years of history. This is someone who has never been told the word no in all of their 30 years of life.
And it's something I would love to see portrayed in fantasy media, from elves to vampires. The effect of living thousands of years and what it would do to your personality, and how just like the way you would view the world and how cynical you would be with everything. How many people just... you never get the sense of that. And Galadriel's one of the worst examples. She's a fucking 12-year-old, but we're supposed to believe she's like a wise elven warrior. It just doesn't work. I don't know.
So painful and pathetic that was it the second episode where they're the away team and they have to get to wherever and the bridge has been destroyed by lightning or whatever. These beings are supposed to be thousands of years old and have this gravitas to them, but they're literally like a group of 14-year-olds who got lost on an orienteering trip. It's just so
she was handpicked
painful.
by them. The crew was handpicked by her, and you would think if she was handpicked by them, it should be people that she's potentially known for, like, let's bare minimum hundreds of years, maybe, if she's going to handpick a group of elite elves. And there was absolutely no chemistry, no teamwork. There was no exposition, no throwaway lines, nothing for us to work with except like goofy ass elf who gets hit with the arrow and they can't see anything coming. It's
well, most
so
of them don't even get names, and yet one of the big hero moments toward the end of the season is given to one of that team. It's like, I don't know who you are, but well done for sacrificing yourself, I guess. You seem to have been shot by your own side, and that's where all the arrows came from. But at least you blew up the incomprehensible siege engine that does nothing.
I love how you and nobody can remember her name. Nobody can remember this girl. The article that I pulled up, everyone just calls her X-Ray Girl or that badass elf archer.
X-Ray.
Nobody knows who the fuck she was because she's pointless. Like my last video,
I'd love it if
to Eowyn, and
if her name was Wade, that would be lovely. I think.
Wade. Like Wade's legacy is gonna be better than that chick.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean the Mr. Brown Alliance channel has given Wade an entire backstory and a meaningful character arc and everything. He's now a much more fleshed out character than anybody in Rings of Power, so more Wade would be good.
Oh god. The only thing that they introduced that people slightly was interested in was the troll, and then they did nothing with it. It was just
he has a line of dialogue. He never appears again until the episode where he dies. And like they gave interviews about this guy. They gave interviews where like, oh, it's great. You know, we never really explored these characters. And he's like, we're modeling him off of Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad. How?
What does that even mean?
He has a line of dialogue and
that was a meme. I didn't know that was a real thing.
They said it, yeah.
How was he Mike Ehrmantraut? What the fuck?
I don't know. I guess they cut all of his scenes.
Mike
is maybe?
Mike is one of the small examples of a perfect side character. He is just fucking perfection. Every line, every bit of delivery. I love Mike. I did not see Mike in that fucking troll. Someone's gonna have to fill it in for me. Like I don't understand this.
Well, why did they send the troll out last, where it kills all the orcs? Why didn't they just go first?
Yeah, they wouldn't have even needed to fuck around with the siege engine if the troll can just punch the gate down. Just do that. So many things they could have done, but decided not to.
How did they know even which side of the wall to break down? It's not like they had Grima's information from Helm's Deep. You know what I mean? Like they're just trying to recreate these iconic scenes, but skip the parts that make them make sense. It's just crazy. It was a mix of like Boromir and the Blackwater scene in Game of Thrones where Brom shoots the arrow and blows up the thing. And, like, they fused those two scenes and they didn't understand what made either of them work. And it just makes me sick when that happened. So like I just went through all of them, all the shitty comparisons, all the things that they fucking ripped off, and like how little they did with their scene. It's terrible, man. It's one of the worst battle scenes ever in a fantasy show. It should be considered when you think of like the iconic ones like Helm's Deep and Hard Home and whatnot. And this is at the bottom of the barrel.
But it's finally been announced that it has officially been renewed for season 3. So we've got all of this to look forward to again.
Oh, see you there, man. Another year.
Do you really think they're going to go all 5 seasons with this thing?
Yeah,
I think they'll.
Ego, stubbornness. Like if they had the ego to make season 2, they have the ego to go all the way to season 5. They're going down.
I think they'll film the last 2 seasons back to back to save money.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll find a way to 5, but they'll cut corners, like Reaper is saying. That's definitely going to be the way to do it.
How do you think it's going to end? Celeborn's going to come back and he's getting cooked by Sauron.
Oh, wait. There's one thing we could praise. Celebrimbor. That dude can act. He can act, and he was wasted horribly this whole season.
Yeah, shame about the character, but respect to him for doing his best with what he was given.
Yeah, he tried. He tried so hard. And
Sauron cried. He cried over his
cried, yeah.
I wasn't as impressed with. He did okay, but I wasn't as impressed with his performance. I thought he was just whatever.
It was because he was in that fucking awful wig, and there's only so much you can do with a look like that. You're kind of innately funny at that point. But yeah, everyone clapped when he said, you know, and you will be the Lord of the Rings. He said the thing.
Did the thing.
I based my sympathetic orc character off Daniel Day-Lewis. I thought I could really bring a lot of his characteristics to him, and I also put in some. Anyway, Larry's back.
Larry's back, and so am I to read Larry's chat. Larry, for $10, I want to thank the Little Platoon for his Rings of Power Season 1, introducing me to this community of nerds by showing up along with Tolkien lore videos on my TV. Happy New Year and stuff. Happy New Year, Larry.
Happy New Year, and we're glad to have you.
Mm-hmm.
The real Rings of Power is the friends we make along the way.
Larry, you could have just said, made you look.
Could have done.
Yeah, he already did that. But you could always make us look again, though. So, Bonesaw is ready for $5. Rings of Power actually kind of hurts. Tolkien is part of Western civilization and culture, and Amazon can't respect him. Can we have some respect, Amazon? Can we?
Somebody pointed out in the chat they didn't. So when the first season came out, I should have started. But when the first season came out, every Amazon box that you got had Rings of Power all over it. It was just it was this season.
Yeah, the marketing.
No, they did not do the same thing, and so they've already lost. They've lost faith in it to the point where they won't even do their own little free advertising. Basically, I mean, they have to pay. The box is made, but other than that, it's free advertising for them because it's just sent right to your house.
The same thing happened, Dark Hour. The exact same thing you described happened with Captain Marvel and the Marvels. I remember seeing Captain Marvel on fucking bananas. That bitch was everywhere. The marketing was crazy for it. Like banana, I'm not even kidding. I was just like looking at it in the grocery store, like wow. And then for the Marvels though, like her name, they removed her name from the marketing. Like that's how terrible it was in terms of their lack of faith in the character.
I would think that should be factored though into the marketing budget for Rings of Power. Is that's if any other company had approached Amazon and said we want to advertise our products on every single one of your packages, what would Amazon have charged for that? And add that to the overall budget for Rings of Power, and it's going to be closer to 2 billion than 1.
A fuck ton, yeah.
Really bizarrely, here in New Zealand, I don't know if this has happened anywhere else in the world, but there's a Rebel Moon potato chips tie-in. It's very strange. No one else.
Are they made 100% pure grain?
They gave them strange names. Rebel Moon inspired chips.
Is it made
so
out of
corpses? You'd have like whatever. Vert farmhouse cheese bread. That was one flavor. And then there's roast beef, garlic, and herb. And they just had the pictures of that chick on the front. And there's just stacks and stacks
of weird shit like that. So like there was a whole franchise plan for it. They did there's a special farm simulator skin at one point was planned, I think. And like comics and tie-in novels and all the rest of this shit. And then it comes out and no one gives a damn. So half of it never sees the light of day. But I guess they were already contractually obliged to do the weird potato chip adverts. So hooray. Place no one has ever heard of is now plastered on the name of your crisps. Great.
Mother World Feast roast beef. That was one option. Strange.
We do have to lose Niat, though, unfortunately.
Yes, I do have 2 other streams to jump onto. But I was going to say, finally on Rings of Power, we had a poll yesterday where we were voting for the worst TV shows of 2024 in a year that gave us Echo, Velma, The Acolyte, Agatha All Along, Arcane Season 2, and Doom Prophecy. Rings of Power was the worst show of 2024 with an average vote of 0.5. But just want to say thanks for having me, guys. It's New Year's Eve here, so Happy New Year to you all. And hopefully catch you guys soon. Take care.
Happy New Year.
Good to see you.
Goodbye.
I'll soon too.
What is
Okay, so I'm glad Reaper's still here because it's about time that he goes on a rant about this show.
Well,
well, before of any of that, because I know your infamous rant was before finishing it. Because did you like the ending?
I still haven't watched the ending. I only watched.
Thanks, Reaper. God damn.
I stopped watching when Vinny is the underboss. He gets shot in the head by what's her face.
I only got a piece of your rant, and it was basically more so in terms of like the inconsistencies. And I would say the biggest flaw of the Penguin would be some plot convenience and certain inconsistencies to some degree, but the character work and the overall story that they told was so fucking phenomenal. For if anyone's gonna give like the amount of passes Deadpool and Wolverine got, like every pass you could think of, Penguin, like if that's something that really ruined it for you, I
don't think the show's terrible.
Overshown.
I don't think the show was terrible. I'm just saying, like, when you go, the show is super hyper realistic, where he can't even have the last name Cobblepot. Well, at that point, you go, well, there's certain things here that just wouldn't happen in a normal gang. That was kind of my point. I'm not saying the show's terrible.
Yeah, no, that's why I think it's really important for you to see the ending in terms of tying it all together.
Yeah, well, everyone says the ending
probably go. Yeah, that's why I'm saying the same thing with Deadpool and Wolverine. I think you can give this show a pass on a lot of things, and there isn't really much that it needs to get a pass on, in my opinion. Like a tiny bit of plot convenience, but that's about it. It's pretty strong as a piece of media, and I think it's the best show of the year by like a mile.
One of them, definitely. I mean, I wasn't expecting much from the Penguin. Hollywood in its current state loves to paint villains in a more sympathetic light, like they were driven to this, or they're a victim of circumstance. And the Penguin subverted all of that. And when you peel back all the layers, Oz is just an evil, malicious bastard. And it just so worked.
The fact that they committed to it is what I respect the most. They didn't pussy out and try to make it sympathetic or this and that. They teased those elements, but made it so much more potent and meaningful towards the end. No spoilers for Reaper, because those last 2 episodes, it's like in those last 2 episodes, there's like 7 things that you don't want spoiled in terms of fantastic payoffs and reveals. And I haven't seen them commit to making a villain a real villain in a long time. He's fantastic. So yeah,
I haven't finished this either.
It.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Really?
Oh, you must.
Yeah,
wow.
I haven't finished it.
Z, would you agree it's better than the Batman?
Yeah, definitely. And in fact, it makes me want to go back and watch the Batman.
Me and my friend who I watched the Batman with, he fell asleep. He didn't really like it. He watched the Penguin and he asked me to watch the Batman over again. That's how good the Penguin is.
Surprised. I mean, Colin Farrell's portrayal as Oz was absolutely amazing, and full credit to the makeup team for his complete prosthetic transformation. That was absolutely bloody amazing.
Incredible.
You have not have recognized him under all of that.
Every 20 minutes into every episode, you have to be like, oh yeah, there's Colin Farrell under there.
Colin Farrell,
shit.
yeah.
It's like, what the hell? Like, I sent it to my mom, and like the idea, and I was mentioning this to you, Cynic, several times when I've come here. I was like, with superhero content of any kind, criteria for me is it needs to work for people who don't give a fuck about superheroes.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah,
it needs that. The story has to come first, so everything else is extra, but everybody can come and enjoy it. And that's for me, because I grew up with my mom and my sister roasting whatever I was watching, so I have to like condition myself for that. But I sent it to her and she loved it, and it's that's one of the things I like, when you can actually trust the rewatchability and the recommendability. I can't do that for Deadpool and Wolverine, even though I haven't seen it. I assume I can't do that. This I definitely can. And Sophia Falcone. Woo!
Yeah, Kristen Milotti's performance was absolutely amazing.
Woo! That's all I have to fucking say about that woman.
I felt that I understand it was quite a clever premise that they go with this idea that we're going to build him up as an anti-hero where you might start to feel sympathetic for him, and then we're going to subvert those expectations and bring you down to earth, which is kind of good, but I don't especially feel that switching back to nihilism and then subverting you like that is especially sophisticated. It's kind it just seemed kind of jarring.
You're referring to
the last
ending,
episode.
It's completely in line with his character if you understand the discussions and the things he did. But it was the key word that he said that set him. So I don't want to say too much for spoilers purposes. That's one of the many, many things. But that would be an interesting discussion. I do think it's in line with his character. I don't think it was too jarring or nihilistic.
But are you supposed to appreciate or relish the idea that you've been positioned and then subverted and it ends in nihilism? Because I didn't especially feel that was sophisticated.
I don't need to like Walter White is a good example. I don't need to like you to be entertained by your story. You know what I mean? I was done with him from season 2 after he did The Thing. There's so many. Even with that show, it's so old. I still feel like I should be like spoiler free with everything I say. But it's I know people are gonna have mixed feelings. They're gonna be like, "Oh, I hate him. He's a monster." Or this. For me, I'm just like, "Wow, the balls to commit to this shit." I haven't seen balls like this in a long fucking time. The first 3 episodes of Arcane season 1 appealed to me like that. The first season of Game of Thrones appealed to me to that extent. of just taking a creative risk that you know are going to piss some people off, but pulling it off with like flying colors, in my opinion.
With Walter White, there's more sophistication and the compulsion and escalation, which is more interesting tensions there and ironies. With this, I don't know, he's a gangster. You sort of begin to feel sympathetic for him, and then they subvert that by being nihilistic.
It'd be easier to discuss if we could mention the events, but I think all the components were there to understand why he did the things he did. And even from the very beginning, like the flashback story that they give, like puts it all. Everything is in that flashback, basically getting all the thing that you need for getting everything that you need to understand for his character and why he would do the things he does. And I think it fits together so perfectly. It's I know it was jarring for a lot of people, but I think that's probably that's pretty much the two takes I've heard. It was either jarring or they completely understand it and was in line with their character.
I felt that there's you can have the kind of cartoony aesthetic that we associate with Rogues Gallery kind of stuff, and you can also have gritty realism. And this was kind of stuck in a not really satisfactory liminal space between them, where I couldn't quite get emotionally invested. And there's also some kind of unpleasantness. So that's just my take on the show.
I think committing to that, if he was a protagonist, that'd be one thing. But like the hero of the story. He's the protagonist of this story, but he is a villain overall, and we have to remind us of that. And the fact that the mind of this man is one of Batman's villains makes me so much more interested in the Batman too, because he's fleshed out to the point now. Any decisions he makes, we can have an understanding of where they came from, all the way from his childhood, and it's so well done that like it's the best thing that could have happened to the Batman for sure. But I think committing to this was the best thing they could have done.
Absolutely. And it captured the dark atmospheric tone of Gotham as well, straight after the movie, with the complete flooding and the lack of direction from the police and all the different gangs in disarray. So it kind of fit in just perfectly. Not a prequel where it just undermines what's happened afterwards.
Did they catch all the Redditors?
Other than that, no, it would be nice. But the third act of the Batman, which a lot of people have issues with, the Penguin makes that, it justifies that. It just makes it so much more. They utilize that flood and give it more meaning with this story, which is just something you want to see with writers, right?
It says very at the beginning of the Penguin that the Falcones live in the affluent areas, and the affluent areas are the least hit. So why does the gang seem to be in the worst shape out of all of them?
You're talking about the Maronis or the Falcones, because it depends on which area they're in. I don't think they're in bad shape.
They live in the big rich areas, but they seem to be like moving out and they're getting crushed by other gangs. And you'd think being in the rich area away from the flood, that wouldn't hit you.
They weren't. They're talking about the operation that they're in, because I think it was in the Maronis area.
Yeah, wouldn't all the other gangs be in a similar position?
No, it depends on the location and which gang we're talking about, because they showed several different factions. Those logistic issues are the things that can make it really confusing if you're not following all the locations and the factions. But I'm pretty sure the Falcones were fine.
Well, I'm saying they shut down the drug operation because they said they're getting squeezed on all sides by the gangs and the police, which they own the police, so I don't know how that works. But the other gangs,
I'd have to rewatch it. I can't go from memory, but
I need to rewatch it because I remember bits of buzz.
You gotta finish it. You gotta finish it, dude. Yeah, I like everyone said, I promise you'll enjoy the ending and how it all comes together. Like it's between that and Shogun for me.
We have more DC stuff to talk about too. But Jedi Brooks, did you say you had to take off here soon?
Yeah, I'll pop out soon. Most of the topics I wanted to make sure I got to, but how long do you think you guys are going to be going? Yeah, this is probably a record for you. It's almost
this is the record right here.
It's always fun, man. First time I came here, we got in a debate with that dude. We've had all sorts of crazy shenanigans, so it's always fun. But yeah, thanks for having me on. I gotta hop off and grab some food for sure.
Yeah, man, thanks for coming on. We always appreciate you and your commentary.
I've just been eating between guests.
Hey, it's what you got to do, man. I was eating my grilled cheese. Yeah.
You learned your lesson from the No Country for Old Men thing, I see.
Actually, yeah, I might crack open the Snickers bar by the end of this. I might just do that.
Snickers, yeah. But no, thanks to the panel. I will see you guys soon.
Yeah, happy New Year, man.
Happy
Good
New
to see
Year.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
And
How many more
Reapers,
slides you got left anyway?
yeah, we got like
we
9
got a
slides
whole
left,
we got a whole another quarter of the year, bro.
You're gonna be on here till like 12 hours.
That's okay.
Yeah, if you,
long as the
I know you
people are
said you wanted to head out. If you want to,
I'll
you
do one
can-
more.
All right. Well, we got Joker Folie à Deux next.
Oh, why did I say one more?
Oh no.
Look, it could have been worse. Okay, I saw the secret message in the private chat where a slide for Agatha All Along came up, and Cynic said, "Nope, just skip it. Let's go straight to the Penguin."
I'm not fucking
So
talking
we're at
about
that
Agatha.
stage of the evening. It could have been worse. Well, could it have been Agatha versus Joker?
Can we at
which
least
is
show
the-
the slide to show the
Miserable.
juxtaposition of the
Yes.
joke that I made, please?
Okay. Okay. This is the slide he made of the show. I
started to make it like toward the end of this particular section. I was like, let's just get all the awkward nudity in at the same spot.
It's whatever to this show. Just whatever.
It happened.
It happened.
And that was it. Moving on.
Joker. A movie that also happened. Yeah, I was one of the first ones to drop a review on this, and I just remember being super disappointed. And it's gotten worse over time. I think I genuinely don't like this movie. Joker 2 as X-Pac heat.
I love that's the greatest. That's the greatest chat I've ever seen.
That is go home heat right there.
Go home heat. Right
yeah, that's that go home heat.
For
Yeah,
those
this
of you who
movie
have
was
no
just
idea what that means. It very short version. There's a thing called heat in pro wrestling, which is good. It means that you're getting bad. You're the bad guy, and people don't like you. X-Pac heat is when they just want you to go away or die and stop being on their TV.
It's not that they don't like you and they're playing along. It's like, actually, you fucking suck. Can you please leave? Go away. That's Joker. Joker 2. I assume everyone on this panel's seen this piece of shit.
Nope, and I have no intention of it.
Oh, you've got to watch it. You'll fucking hate yourself for it.
Yeah, there's so many things wrong with this movie, but to start, I mean, making it a musical was choice number one. That was a major mistake. There's a lot wrong with it in the way of it being a musical. For one, they tried to advertise it as or during press conferences as, no, it's different. It's really different. And no, it's really not. They sing songs that try and drive the plot forward. It's relatively unsuccessful most of the time. And the only person who can really sing that is singing is Lady Gaga. And she's she's the only person that can do it. Joaquin Phoenix is not very good. I think that, you know, when he started in Walk the Line, that's where they got the idea that it would be okay for him to do this, but it just doesn't work. And of course, what they do with the Joker here is the movie starts off not where this first movie finished. He's essentially regressed as a character so that they can do something different with him again, instead of just going with what seemed like the logical choice after the end of the first film. So they break him back down again, and it ultimately leads to him getting fucking literally raped. Like, that's what they think of this character by the end of the film, is he's actually...
And that rape actually is what causes him to regret being the Joker.
Yeah. He's like, oh shit, this was a mistake.
All Batman had to do was rape him, and there would have been no Joker. He would have.
Yeah, he doesn't want to kill the Joker. All he had to do was rape him, and that was
that will change a lot of people's minds on their choices in life if all of a sudden that happens. So,
do you want to know how I got these scars?
He just walks around with a big donut cushion. He can't sit down everywhere.
The best I could possibly come up with for why they decided to make this was, you know how Nirvana released Nevermind, and then they released In Utero as an anti-Nevermind? Yeah. That's the best I can possibly come up with for the mindset they went into with this.
Yeah, that's a really good example, actually, because Joker 2 feels like an anti-Joker 1. You've probably read the discourse online and stuff. It's never been confirmed by Todd Phillips because he never would. But it's almost like he didn't like that people enjoyed the first movie the way they did. They didn't like that he made a more empathetic version. He's basically like that fucking Luigi guy right now. That's who he is. He's like the Luigi guy that everyone somehow is sympathizing with because he murdered a CEO. And, at the end of Joker 1, when he is on live television and everyone hears his plight, and they've created like a sympathetic villain instead. Todd Phillips really didn't like that. So he breaks Joker back down. He breaks Arthur Fleck down. Arthur isn't the real Joker. And they drive that point home because at the end of the film, he's fucking murdered by the real Joker who carves a Glasgow smile into his own face to really drive home the fact that he's the Joker. So you basically just watch 2 movies of whoever inspired the real Joker.
And
not
he
the real thing.
explicitly says, "I'm not the Joker, I'm Arthur."
Yeah,
in case you thought otherwise.
Oh God!
I love how everything Glasgow is bad. Like a Glasgow kiss. A
life
Glasgow kiss is a headbutt. Glasgow
Yeah.
kiss is a headbutt. Glasgow bath is just rubbing a towel briskly over you. So everything Glasgow is a bad thing.
Well, the life expectancy in Glasgow is lower than most places in the UK. It's just not a great town. It's rough.
Yeah. But yeah, that's Joker 2, and it got what it fucking deserved at the box office because the original film had about a $70 million budget and it made $1 billion. And I know that they probably thought, even if the sequel makes half that, we'll break even. So give it a $200 million budget. Well, guess what it made? $200 million worldwide. So therefore, it didn't even come close to breaking even. It lost them hundreds of millions of dollars, and that's what you get. So,
they weren't even that profitable because they shared the revenue with other companies.
Right.
Warner Brothers didn't want to take the risk.
But I feel like I'm an entertainment Galadriel now because I have foresight where the moment this was announced, a year prior to it coming on the screen, I knew this exactly would be the outcome. It's a terrible superpower I have, but that's what I've got.
I think the musical kind of, gave it away for a lot of people.
Yeah, that was everyone was questioning that choice from the onset, and then it turned out to be a terrible choice once you see the films. Like, are you sure about this? Oh yeah, just trust us.
Let's get a guy who can't sing a fucking musical. What a great idea!
God. But
we do need to lose Z and Reaper. Who
I could stay on though for the whole journey. At this
point, if you want,
if you want to, bro.
We've had a couple of guests that got back to me and said that they weren't good for the topics or just weren't good for the time. So we have some open slots if you wanted to stay.
Fuck, I'll stay. I'm gonna make it to the end now.
That's a spirit.
We will be losing. We'll be losing everybody's golden reach around droid of choice, unfortunately.
Yes. Thank you for having me on, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Oh, you've got so much more to go through. I don't envy this.
I'm going to slowly pull some of these slides out of this.
Yeah, we can. We're going to try and shorten it a little bit, but
no, we're not. We're doing absolutely everything. My avatar can wink, can't it? Yeah, it can. There we go.
All right, fucking whatever.
Looks like I will bid you all adieu and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thank you. Good to see you, and happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys.
Bye.
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 Yeah, Platoon, your avatar can look like it's having a seizure. It's great.
It can, yeah. If I really wanted to, I have to go off camera and it starts. Is it going to do it? No, it's not doing it. Sometimes it just goes mad if it loses me.
Like that.
It just looked like he was reclining his chair.
Yeah, I've been trying that all evening. It's not working. My headphones wire isn't long enough for me to recline. That's why I have such a bad neck.
Gundam is still the best. His avatar will go into spasms. That's a real treat to watch.
We are bringing back in Jay Goodwin, who's been in the chat, making everybody laugh for a while, and Stupenzo is making.
I like Joker too. I'm sorry, I did. I thought it wasn't bad.
Oh no,
it was wild.
Bring up the slide again.
No. Reaper, remember when we watched Drunken or talked about Drunken Master on Dark Hours channel? That was fun.
Oh yeah. That was good though. That went on for
a long time. How are you guys doing?
I'm good. How are you doing, man?
I'm chilling. I'm out of town visiting the lady, getting ready for New Year's Eve. I think I'm gonna go to the Kill Tony thing.
Oh, that should be fun.
I might embarrass. Maybe I'll get my name called up and embarrass myself in front of a million people.
Not?
That'd be fun. I mean, I'll embarrass myself in front of 100 people, no problem, right?
Yeah. What was next here? What we got?
Whatever you want. You take over on the slides. What do you think is a good topic at this point? Because
well,
honestly, I'm not going to lie to you.
I'm the only one who's seen this, so let me just touch on it.
Q4, I kind of just threw random things in there because most of this stuff has been talked about very recently, so I wasn't sure how you wanted to go with this.
Yeah, Terrifier 3. Since I'm sure I'm the only person who's seen this movie.
I saw it.
Oh, you did too?
I loved it.
Yeah, I did too. It was, I feel like this series has gotten better as it's gone, but I do fear diminishing returns here in the future because they're definitely making a part 4. They left a kind of cliffhanger for that.
This could be peak. If the 4th one is planned to be the last one, I might have higher hopes. But yeah, I was really blown away by it's definitely, the movies definitely progressively get exponentially better because the first one is just like mindless violence. The second one, like they're kind of doing the Metalocalypse thing where it's like these are silly, retarded, silly movies, but there's this underlying like epic battle of like
it's underlying
evil
war
that's building. You're like, oh, like how crazy is this gonna get here? But what was crazy about Terrifier 3 was I saw it in a packed house full of families, like women and children and kids and old ladies.
I did too.
Everyone
man.
loved it, dude. Everyone was
so
laughing.
Bizarre. Yeah, it was.
Everyone was having a great time.
Yeah, I had such a similar situation as you. Like the theater was absolutely packed. It was super diverse, like young people, older people, and everyone was just having a really good time at perhaps the most gruesome movie I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it was up there, man.
Yeah, it really is. The gore effects are insane.
Oh yeah,
it's recommended.
Like oh yeah. I think I had a top 5 of all this year, and I think this was number 5 on the list, just because of what a great experience it was watching it in a theater. Like, it was so fun. The little kid, not little, there was like a teenage boy next to me with his mom and dad, and he kept like covering himself with a blanket, which I thought was a little weird for a kid his age, a young man. And at one point, I remember locking eyes with him and giving him the devil horns and like, yeah, dude, it was great.
This is definitely a niche movie, but they have gotten increasingly more popular too. Like I think this was number 1 at the box office even for a weekend.
This one felt like an actual movie. Like I was actually finding myself invested in the non-art, the clown scenes, like the Christmas stuff and the girl with the flashbacks and the trauma and all that. Like it was done well. It was a movie,
Yeah, when he kills Santa Claus, that had me laughing my ass off.
Oh yeah.
What?
It is. It's super. Yeah, he kills Santa. It's like super fucking gruesome. And these movies are silly as fuck. Like
it's funny because he loved Santa at first. Like how quickly he turned on Santa.
Indeed.
Art has no loyalty. He's a wild card.
But yeah, we won't talk about Terrifier for too much here. But I do just wanted to bring it up and recommend it at least. If you're into slasher movies, you probably already have seen it, But
this movie definitely like solidified Art in the horror zeitgeist. Like he's up there with the big leagues now with Jason and Michael and Pinhead.
Yep. Well, before we move on to the next topic, though, Echo, do you have to leave, good sir?
Yeah, I should probably scoot off, do New Year's plans and stuff like that. But good to hang with you all and see you all again. It's been a wee while.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Thanks for coming.
Happy New Year to you as well.
You will hit the new year before we do, so you'll have to tell us how it is. If it shapes up to be good, if we should be scared and worried, let us know from the future where you live.
Well, the sky is turning red and billowy and fast moving, so it does look like the rapture is approaching, but I'll just keep you updated.
Does it look like New York did earlier this year when we all Canadian fires were attacking us?
Yeah, but that's it for me. So good to see you all again, and I'll catch up with you before you know it.
Likewise, we'll catch you later.
See you guys.
See you later.
Bye.
What is next?
Oh,
yay.
I didn't see this, so Platoon, that's all you, baby.
Where even to begin? We've had a number of rather questionable shows on slides recently, and we've had a number of very bad shows on slides recently. This one will be my pick for the most disappointing show of the year by some distance. Probably not just of the year, actually. The most disappointing show in a long time. Season 2 isn't just a minor downgrade on Season 1. Season 2 is a butchery of everything that made Season 1 so good. I don't think a single character emerges unassassinated, with the possible exception of... I'm blanking. Nope, I think they all die. That's fine.
I'm hard pressed to think of one that isn't destroyed.
Who's the guy who basically wins, though? Who gets his daughter?
Singed.
Singed, that's the one. I mean, he gets what he wants, so he does okay out of it, but everybody else, they're not the same people most of the time that you remember from Season 1. It crams in so many new contexts, so many things that it's trying to tease for subsequent spin-off shows. The generous assumption people gave it, I think, was that they needed more time to flesh it out. But since they've come out now and said, well, we're planning a number of other shows in this universe, some of which are continuations of Arcane, then the more time excuse doesn't really apply. Because if you're doing continuations, you could have saved most of this for later. The results are plain for all to see. The reasons, there are many of them. One of them is perhaps that they got rid of so many of the writers who actually made Season 1 as good as it is and gave power to people who made, shit, basically. We went through a lot of it at length on Diabolical Souls, and Jay was there for that. I mean, anything I've missed?
I was there for Season 1, and I was glad I kind of, didn't feel like watching the part 2, and then you guys started talking about it, and I was like, I made the right choice.
There is. I don't know. I can't think of anything that has had a greater drop off in quality of writing, in characters and storytelling and setting. Everything is undermined. It is now. Again, I'll give Portiche credit. They are still doing yeoman's work with the visuals. Unfortunately, the people giving them the visuals are mentally defective, and it's just any hope that they have about we're gonna make continuations or whatever. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I still think that will have some success because there is still a core audience from the games, and there are still a number of people who either really liked Season 2, and I don't really understand those people. There are a lot of people who think that it was just okay, and I respectfully but vehemently disagree with those people. And there are lots of people who just thought it was passable, and again, same answer to those. I think there will still be enough of an audience left over because a lot of people are blown away by how amazing it looks, rightly so. It does look incredible. The soundtrack is great. The score, the sound design, everything you could want superficially from it if you're not paying it too much attention is all there. It's one of the best looking things to ever come on TV. But the thing that made Season 1 so special is not only absent from Season 2, it's completely undermined and undercut from Season 2. Again, everyone is assassinated. The main characters, all the people you think you care about from Season 1, their storylines are dropped, or their characters are changed without reason, or their motives, their decision-making, their actions do not accord with anything that we understand about them. We go into pure abstraction with all of the multiversal time travel shit, and it produces possibly the best episode of Season 2, the What Could Have Been episode, which is fitting because, in a different universe, the show might have been good. But that's the most you can say about it. And even then, that episode is full of very bizarre character choices. But yeah, if you wanted to find out how Vi and Jinx will ever come together, if they will ever come together, the show doesn't answer that. Vi goes from being this tough but beaten down character in Season 1 to just absent in Season 2. She doesn't really exist as a meaningful agent. She saves no one. She loses every fight. She abandons her sister, who's the only thing left to her, when she knows her sister's about to go and try and kill herself in order to go and have an extended prison sex scene with her latest blue-haired crush, which is just one of the worst decisions I think I've ever seen any character take in any work of fiction ever. It's astonishingly awful. The more you think about Season 2, the worse it gets, and the opposite is true of Season 1. The longer you spend dwelling on Season 1, the better it becomes. It's just... it's better to pretend it doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, the best part about the flashback episode is that it shows that everything would be happy if I had died. And after having seen the my sister's going to kill herself and I'm going to have a snog, I agree with that splashback scene.
Yeah, I'm not even into I'm not even into Arcane, and that whole show wasn't even season 1. It wasn't even my cup of tea, and I still liked it, you know. But that was a question we kept asking on Gooch's channel, like season 2, are they going to do the bait and switch? Are they going to pull the rug out, or is it going to still be good? And I think we got that answer. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember though breaking down all the season 1 streams, and when we got to the end of those, they're all on Diabolical Souls Presents, and if anybody is not already subscribed to that channel, you should go and do so because they do great stuff over there. But I remember getting to the end and worrying, like, can season 2 be as good as season 1? But I don't think my lowest estimations of what might happen matched how badly this show sank when we actually got season 2.
Yeah, I am the most
worst I was
cynical
expecting is that it could have been okay, a bit lazy, maybe like not satisfying. This was counter satisfying.
Yeah, I'm the most cynical and pessimistic person in the world, and I was shocked at how low the bar was set. It was impressive.
Reaper feels very, attacked.
Well, if you look at my channel, it's 99% hatred.
I am known as old man who shouts at clouds. Get out of my way, youngster.
I'm known as young man who shouts at swans.
Shit.
You just need to wrestle.
Which is more deranged. No, isn't the writers, haven't they said they actually don't realize what they've made as shit? They've been thinking it's the best thing ever.
Yeah, the showrunner. So the thing is that the original season 1 had like an 8-person writing team plus 2 showrunners plus a head writer, and then they decided to reduce that to 3 people. And it was apparently the 3 most special needs of the group, because what we got was a mess. And everybody that I've heard that has something positive to say about it, either they just talk about, I like the pretty pictures, you had the cool music, or I know that they're busy watching their phone instead of actually paying attention to it.
And they tried the excuse as well, because they gave a few interviews behind the scenes as to what was happening in terms of the writer's room. It was the usual excuse, well, we had this massive team, it was really working really well, then COVID happened.
Yes, because you definitely can't remote work writing at all. That's impossible.
Yeah, and that can't be the reason they decided to cut the writing team afterwards. But even then, yeah, you can have meetings over Zoom. For a writer's room, it serves perfectly well. I've been on a writer's room for 2 years at this point. I've never once been to the offices in America, and I'm in it every day. You don't need to be in rooms with people in order to write sensible stuff. It's much more the case. I think they got rid of the talented people. They decided to try and cram in way too many teasers for potential future projects, and they got carried away with their own sense of profundity, right? That they thought, well, we can do the whole anime profundity thing of what is human nature. Is it really just war and conflict? Oh no, it is. Isn't it bad? But oh no, also humans can be good. It's the kind of thing that Terminator 0 tried to do, but even that did it more effectively than Arcane Season 2 did, because it gave it a bit of time to flesh it out. This was just a mistake from beginning to end. And again, pretend it doesn't exist. Pretend Season 1 ended on a cliffhanger and that's all you got, because that would have been better.
Do you think it was an excuse to cut costs? Because they said the Arcane show has never been economically positive.
It's hard to say.
I don't know why I said it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly isn't a cost factor, because the vast majority of the expense is the animation, and they had already paid for that up front. I think that this had very much to do with some political machinations by one of the showrunners, and then things went haywire pretty quick. And then, as Platoon pointed out on one of the early shows on Diabolical Souls, the evil eye of marketing noticed them because they were successful, and herein lies madness.
So yeah, you can look forward to many, many more shows in this universe, probably featuring all of the characters whose deaths were baited and switched several times in Season 2, who've all been assassinated already. So my level of care, if we see Jinx pop up again, for example, is pretty much nil, because she's not the same person. Yep. It's another example of terrible writing as well, when they've clearly been told that now it's officially part of the canon, so they can't kill established main characters who are part of the main game canon. So they had to keep trying to throw them into these very dangerous situations, and you knew they weren't going to die because the first and second time they baited it and they didn't die, the pattern was established. Every single character has a scene roughly like that. To the point if it gets to the really irritating one where you have those obvious sort of, is it the one with Jinx when Vi's in the prison and Caitlin, no, the discount Vanda character comes in.
Oh yeah.
And Vi says, "Oh, where's my sister?" And says, "Well, Caitlin wanted to be here to tell you."
She wanted to be the one to tell you with it.
And then it's like long pause, scene transition. Then you hear she was arrested, but they wanted you to think she might be dead. Because the child who was just a baby Yoda surrogate massacred itself for no obvious gain. God, it was incompetent.
Yes.
Yeah, this child who's just in there to pull on your heartstrings. It never speaks a single line of dialogue. It's just there to be cute. Decides to sacrifice itself to be the bad guys, but all the bad guys just come back in the next episode. The child never gets another mention. Jinx is going to go and kill herself because she's sad that the child died, but doesn't anyway, and nobody else gives a fuck. And the only reason it was there is to the lowest common denominator stuff. It's sad when like cute kid dies allegedly.
And Platoon may be overselling this. This child literally drops from the sky and lands on her head, and that's how they team up.
Maybe just killed her.
Nope, she had because she was going to sacrifice herself, except her sacrifice means nothing.
So it literally is the girl key to everything who ends up not being a key to everything just falls out the actual sky.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
And that is the quality of writing within Arcane Season 2.
What's funny is I have normie friends who were dressing like Jinx this year for Halloween, and they seem to be liking Season 2, like you said, and it's just like, ugh.
I'm sure they did. I mean, if there's one thing it's going to be consistently good for, it's slutty cosplay outfits, but that's about the most that can be said for it, I think.
She is a looker, so I mean, I wasn't complaining.
Yeah. But she used to be a character, and that was good.
Oh no! I met my friend.
Oh, okay.
Well, she may have been a character at one time too, but because she likes Season 2,
right.
Yeah. There is much more that could be said, but we have already broken it down at length. I might still do a video on it because it still annoys me every time I think about it. But for the sake of moving on and not sticking around for a full 12-hour stream, given we all have plans tomorrow evening, what is the next topic?
You vastly overestimate what I'm doing tomorrow.
Oh God.
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly, like I said, most of these are things that happened recently. This is Q4, so.
Well, we can speed through these then. Who liked Gladiator 2?
Haha.
Ridley Scott.
Yeah, he did say when asked what his favorite bit of the movie was, he did unironically say all of it.
Yes.
Which is never a good sign.
Isn't that what what's the name Leslie Headland said about Star Wars? I like all the Star Wars.
All the Star Wars, yeah.
Makes the worst show.
It's like a shady
Brie Larson in her short-lived YouTube career asked if she was a gamer. Yes, I played Nintendo.
Yes.
These people shouldn't be asked
I know
these
who
questions.
Mario is.
No, she wasn't even that specific. She literally said, "I played Nintendo."
She calls all video game systems Nintendo.
Yes.
She's like anybody over the age of 40 in that respect. Yeah, Gladiator 2, soulless, cash grab, pointless, not really sequel, more of a remake, but short of all meaning and context that actually made the original quite good, would be my summation of that one. Didn't need to be made. We are getting a third one. This is supposed to be the second act of the story. If anybody is still invested in whatever the story is after this one, I'll be surprised.
Is it the backstory for the baboons?
I hope so. Yeah, there's going to be a third one. Apparently, it's already in production.
Story going to be?
I have no idea. Well, I'm assuming because Lucius stays alive at the end of this one, it's got to be some kind of answering whatever question there is.
He tells everyone he's Mark Aurelius' grandson, so he should, you'd think, become emperor.
Yeah,
this movie ends right at the set break or whatever, the intermission, apparently. But what was interesting was seeing it in the theater, and the opening title is like Wicked Part 2, Part 1. And you're like, what? People in the audience were like audibly like, excuse me? Part 1? This is a 2.5-hour movie. And yeah, Wicked was just it was just not good. I mean, I'm a fan of musicals too, and this was overly long and just dragged on. And that was the other thing that was hilarious was like the Munchkins are just normal people, and there's one midget in the whole movie, and he's just an extra in Emerald City. Meanwhile, Peter Dinklage is in the movie, and he does the voice of a talking goat. And I'm like, dude, I don't like this Peter Dinklage guy. If I was Warwick Davis, I would be livid right
I
now.
briefly glitched out because of my internet, and I didn't realize you'd moved on to Wicked. So I just came back in with it.
I think Stupenzo glitched out in his head.
I glitched.
Yeah, I'm actually hoping that the second Wicked actually is the third Gladiator movie. That's the crossover we need.
Yeah, he just goes and kills the evil green woman.
Exactly.
That'd be good. I'd be up for that. I mean, I have no opinions on Wicked because I've never seen. I hate musicals. Never seen like the musical, and I've not seen this one. And I have no plans to see it or the second one. So I mean, I know Dark Hour is a suspiciously big fan of Wicked.
I did not actually like the movie like that much. Like I just thought it was okay. I just said I thought it was gonna make a lot of money, and I was wrong.
Oh,
that's okay. It happens.
Yeah, apparently it just died at like the international box office. It made a shit ton in the domestic.
Yeah, if it even did a 50-50 split, it might come close to it, but it still wouldn't hit it. That's how poorly it did internationally.
I could talk about Wicked a lot more than Gladiator, though, because as bad as both were.
The only weird thing is the
you don't
actresses.
have to.
Like, how fucking weird are the actresses after the at the interviews?
Ooh,
yeah, they're fucking. Yeah, it's so bizarre. They're like odd children. The way they act, like in their own bubble.
One looks like it knows when you die. The other looks like it knows how you die.
How you die?
Yeah.
They both act more like witches. They both act more like witches in the interviews than in the movies.
They look like theater kids that were never bullied.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they
yet
didn't
still
get the proper
cry
bully.
all the time. I don't understand what. Like, yeah, one of them is severely fucked in the head. Obviously,
You wouldn't understand Platoon.
Which one would that be, Platoon?
Well, I mean, that's going to be the green one, I assume, because she's the one who cries all the time from what limited amount of interviews I've seen. Ariana Grande looks unwell. She looks like Cillian Murphy in the 28 Years Later trailer. I mean, just really sickly and unhealthy.
Yeah.
But put them together and it's like this extended therapy session. And I could,
It seems like
I would
they
struggle
have
to
to be
understand it just one interview, but it seems to be more than one.
Yeah,
Well,
it
when
just
you
seems like they have to be interviewed together for some reason. Like Ariana Grande is there for support.
I think they're like the Wonder Twins. They have to be together to have their powers show up.
When it looks like you lost a fight with a stapler, then you've clearly got problems.
Yeah, Ariana Grande desperately needs a sandwich.
She really does. I mean, in terms of performance, though, I mean, I know Wicked has dropped off after its second weekend. Is it still beating Gladiator 2?
Oh yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sure.
its total domestic gross is $424 million. Gladiator 2 is not even coming close to touching that.
And this week is the week that they put out all of the "You Can Finally Sing."
Oh yes, the karaoke, the sing-along version.
It made as much domestically as Gladiator has worldwide. So.
Well, I like that in a weird way. I mean, I think Gladiator 2 just doesn't deserve to exist, so anything that beats it is good in my book. As for the part 3 of Gladiator, Lucius remains alive. There is the question of what Rome is supposed to be, I suppose, like its character going forward. None of the generals will, I'm sure, think to seize power, even though all the emperors are dead. And even though none of the armies actually know who the fuck Lucius is, so why they're following and listening to him, I don't know. But I imagine part 3 will be where he makes the decision as to whether Rome is worth saving, and the answer will be yes, but qualified.
Rome will be better when it fits a woman.
Oh my god.
As you can probably tell from some of these slides that are about to come up, I just kind of threw things together. Like these came out all at the same time, relatively.
Yeah. What do we have next for slides? Bam.
I see we're giving Skeleton Crew as much attention as the rest of the internet is giving Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
That's the first one since I came up with my new format for shows. That's the first one I've abandoned because I was like, this is getting nothing.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think it deserves more praise than it's getting, or more attention than it's getting.
Yeah.
At least it's not bad. It's just it's not good enough, evidently, for people to care.
It's
also not bad enough. It's also not bad enough to merit talking about. I mean, that's the thing. It's like if it's
it sits in the awkward middle ground between the Acolyte and Empire Strikes Back.
Decidedly mid.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely prefer talking about praising things, and that's always fun. But you know, when something's just like meh, that's obviously not good. But even the praising stuff, it's like, yeah, you praise something for 1 week, but when something's terrible, it's like we talk about it week after week after week.
Yeah.
It's like, oh God, it hurts us.
You got a trifecta here. You have disappointing, terrible, and very bad.
And why is this even existing?
Yeah. And Moana 2 made money, and the other two absolutely did not, though.
Well, these all came out within 2 weeks of each other as well.
Yeah,
it did. I mean, War of the Rohirrim has the excuse, which is that they never intended this to be anything good. They just made it so they could retain the rights to make future movies. So I don't
fair
think
enough.
they care if it doesn't make any money, in which case it won't probably be seen as a massive failure.
I was shocked to find that it was only in cinemas. So it's like this has streaming platform all over it. Like, why?
I think it's on streaming now. It's released
Okay.
already. It's only been out for like 13 days, but
a
no one
limited
went to see it.
release, but still, it's like it's that costs money, you know, to put movies in theaters. You know?
Right, but they have to in order to retain the rights.
And Kraven the Hunter, they thought was a good movie, according to the Sony.
Yes,
CEO.
I mean,
So,
it's part of the Spider-Verse, which, as we understand, are great movies that the former CEO doesn't.
We just don't
understand.
get 'em.
Spider-Verse without Spider-Man.
Yeah,
yeah.
And,
We,
yeah, no
we the
Spider-Man.
audience, just don't understand that we are actually watching really great movies.
we are watching movies wrong.
His abs are weird looking, dude. That has quite a divot in the middle going down.
Those are definitely CG or
Yeah, right.
Like that particular picture is enhanced
Exactly.
because like he sits in that exact position in the movie, and they're not that defined. They're very defined. Don't get me wrong.
It looks like a disgusting like scar from an acid attack or something, as opposed to a.
Yeah, like it was the lion that did it to him. Actually.
Yeah, while he was in South America.
So how does he get his powers?
From
a combination of
bullshit.
lion aids and
Yeah.
a magic
Yes.
bullshit potion by some tarot card throwing hippie in the desert.
Yeah, and see, now that sounds like absolute nonsense, and that's because it is absolute nonsense. There isn't actually any way of skinning this that makes it make sense. He's the son of an evil Russian. Well, he's played by Russell Crowe, so you know he's doing his best Russian. And he's out hunting, and they're after some mythical, strong CGI lion, which is like an offcut from Mufasa, I think. And like he protects his gay brother from the lion, and the lion kidnaps him, and he's dying. But meanwhile, there is a character called Calypso, who is a young, like, diverse woman, whose aunt, who cannot be bothered to act at all, she reads tarot cards, and she gives her daughter a magic vial and says, "This will be useful later for some reason." So by the time you actually get, like, she just comes across Kraven in the middle of the African savannah and thinks, well, fuck it, I've got a vial, so might as well use it, right? But a combination of a drop of the lion's blood, because it got shot by, I was going to say Ray Winston, but no, it's Russell Crowe. It got shot by him. A drop of his blood combined with magic vial makes Kraven magic. And that is how the movie begins.
Now, is that comic book accurate?
I so want to see this movie that Platoon is describing.
Yeah, you're not underselling it here.
And that's how it begins. That was just the start.
This sounds like the sequel to Velocipaster. This is so magnificent.
Story begins.
The even dumber one is how Rhino gets his powers. He just goes to America and becomes part Rhino, but as long as his magic backpack of
internet gas
is active, he doesn't turn into a rhino because it hurts.
Now,
but he's completely invulnerable while he's a rhino. So why does it hurt then? It doesn't make any sense.
Become a rhino for some reason? Is it like a health issue, like his back's broken or something? Or
it's probably eczema. It's really bad eczema.
Yeah, no, they do a thing. They basically rip off, I think it's Iron Man 3, where the villain like presents Tony Stark with a business proposal, and Tony like puts him down. And then he reappears much later as a much, obviously, like, stronger, superpowered man. The same kind of thing happens. So the villain in this, the Rhino, approaches Russell Crowe and says, "Hey, I've got a business proposal," and is told no. And he's like a really dweeby kind of guy at that point. And then he comes back later, having seen a mystery doctor who will become even more relevant later on in the movie, right at the end of the movie, in fact. Yeah, he's now strong, rhino-skinned man. who wants to muscle in on the drug empire of Russell Crowe, I think, by kidnapping his gay son. Is his plan.
He's like the Halliburton of Russian mobs. He's got his hands in everything. But the drugs is the one of them.
So because Russell Crowe wouldn't become a rhino, he tries to take his drugs from him.
No, so Russell Crowe, well, sort of yes, but also no. So yeah, like he goes and becomes a rhino because he can't get on. I don't fucking know.
Is this better than the Paul Giamatti rhino from that one Spider-Man movie?
No,
I didn't see that one.
No, it's not better than that.
Oh, but there's another villain. Don't forget the other villain.
There's a well, we'll get to the other villain.
Of course there is.
So the whole thing turns out, as you find at the end of the movie, is a ruse because Russell Crowe knows that a man who can turn into a rhino is coming after him. He thinks, oh shit, I'm not strong enough to beat the rhino. But guess who is? My son, who ran away from home because he hates me. No, the not gay son. The son with the rhino, no, the lion tarot powers is the one who can beat him. So he orchestrates a plan for his gay son to be kidnapped. And by gay son, this isn't just me sort of memeing. They go out of their way to make him the most pathetic character. They give him a fucking pink turtleneck. And I've said this before. It made me realize that my avatar is wearing one of those and I need to get it changed.
Secret lore of Little Platoon now revealed.
As pussified as you could, like, his whole life is like he owns a piano bar and sings jazz and wears a turtleneck and he can't fight and he's pathetic. But what he can do is he can mimic people's voices. And at one point early in the movie, the line is uttered, "Oh yes, he's like a chameleon."
Oh no!
So in the final scene of the movie, when nothing else is developed on that front, he just suddenly now he can actually wear other people's skins. And the final, penultimate scene of the film is him explaining, "Oh yeah, I went to see a doctor. Apparently he made a rhino once, and now he made me a literal chameleon because someone called me a chameleon once, and now it's like poetry. It's fucking gay." And that's how he becomes.
You get to pick your animal, or does the doctor just pick one out of the zoo?
I don't think you get to. Maybe you can pick. I don't know. But he's not even the other villain in the movie because the other villain in the movie is the foreigner, right? And I don't understand the foreigner at all.
Yeah.
And this is from, I just have to summarize men being turned into rhinos and gay chameleons, and I do not understand the foreigner. So he's there in the movie, and he wants to kill Craven because Craven killed his mentor, I guess? It's in a line of dialogue, I think. That's what he get. And his power is that he looks at people and he counts to 3, and then he disappears and then stabs them in the back. He has a gun that he could be using, which is way more efficient than this power, but he doesn't use that because that's not as cool as counting to 3.
I'm just trying to imagine the insurance you have. Where I'm sorry, the only doctor we have in network is Dr. Moreau. You can go be a rhino or a chameleon. That's really his. He likes to turn people into animals.
Like a rhino. I recommend the guy who turns your part animal. I know a person. He'll make you a lizard.
Nobody ever gets a shit animal though. Like nobody goes to this doctor and comes out as the anteater.
I'm running out. I can only get ones from China that are rescued. It's a shitty armadillo. I found this dead on the road is a crushed squirrel.
Okay, I found a raccoon and a possum on the road as I was coming here. Can I be a mashup?
Surprisingly, all these Chinese animals, absolutely no cats have been sent here.
No.
But the way you get to the scene in the poster when Craven is sitting there wearing weird animal furs is because like he really fucking hates his father because his father's an evil dick. So naturally, he abandons his gay brother to suffer under his father's evil whims for the rest of his life. But then he uncovers this plot. He goes and like he kills. Well, he doesn't kill the foreigner. The foreigner almost kills him, but the foreigner monologues, and so Calypso comes out when the foreigner is standing over Craven, counting to 3. He goes 1, 2, and then he gets shot by Calypso, who appears from fucking nowhere and says 3, motherfucker. So Craven is now fine. Then we go a little bit further on, and he beats. Well, again, he almost beats the rhino, but actually, like buffalo kill the rhino because he communes with other animals, and there's a herd of buffalo
is
that.
not a different character. That it's an actual buffalo.
It's just a herd of buffalo or bison. I think they are Siberian bison.
Character that's been turned into one.
No, just a bunch of horrific CGI animals. They are the ones who really kill the rhino. But then Craven realizes that, oh shit, my father was behind this whole thing. He wanted me to do his dirty work for him. So he goes and he kills his. Well, he doesn't kill his father. He takes all his father's shotgun shells and then tells a bear to kill his father. The bear isn't a superhero either. It's just a bear. And so his father dies. But then he realizes, because his brother, who by this point is a literal chameleon, his brother says, "You're no better than our father was. You also hunt things for sport." And he's like, "Yeah, I guess that's true." So then he just goes and wears the skin of the lion that sent him off on this journey and sits down looking awesome with his CGI abs. And that's it. That's kind of the end of the movie.
You have made all of this up. You know you
You forgot one little detail about the rhino. So he's bulletproof and can't be. Nothing can penetrate his rhino skin.
Bulletproof, like a rhino.
Except for a random pole that Craven grabs and just stabs him with it. And it's like, oh, well, that didn't work out so well. Now did it?
Well, he's clearly not hoof-proof either because he got stampeded by bison.
Yeah.
And Cynic has just reminded me, doing his impression, the rhino really leans into his bit quite hard.
Really?
Because he knows what his bit is. Every action he takes has to be justified by analogy to rhino behavior.
Rhino.
Well, he has to behave like a rhino, or
everything he says, he alludes to the fact that a rhino would do it too. So he'd be like, "I took a giant shit like a rhino."
The great thing is you only need about 15 feet away from him. He can't see you because rhinos are nearsighted like crazy.
I have to wear glasses like a
like a rhino.
But he would unironically say something like that, because like several times in the movie he will use a line like, "I come at my enemies full force and head on like a rhino." It's like once it's cringe, but twice, 3 times, 4 times. Yeah, I get it. It's a bit, but it's a really shit bit, and you should stop doing it. Who thought that was a good idea?
I take 1 gallon pisses
like a rhino. Think
What
about a
next?
rhino as he's got black eyes, nearsighted eyes, like a rhino's eyes.
like a rhino.
I mean, the guy did wear glasses.
Perfect.
You did, yeah.
He's sitting down like a
He was
rhino.
nearsighted like a rhino. That's for damn sure.
He's sitting down like a rhino. Oh God.
Well, that film sounds lovely.
Yeah,
I'll have to watch that
good one.
one.
Magnificent.
Territory.
God. Can we move on? What's next?
So, we must be near the end, surely.
We are so close to the end. We can just move past this too, because this was the major topic last week.
Fucking awesome.
Sonic
After
3
watching it
rules and
again-
Mufasa drools.
After
Mufasa
watching it
sucks.
again, I have moved it up my list. I think it might be the best Sonic.
Yeah, I think it is too.
Knuckles is great in it, which I was shocked by.
Knuckles.
I like Knuckles. Knuckles is I even
Well, he
like the
couldn't
Knuckles.
play him as an
show.
idiot, but he has that good scene with Sonic where he tells him to calm down. It's all about trust.
I mean, I don't mind the whole Drax thing that they do with him because it makes sense for him.
Yeah, he's like a combo of Drax and Thor, you know.
Yeah,
But it works.
Sonic 3
yeah,
has made me realize I should probably watch the first 2.
Yeah, well, my
helps.
girlfriend watched this with me, and she hadn't seen the first 2, and she absolutely loved it. She had a blast.
Yeah.
It was a really funny movie. It was super entertaining.
So one thing that the Sonic movies do really well is they recap within the dialogue what happened in the first movie. For the second one, they recap it about the first one, and for the third movie, they recap the second and first one really well, naturally in the dialogue. It's not like someone just stops and is like, "Well, do you remember what happened 2 years ago?" It's like they mention it's played off of the existing story. So if you haven't seen them, you at least get a gist of what happened in the first 2.
I said, Sonic is all right with killing people because he thought he killed Eggman last movie.
Yeah, he did.
He doesn't give a fuck about murder.
Like, this guy needs to die. And neither does
Jim Carrey's boss.
Yeah, neither does Robotnik. He doesn't care about killing people either. I mean, he does to an extent, but and Mufasa somehow has lost 2 weekends in a row to this little blue rodent that's at the box office, which is just fantastic news.
Especially given Disney's machinations at the box office.
Absolutely. The fact that the first movie made $1 billion and opened to 190 million, and then this one opened to 35 million really satisfies me.
Yes.
I love that.
Apparently,
it has legged out somehow, though. But
apparently, what they said was, like, there's a scene in it where he says, "What's his name? Mufasa." And he goes, "Mufasa means king." So they know what the names mean in Swahili, but Scar's name is Taka, and Taka means trash. So his parents literally named him garbage.
Garbage.
And then you go, "Oh, Scar's never going to win anything." When you've never helped him, you fucking gave him every disadvantage you could.
I just find that toward the beginning of the movie, that Mufasa is swept away in the first of many water-based calamities,
Indeed.
and ends up in this, like, wherever the fuck it is. And his parents, I don't think they ever bothered looking for him. Like, his mother turns up at the end, is like, "Oh, it's you. Wondered what happened to you. Haven't seen you for ages. Kind of assumed you were dead, like your father. Oh, by the way, he's dead too."
They didn't want to follow the river, which would lead them down to him. But
which is doubly funny because there's a scene later in the movie where people track other people down. I say people, lions track other lions down a river. It's possible. You can do it. They just couldn't be asked.
No, they couldn't be bothered to save their son.
I mean, look at that pace. I wouldn't.
I like
Sonic
how
Raid
Scar
punch
gets
him.
cooked. Scar gets cooked, turns
Yeah.
incel. By the
Yeah,
girl
he
who
becomes an
didn't like him.
incel.
He goes full incel. I thought you were going to go the Loki route where he's setting Mads Mikkelsen's character up for like he's going to kill him. He's going to betray him. But no, he's willing to kill Mufasa because a girl who never liked him wouldn't look at him.
It's it's just a bad movie. And they do the thing where they have to deconstruct the villain. The exact same thing that we were just saying the Penguin doesn't do and how awesome it is for it. That's what Disney is. That's their forte. So they continue it here.
I just wish they played up the White Lion's racism. You were going, "You yellow fucking lions."
You know, we have a railroad to build.
You squinting at me all the time.
With the ting chang and
Oh god.
You all got chopsticks as they're eating.
But we did go over these movies last week, so we don't have to rattle on too long. And there's only one slide left, which is the final big movie of the year.
Oh my god.
Is Nosferatu.
And it's not even out here yet, so have fun.
I will not spoil it. Has anyone else seen it besides me? I forget.
I have.
Yeah,
I'm going to get it.
What did you think of it?
I thought it was underwhelming. I don't think it was a bad movie. But if you're taking a classic like Nosferatu that has been treated, in different ways, at least 3 times, and you have Robert Eggers, who has really, while his filmography is not large, is certainly as high quality.
Mm-hmm.
And the combination of the two don't work out so well. And I think part of it is poor casting. And I think part of it is Eggers' choices to modify the story in not especially good ways. And then all of the shots were like locked center shots, which somebody tried to say is an homage to the 1922 movie, except I've seen the 22 movie and they understand the rule of thirds, even on 4:3. It was an odd experience for me, because this was one of the movies that I was reservedly optimistic about, and it didn't hit well. I can see why people enjoyed it, but it definitely did not match what I expected or certainly what I hoped for.
It's unfortunate. I thought it was it's my favorite movie of the year, but I didn't have any expectations going in, so I hadn't. I heard that it was being made, but I actually had to be reminded that it was coming out. So I went in pretty blind. I haven't seen the 1922 original, but I've learned all about it ever since, and I found it extremely entertaining. And but I understand Robert Eggers is a really divisive director. Like, he kind of makes movies that critics love and audiences endure, is the way I described it in my script. And like, honestly, I completely understand that. I went and actually looked at his for my video. I went and looked at his critic score versus all of his audience scores, and that's like a through line, man. Like the audience, like, critics love him, audiences find his movies kind of pretentious. So if you've seen any of his films, you kind of know what you are getting here. So if you love his work, you're probably going to really enjoy this, and if you don't, you're probably not going to. But
I'm also a big fan of.
I kind of thought this was his fourth best movie, and sadly, The Witch I think would be number one. Lighthouse I would say number two, and Northman 3, and then this one 4.
See, I like the movie a lot, especially as a Nosferatu remake. It's one of the better remakes because it takes like elements of the 3 remakes or the 2 or 3 that have already existed, and plays off of those. Just like takes some of the best elements of those, but also like I felt like the average moviegoer would find this movie pretty overhyped. I was pretty excited with it. I liked it. It definitely delivered for me. But yeah, I mean, it definitely did a lot of that that stuff I want to see with vampires, like being, it's like hypnotic being around them, and you're like it's like a dizzying whirlwind of it's like a fever dream. They're supernatural. I liked all that stuff, and it wasn't really scary as much as it was just creepy, and it's not very gory. It's a way more sexual movie.
It's very sexual.
I liked all that stuff. I think this is probably like a 4th or 3rd best on the year for me. I think it, Dracula, great, or Orlok, I guess,
Count Orlok.
He was definitely, you are late. He was just great. All that stuff was cool. It was just, I feel like I said, the audience was pretty overhyped, thinking this was going to be a very like scary movie. What I liked about it was it's a good message about how, like, felt like women's sexual liberation is bad. Opening up your marriage is not a good idea, ladies. Or the idea that, like, you could have a husband that meets 85% of a woman's criteria, and she'll cheat on him with a dude who has the other 15%, even though he only has 15% criteria. It's pretty funny. It's pretty bad. But I don't know. Just it kind of its reputation kind of superseded it in a good way. Because everyone was really hyped up for this movie, and it definitely has like a lot of substance and style, a lot of style.
Oh, the settings and the wardrobe and set design and all that stuff, that is all magnificent.
Like you were saying, like the camera angles weren't very taken from the movie, the original, but the sets, like the fireplace and all that stuff, that almost looks exactly like the original.
Yeah, they did really good work with everything. There's nothing that takes you out of the time frame. I think the pacing is a bit odd.
It's slow.
It's not just that. It's we magically got to Transylvania in a single cut while riding a horse. Okay, I think that it does undermine Orlok to some degree. That this monstrous thing that is only appetite, that has been sleeping for centuries, gets woken up by the girl who's the center to everything, because she decided to go out in the woods when she was 16 and play with herself. I don't know. She's not that hot. She's also, Depp is not an especially good actress, or at least isn't in this. I think there's some other people that are good.
I thought she was great in this. So I've heard such conflicting things. Like, it really is divisive. You're not the first person I've heard say that she put on a bad performance. And I've also heard that she's put on a breathtaking performance. I don't think it's like out of control, just incredible, but it is a really good one in my opinion. So it's that just speaks to the divisiveness of this. It's that's Robert Eggers through and through, truly.
Yeah, and I wonder how well this is going to do. I mean, I think it deserves to do well, because again, it is my complaints aside, because again, I'm some pretty high standards for both Eggers and Nosferatu. That two different things. That the Venn diagram should be great, and they weren't for me. But I'm interested to see how it does. And again, I think there's a lot of confidence in this. It's not a bad movie.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the second weekend drop's going to be, because that's really going to be telling on how people feel about it. But that pretty much wraps it up for the year, everybody.
Does the panel have any honorable mentions that were not listed amongst the films covered this evening?
The Wild Robot.
Yeah.
That was a great movie.
Oh, yeah, I see it on the background here.
Wild Robot was good. Yeah, Wild Robot was fun. The best thing I watched all year was this 40-minute anime I'd never heard of called Look Back. That blew me away. I had no idea what it was going in, and I've been recommending it like wholeheartedly this whole year, or since I saw it like in October or November. It was really good, so I would recommend that one.
CM Punk's rivalry with Drew McIntyre was just amazing this year. I should really go back and go and watch all
that. There was Avatar: The Last Airbender, which was fucking awful.
Oh shit, that was this year. I remember that. Yeah, that was bad.
It was horrendous. Did you watch the original animation?
No, see, I'd never seen the original, and even then, I still hated the real life one.
Well, it condenses it. You've got 8 hours to tell the story, but for some reason they took plot from season 2, put it in this one, and then squeezed it, and then put their own stuff in. And they went, "Oh, we wanted to make room for next season to put our own stuff in." So they're literally scalping the next 2 seasons to condense it into this one, so you can fill it with more original shit.
How does it compare to M. Night Shyamalan's?
Shyamalan.
Terrible in a different way, because his one is a movie that's trying to tell 24 episodes in an hour and a half. This one changes everything. Like, it's making the evil characters sympathetic. It's making the fucking good characters fucking nihilistic.
Well, that's unusual for Hollywood.
I know. It's terrible on every level, and they're clearly gonna go the Avatar Aang's Katara romance, which is clearly set up, is not even in this. It's just not gonna happen. They're gonna go the shitty Zutara, which is the fucking bad guy and the main girl, because all the fucking teenage girls want that. The unhealthy, fucking mentally ill girls.
Yeah, we need more shipping in Hollywood. I don't think we've had nearly enough of that this year.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible in every metric.
Last Voyage of the Demeter was a really big disappointing Dracula movie. Since we were on the subject of
that was a turd.
Oh, yeah.
Count Olaf. Yeah, that was a disappointing one for sure. But yeah, that's it for me. We do have some super chat, just a few here to get to before we depart.
I was gonna say I made all the slides, so everything I wanted to talk about was in there.
Danny Delight for $20. Thank you. Happy New Year to everyone on the panel. Not sure if late, but congrats on 200K Platoon. Thank you for all the great entertainment this year.
Thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you.
Spectre Bomb Baron for $10. Question for everyone. As good as Dune Part 2 was, did anyone else get a sinking feeling from things in the movies, and Zendaya being unable to act being a major one, that worries you about the future?
Yes, that Zendaya is still in the Hollywood, and she's going to be in every movie. That's the sinking feeling I'm getting. She's going to be in everything.
What's the thing she's in? Oh, the Odyssey, the Christopher Nolan one. Yeah, she's in that as well, isn't she?
That sounds terrible.
I mean, now I know why Odysseus decided to stay away for a few years. I think the concern that I have with any future Dunes is because Villeneuve has decided to alter the story, and I'm not sure that he understands how much it's going to cause a problem with his future stuff going forward, and being able to refer to Herbert's books, because as Platoon was pointing out, you've removed a lot of the motivating factors for the start of the jihad. I think he's going to continue to get it wrong, and I think it's going to run off the rails.
If I'm not mistaken as well, Dune Messiah basically begins with Paul and Cheney together trying to conceive a child, I think, which has been sort of secretly undermined by other sinister characters. And it's like the fact that they end part 2 apart makes it very difficult to see how you can even begin to adapt the sequel, which relies on them being together. But I'm sure we'll see some very creative way in which she comes back, but doesn't lose any face at all at having failed at being an independent woman.
Somehow Channy returned.
Oh, there was one before that. Archive.
Yeah, that one is like a game though, so I'm gonna leave that for last.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
JV for $20. Thank you, sir. Have any of you seen Pitch Meetings by Ryan George? I think everyone in the universe has probably seen him. He brings up a lot of the same criticisms, but somehow avoids the hate and name calling. What do you all think of him? I think he's great. I think he's hilarious, and I think that's his brand. So good.
He avoids the way he avoids the negative aspects that you might see that other people get is because he clearly is playing 2 characters. So people, he can deflects that right off the bat. It's not him; it's the producer guy and the writer guy.
Yeah, and I actually think that his critiques are more biting because of that, because he really does boil down the essence of how terrible the decisions are for some of these movies, and you see them and you're like, oh yeah, that really was bad.
I think, yeah, like Red Letter Media got the same benefit because Plinkett has the same advantage of being obviously a character. And so the kind of people who might throw accusations about distasteful jokes don't tend to do it as much, precisely because it's not actually a guy making those jokes. It's a character being written to make those jokes. So I think, yeah, if you want to avoid a lot of shit on YouTube, pretending to be somebody else is probably a good start.
I can't get into trouble. I've tried. In my Mufasa one, I said it's worse than shooting of Cecil the Lion.
Yeah. What you really need to do is criticize Godzilla X Kong. That's the way.
Yes,
yeah, that'll get you.
Definitely.
I had like a whole Reddit brigade in my comment section calling
the
me a
artist
racist. It
will
was
come
great.
out for that one, Reaper.
Right, because I tried to do what was that? Has-Been Hotel. The fucking fan base. I think they tried. Someone almost killed themselves because of them. And I went, okay, I'll pick a fight with them. They seem fun. Nothing.
Well, Platoon loves Has-Been Hotel. He managed to try to review one episode and then bailed out.
Is that the thing Ziggs made us watch?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It gets worse.
I called I did a video about Captain America 4's production, and I called him Blacked in America, and people lost their fucking minds. So, like, people are fucking pissed.
Taking notes.
James Busher for $5 fake. Happy New Year, Cynic, Platoon, Dark Hour, and every other BSUP guest. Thanks for the entertainment you provided the last year. Here's to many more. Cheers, James. Thank you, sir.
you.
Grendel Viveth for $4.99. I deliberately avoided all info about Mufasa. They wasted Mads Mikkelsen on this. Disney always wastes Mads Mikkelsen. Mads Mikkelsen wastes Mads
Yeah. Well, I can't think of. He definitely has way more terrible roles that he's played. The scale
for
is
such a
way
brilliant actor.
Yeah.
So many bad roles under his belt now.
The villain in Dial of Destiny, for God's sake. God, what a career move that was. I did love the bit though where he got pranged on top of a train. That was hilarious. Just donk.
What about Roman ballistas taking down a fucking bomber?
This will not alter history in any way. Yep, that was great. I love that movie.
They're just unfazed by people parachuting in a fucking siege.
Bonesaw is ready for $5. Did anybody on the panel watch Shadow of the Vampire when Defoe played Max Schreck? Great underrated movie. No, but I wanted to.
Yes, I have.
Which one is that?
It was 2000, I believe. And it's the idea that they're going to film Nosferatu.
I have seen that. I like that movie.
Yeah, it is very good.
Grendel Vivette again, a member for 20 months. Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to you.
And this one was kind of like a game style, so I saved it for last.
Arkham Reaver for $5. Using the rules from the EFAP Showdown, which bad 2024 characters win the following fights? OSHA versus Agatha, Madam Web versus Kong Jr., And Tash versus K-Vess. I don't know these guys.
K-Vess is the Star Wars Outlaws character, and
Outlaws.
Tash is the Dragon Age Veilguard character, I think, right?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Somebody remind me what the EFAP showdown rules are.
Oh well,
they're in an area. There's no you can't use environment. They have to.
So it's just a straight up. This is
yeah.
This is the way that they've completely nerfed Super Smash Brothers. No weapons, no environment kills, just on the plane.
That is not nerfing Smash Brothers, sir. That is reducing you to your skill set, so you can't just spam Pokeballs to people like a little shit.
Although I think they were flexible enough to allow Steve to like dig. Well, I think they ended up injecting
we had
Steve.
multiple rounds on that one, and I'm assuming we're only doing one. So like the original one is that your basic loadout in the middle of the woods, so you don't have any really like high tech shit. It's just your basic stuff that your character gets when they spawn in.
Yeah.
So in the case of Agatha, I mean, she has no powers as her basic loadout because she's been stripped of them. So surely she loses. But mind you, then.
But if you hit her with powers, she absorbs them.
Yeah.
So, she uses the Force. Does she take the Force from her?
Yeah, because the Force and magic are interchangeable, as we learned in the Acolyte.
True. So I guess Agatha would win that one. Except that she's not as evil as the protagonist of the Acolyte, so maybe she would win.
Would Osha have her a lightsaber?
Osha has black girl magic, though.
Black girl magic.
Yeah,
I don't think Osha would have a lightsaber because she doesn't ever have, like, she only steals.
Right, because she's a mechanic, right?
Yeah, she's a mechanic, so she'd have a little pip droid.
Oh god, she'd have the pip droid that solves all the things. Oh no.
Yeah. I'm going for Agatha for this one.
I think I would go Agatha.
Agatha.
Yeah, even if you kill Agatha, she just becomes a ghost. So.
Madam Web Kong Jr.
Is this Madam Web at the end of the movie where she gets shot in the face with a flare and somehow is in a wheelchair?
I think this is beginning Madam Web. I think this is
ambulance driver.
Ambulance driver, Madam Web. Kong Jr.
Well, even at the beginning, she sees the future before it happens.
Yeah.
Several times. So, like, she would be able to see what Kong Jr. was going to do next. And
Yeah, but Kong Jr. is a really big monkey.
Yeah, but it's like a lion. Like, you've been in an enclosure with a lion. You can just see all the ways it'll rip you apart.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's a really big monkey.
Run right or kill me.
All I see is my death.
So probably Kong Jr. then will beat Madam Web. Poor old Madam Web.
Yeah.
And Tash versus K-Vess, I don't know enough about Tash. I just remember hearing the name. K-Vess is just insufferable.
You haven't seen Tash?
No. Tash is worse.
Oh, fucking hell. I didn't get that far into the game.
Growls at people. Like, she it's like a romance scene, and she goes, growl at me, and she goes...
Oh, yeah, Malari in chat. Well, see, again, no, it's standard loadout because you can't be Mahler and just wait for Jabba to get in his X-Wing and come save you. So that's...
that was good.
I think Tosh might win just because she might be able to out insufferable K-Vess and then cause her to off herself.
Kay does have a blaster pistol.
Yeah, and she also has that annoying rodent thing.
Nyx, which would just...
but the thing is, I mean, K-Vess couldn't even win, like, soup against soup. She had to... There was a whole mini game about eating soup.
True.
And Tash is... she does sit down and tell everybody that, okay, so I'm trans, just to let everybody know that. And at that point, you would want to lose the soup game by choking on it.
But all
you just drown yourself in the soup.
And no one can find her.
Yeah, you just crouch in some moderately long grass.
Yeah.
Right in front
I think K-Vess wins that one. Yeah, she's got to win.
That's cheating with the environment, though. But yep.
She crouch in the open. She just slightly hunch her back.
Yeah.
Tash is going, where is she?
Must have been the wind.
That is all the supers.
Whoa.
Yep.
Right, well, on the 7.25 hour mark, pretty much, we have made it through all of 2024's movies and a small selection of its TV shows and none of its video games. So we've done
I think next year we're gonna do separates. We're gonna separate everything next year. I think that's how I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. But well, I guess for the remaining panelists, obviously, thank you to all of those who've been on and passed through and gone to bed like sensible people. Anything you want to plug in terms of shit coming up on your channels or whatever you're doing in life? We'll start with Reaper, I think. What's coming up for you, sir?
I'm working on Doctor Who Christmas special, and unsurprisingly, it's horrendous. It just recycles plot lines from episode 3, which was also horrendous. So it's just recycled shit. And
Is there as much crying in it as I was led to believe there would be?
Oh, he cries in this one. There's a fat companion. Well, I'll just say the thing. There's a thing called a star seed they all want. It's just a little atom that's going to grow into a star, and basically they want to use as a source of energy. It gets left in the past 65 million years and gets eaten by a dinosaur, even though the asteroid that hit the Earth was 66 million years ago. So it's a million years after that, but dinosaurs are still around. It's been stuck in dinosaur shit for 65 million years. And it's about to explode, and the first thing the fat companion thinks to do is eat it. She eats a fucking star and then flies into the
I have to say, these themes are relevant to current Doctor Who.
She flies into the fucking sky and becomes the star over Bethlehem.
The fuck?
Is this when Clarence is born?
This is so fucking... And then there's like loads of stupid bits. Like there's like a giant stone door that the Doctor has to move. So he uses a grappling hook with a bit of rope and throws it off a train. And somehow this regular piece of rope moves like this giant granite slab and nearly stops the train. It's just a regular grappling hook.
I'm still stuck on the fact that the 3 wise men were following a fat, and that's how they got to Jesus.
And then she can just like take people. Like in the future, she sees her mum dying of COVID, and she just absorbs her. She just dissolves and then joins it as a star. And I just went, wait, so this, you've got this fucking star that can just eat people whenever it wants. But like, you see a dying star, but you see a bomb, basically a planet-sized bomb about to explode, and she eats it for no reason. No one told her to do this. She was left alone with the star for 5 minutes, and she eats it.
Being fat is a superpower. She's the fucking Transformers villain, the planet-eating thing. Just goes around
Unicron?
entire galaxies.
Yeah, Unicron.
She fucking eats it.
I just love the fact she's eating it out of a coprolite, which is a fossilized turd.
Basically, yeah, it's stuck in dinosaur shit for years, so she just eats a turd-ridden star.
I might have to watch this now. It sounds amazing.
The rules of time are stupid. There's a one bit the bomb is about to. So basically, she's got the case with the star in, and the Doctor opens it, and he goes, "You must put a pin in, or it'll explode." And the future Doctor runs in, tells him the code. Now you'd think we would see how he gets it. But we don't. He just runs in and goes, I remember my old self telling me it. Go, but how the fuck did you get it? And then when the explanation comes, he goes, well, nobody asks how the universe came about.
Literally,
thousands
of people ask that every day.
Yeah, it's almost like there's some people who that's their job.
Yeah. That's it. He goes, well, no one asked this. Who cares? And went, well, fucking everyone. It is kind of critical to the plot.
I think literally everyone at some point in their life has questioned that. It's just not a thing you ask every day because people would assume you're crazy.
Well, yeah, she fucking eats a star. Oh, it is brilliant. She fucking this fat companion just goes, I'm off now, bye.
My people need me.
She fucking flies off and explodes. So the Doctor started Christmas basically
with a fat person,
with a fat bomb, just flew off and blew up. Also, yeah, the star also eats people and then like takes on their identities for some reason. Don't know why.
Wait, the fat person star eats people and takes on their identity.
Yeah,
I'm
the star
confused.
before the fat person eats it. Basically, well, if you watch episode, because it recycles plot lines, in episode 3, the evil corporation called Villain Guard, what they do, I mean, they literally is going, why everyone hires them, but we didn't know they're evil when they're literally called Villain Guard. So they, in episode 3, they what happens is they kill soldiers and turn them into fleshlights. And then, well, not actual fleshlights, but they look exactly like fleshlights. So they kill them, and then it's like a little memorial. So like you have an AI going, this body was such and such. And the doctor goes, hey, can you turn around and kill Villain Guard? And he goes, okay. So the reason I say that is because in the Christmas special, you'd think the corporation would learn to stop making rebellious AIs, but it doesn't. It does it again.
Written by James Cameron by any chance?
It's
Another
Steven,
Skynet.
but he's just fucking. He's lost it completely.
Well, I'm gonna have to watch this now. It just sounds incredible.
It's fucking horrendous. Oh my
dear.
god, my script is huge because I'm just going, well, that doesn't make sense. That's fucking stupid. She eats a star. The first idea is to eat a star. I was on the floor laughing on Christmas.
Well, at least it climbed back up the valley and became so bad it was hilarious.
Oh yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm doing.
Good. You've got a fun new year ahead of you. Emperor Goodwin, thank you for coming. What is coming up for you? Where can we find you? What are you doing?
I mean, you generally find me on Diabolical Souls and other shows as needed. At least for the next week, I'm going to be filling out my bracket for the Childhood Heroes Who Became Molesters Hall of Fame. I'm hoping that Reaper and I can compare notes and see which ones have the best chance of winning.
It should be like a special New Year's stream.
Yes,
like,
let's celebrate it right.
Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny, but just for child molesters and other assorted gropers.
I
Rolf
think
Harris is a good one.
Rolf Harris is a very good one.
There's a really good chance you end up on a list if you start doing research for that one. So probably.
Just need to know where to look.
Deep you get into it. Like if you start researching their methods, then they might start thinking you're up to something.
Yeah.
You
Probably
can't
best to
research living ones.
Just tell them I'm a woman who's doing a true crime, stream, and it'll be fine.
Like you need statistics if you're going to be doing Hall of Fame. You gotta.
It's like a play-by-play analysis.
Yeah,
exactly. most children molested per year.
Severity of crime. How bad was the molesting?
Well, how successful they were with the pickup of, do they just use the generic white van? Were they more creative? How many puppies were required?
Average age, who was able to get the...
Yeah. Difficulty
Youngest
level always
victim,
matters. Who are
oldest
you going up
victim.
against competition-wise?
average weight of the children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely don't want the fat kid that becomes a star. That would be a problem.
as the producer. Work out the scoring system, and we'll do. We'll do
I'm on it. I'm on it. As
Fat
long as
kids
I
are worthless because they can't run away.
Yeah, but they also fit. You need a larger vehicle, so that kind of balances out. You're not abducting a fat kid in a Mini Cooper. It's not happening.
Are they so? If they're so fat, do they count as 2 kids?
Oh, now we're getting into
It'd have to be exceptionally large for that. I think.
Okay, I'll come up with a scoring system for this.
Yeah,
This is
good idea.
Yeah.
Besides working out this scoring system, Dark Hour, what is coming up for you?
Right now, I don't have any videos planned. Just streaming for a while. So, basically, you can find me here. You can find me on my channel streaming. I'm not sure what the next thing I'm going to do. I might take your advice and just kind of take some time off and wait until something good comes along because January is a little slow.
That'll be a while.
Yeah, it might be till February actually, but so just subscribe to my channel if you want to watch more. I do pretty much a weekly stream myself. A lot of people, literally everybody who was on today has been on my channel at one point or another. So.
Yeah. Oh shit, we've lost.
And Cynic was like, "Screw this, I don't care anymore."
He's died. Oh well, that was going to be my next question. Well, he's back. It's all good. Yeah, well, no, also, thank you very much to Dark Hour. I'm sure I extend it on behalf of chat as well as all the panelists. Dark Hour did excellent work producing this, got all the slides together, all the topics, all the guests. It's hard work, and we very much appreciate it because the stream would have been much more difficult and probably 3 times longer if you not done the work. So,
man, yeah, my eyes are shot right now from going between different windows of varying levels of darkness because I put them all on dark mode, but all of them are different. So my eyes are getting all screwy on me right now. So.
Yeah, you'll have to sleep that off.
Yeah.
Cynic, who's I just noticed for some reason your avatar is George Lucas's neck. I don't know why that is, but okay.
I'm going to bed. That's what I'm up to.
You like what time even is it? It's like, oh, okay, girlfriend. Fine. What's coming up?
11
for you
o'clock.
next?
Cat's in the bed with him.
I am going to. Tomorrow a video comes out. I'm releasing a video on how 2024 was the worst year for comic book movies ever. Tomorrow.
Nice.
Good-o.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, look forward to seeing. I mean, it's got some stiff competition for basically any year of the last 5. But
I know, but I really think it was.
Yeah, fair enough.
I state my case. But what are you up to, Platoon?
I don't know. Something. I'll find something to do. Probably, yeah, it's Dune or Arcane, depending on which pisses me off more, and which I'm in the mood for. But probably not going to release over the next couple of weeks. That's going to be a longer thing. I would say it's a January, end of January video. And until then, unless something dramatic happens, I shall be doing something somewhere with someone else. Maybe, I don't even fucking know. Something will happen, I'm sure. But yes, that brings us to the end of the show, which I think is our longest show ever.
By an hour and a half.
Considering how fallow this year has been for movies, I'm quite surprised. But yeah, we managed it. Thank you very much to panel, past and present, for being with us. Thank you to our chat, especially for all of those who managed to stick through right to the bitter end. I believe we are back this time next week when it will be a new year.
Normal.
4 o'clock next time. Honestly, the extra hour going forward wasn't enough. We needed to go forward by like 3 hours.
Yeah. We'll be back at some time, probably the usual time, this time-ish next week for a usual show, first of the year, and we'll see what the new year has in store. But until then, Happy New Year, everybody. Merry Christmas, if we hadn't said it before. And we will see you next time.
Oh, and also, thank you to our mods, to Adam Gray and Franco Walker, who stuck through this entire thing. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes, big thanks to them. Good shout. I think I need to add more so they can get like a break. That might be a good idea. That's it, though. We're off. We will see you soon, shortly, maybe next week, maybe. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Merry New Year, etc. Bye. Simon.